Great. Welcome everybody to this session on information disorder. My name is Rasmus Nielsen. I'm director of the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism at the University of Oxford, and I've been asked to moderate this session and to kick it off with a few initial observations before we turn to the real substance of the session, which is the short presentations by my fellow panelists, and then of course the discussion that we hope will ensue with all of you engaging with your input on how we collectively can address problems of information disorder in different contexts around the world. So I was asked just to provide a little bit of initial input as an academic that's committed to connecting practice and research from the work that we do at the Reuters Institute and the work done by other researchers and academics around the world on what we know at this stage about problems of information disorder from independent evidence-based research, just to feed into the discussion of what we might do about the different kinds of problems that we face around the world. So I think the first thing I'll say is that the starting point here really in many ways is still the report that was supported by the Council of Europe and published last year by Claire Wardle and Hossein Darakhshan, with the title Information Disorder itself, which makes a number of observations that are as important today as they were when they were made first last year by Claire and Hossein in terms of how we think about problems of information pollution, as they term it, which I think is a really powerful analogy in that it reminds us that the problems of information disorder we face are essentially about, like pollution, the interplay between us, what we want as human beings, all the many different things we want, and technology, the ways in which technology empowers us to do it, and that information disorder, like pollution, in many ways is a often unintended, though sometimes calculated, byproduct of the ways in which we use technologies that we also use for entirely legitimate and understandable purposes. And as with pollution, I suppose we can also take from the analogy that Claire and Hossein offers us that it's dangerous to think in terms of sort of be-end and end-all solutions. Information disorder, like problems of pollution, is probably not a problem that will go away, but a set of problems that we have to manage and find ways of minimizing to ensure that we can realize the full positive potential, both of each other but also of technology, while minimizing the harm that is generated in the process. I think there was also another really important observation made in the information disorder report from Claire and Hossein last year that I think is worth reiterating in a context like this, which is that they warned very strongly against using the term fake news. And if I can allow myself a little bit of editorializing here, I have to say I find it a little disappointing that that term is so central to how this issue is phrased by the Internet Governance Forum itself and many of the entities involved here. Why is that? That's not just a question of sort of theological disputes over concepts or terminology. This is a really important, substantially important point that is worth reiterating here. The term fake news is first dangerous. It's dangerous because it's demonstrably instrumentalized by politicians and others who want to undercut the credibility of independent news media, trying to hold them to account. This is demonstrated not only on a daily basis by many prominent politicians, including some who live in rather prominent White Houses, but also by independent research that says the consequences of such political discourse, which we see in many countries around the world, and demonstrates that this undermines credibility in independent information providers. So the term is dangerous. It's also misleading. It's misleading because much of what we discuss when we discuss problems of information disorder are neither fake nor news, which makes the term fake news a rather inadequate at describing the nature of the problem. It's not fake in the sense that it can be factually accurate information that is released with malicious intent. There has been instances of that in several countries with strategic leaks of information that in itself was factually accurate, but it was partial information. It was released with strategic timing to influence elections, for example, and in other ways undermine democratic or political processes. And furthermore, much of it is not news at all. and that is the amplification of polarizing political discourse, for example, have nothing to do with news. So the term fake news, I think, is dangerous and misleading, and this is a point that Claire Hussein made more than a year ago, and I'm very glad to see that both the European Commission and, for example, the British government has explicitly distanced themselves from the use of this term, and I hope many others will follow that. And again, this is backed by research. This is a term that undermines people's confidence. Just a few other things, and I will tweet some links if people are interested in the underlying research once the session is over, but just a few other remarks from me, and then we should hear from our panelists. It's clear from independent research, obviously, that we have real problems with information disorders. We know that these are enabled by some of the same technologies that we also use for legitimate purposes, so the question really is how we can contain the unintended consequences by realizing the full positive consequences. Me Too is powered by the same dynamics as many disinformation campaigns, and the question, I suppose, is how we can have one without the other, or empower one without empowering the others. We also know that the actors and contexts that influence how disinformation plays out are very, very different around the world. The actors include foreign governments, domestic politicians, commercial actors, as well as us as citizens sometimes, what we might think of as bottom-up disinformation, where we, often in good faith, or sometimes with ideological, political, or other convictions, are spreading information that can be harmful. So context matters, actors matter, and I think in terms of the research, I will just say that most of the empirical, evidence-based, independent research we have seen, unfortunately, is almost exclusively focused on the highly unusual, in a global perspective, context of the United States. And I think we can learn much from that research, but we should be very careful before we assume that things that are found in the US are necessarily applies elsewhere. But with that in mind, just a few top-line observations before we turn to the panelists of what we have found from research in the United States. First, and I think this is an important part of the discussion, some of the best empirical research, including work by Andy Guest at Princeton, for example, suggests that in the United States, where this debate became very prominent after the 2016 election and influenced arguably global discourse around this problem, researchers estimate that 25% of Americans were exposed to demonstrably false and fabricated information in the run-up to the 2016 election. 25%. That means 75% were not. 25% is a big number, but it might be a lower number than the one many of us have in mind. So I think there is a question sometimes about whether we have an accurate evidence-based grasp of the scale and scope of problems with disinformation, and the US research suggests that sometimes the problem is of somewhat different contours than is assumed in some discussions. Secondly, we know that from multiple studies that the reach of demonstrably false and fabricated information on the web is often more limited than we might assume, but it's also very important to recognize that on social media, some disinformation providers have far greater reach than they have on the open web. So there are very specific problems that are arguably particularly pertinent when it comes to social media platforms and increasingly messaging applications. We can put in a parenthesis here the question of television and whether some TV providers are part of the problem, but that might be one for the discussion. Finally, it's clear that the social context matters here. It's about actors and about technologies, but it's also about the context in which people seek out and use information. And in the United States, like in many other countries around the world, the context here, of course, is one of low trust in institutions, high levels of political polarization, and a large part of the population who've turned their backs against established media. And indeed, when we in audience research ask people to define what the term fake news means for them, sadly and unfortunately, very often the problem that people offer is poor journalism. Now, I don't personally believe that poor journalism is the central driving force of information disorder as we see it today, but the fact that much of the public thinks so is in itself important, and I think it's hopefully an important part of the conversation today, what we can do to ensure that independent journalism is A, sustainable, B, trusted when it is trustworthy, and C, an effective part of the institutional setup that provides checks and balances of problems of information disorder. So with that kickoff, I think we have an outstanding panel to discuss what different actors are trying to do about addressing these issues. We have first Tanya Smokwina, who will talk first amongst the panelists, then we'll turn to Giacomo Mazzone and Olaf Stenvad after that. So Tanya, over to you.
Thank you. I was asked to give you some information on the national approaches, but also to present the work the Council of Europe is doing in this sphere. As a matter of fact, as you correctly described, this is a very complex and multidimensional problem, and it cannot be addressed by very simple one-dimensional solutions. And maybe, sorry? And also we can see that the states are not doing at the moment a lot of concrete activities. So they act mostly as a kind of enablers and facilitators of discussions. Many established specific task forces, and there is not much work done on this institutional, administrative, or legislative level. In the international fora, as you already said, we have this great document for those who haven't seen it yet. It's a great resource, and also providing a lot of tangible opportunities, tangible steps that can be implemented in our practices. And what is the main problem with information disorder is that it doesn't only undermine the trust in democratic institutions like media, but also in terms of this overall pollution also creates good grounds for different conspiracy theories which affect or give rise to lowering of our trust in evidence, and in the long run creates disengagement and also sharpen the divisions in the society. But when we come to this regulatory level, it is always a problem to tackle the issues related to speech with classical regulatory measures. We always have this fear that this can turn into a censorship machine. And also, on the other hand, if we require that the digital platforms, digital intermediaries, take more responsibility and do a lot of work on their own, they also can, it also can be tricky. They also can turn into private censorship machines. So there has to be some balance achieved, and I believe that there is quite some room for collaboration in this sphere. Still, they are the new gatekeepers. So we already have an established set of mechanisms for addressing the old gatekeepers. So we are now about to find the new ways and balanced, proportionate ways to address these new gatekeepers. This was recognized also by the Council of Europe in the document, actually recommendations of the Council of Ministers on the roles and responsibilities of digital intermediaries. The document was adopted this year in March 2018, and I think it's quite a landmark, a pioneering document, because it is very clearly outlining the role and also addressing the responsibilities not only of the states but the intermediaries as well. And also important in stressing that all the information coming from this governmental side has to be prescribed by law and mustn't be excessive and clearly necessary and proportionate if we can deem it as a kind of democratic measure. In the European Union, we just, last week, it was adopted the AVMS directive, which is also an important document we have to highlight here. Many see it as a good progress, and others fear that it will again give some grounds for private companies, big techs, turning into private regulators. I think there is still a lot of questions about how this document will be implemented in the daily work of the regulatory authorities. On one hand, for sure, it will cause some action on the side of the corporations, but it also gives the room to form new co-regulatory regimes, participatory regimes, which can be, in a way, a good solution for these complex problems. We have to also bear in mind that there is a range of responses possible, not only self-regulatory or regulatory. We also have lots of great work being done by the civil society organizations and NGOs, and this has to be further supported. And also, you mentioned the role of academia. I think that there shall be no regulation without an adequate research, without an adequate evidence, and also the analysis of possible implications and impact of different interventions. And also, since there already is a lot of understanding of communication processes, but as you said, there is a kind of lack of very targeted research. Specifically, I think there is a lack of research into offline effects of online communication. And also, it should be highlighted and bear in mind here that sometimes we neglect different forms of communication. We mostly, when we discuss this things focused on news and facts. We are concerned with truth and reality, but there is more than that in our communication. It's also the transfer of beliefs, of emotions, of different narratives. And this is, I think, also something that has to be taken into account here. So I was involved recently in a project, a pilot project on the EU level, taking into consideration just 11 member states at the moment, but it will be broadened very soon to the remaining European countries. And it was interesting that we found out, we examined the existing initiatives, both of regulatory type and self-regulatory, media literacy, raising awareness type. And we found out that in these 11 countries, most of these initiatives are one-stakeholder initiatives, despite these problems being so multidimensional and so transborder. So most of these existing initiatives are so far limited on a nation-state level. And I think this, maybe we can discuss how to broaden the scope of these initiatives and find a good way of collaboration here. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Tanya. I think that's definitely a point we should return to when we open up the discussion. But first, perhaps, Giacomo, you could tell us something about what the European Broadcasting Union and your members are doing to address these issues.
Yes, the European Broadcasting Union, as you know, is the association that gathers all the public service broadcasters of Europe, plus also some commercial broadcasters. For us, this debate has been always a little bit slippery because for us, fake news and tackle the fake news is simply acting of making good journalism. So it's very difficult to define this dimension. But of course, we realize that this dimension exists in itself and has a set of problems that cannot be solved simply making good journalism. So we have, over the years, we have tried to define a certain number of initiatives that could work better in order to tackle this problem. One of the most effective that we have done is called the Eurovision Newswire, social newswire, that is the equivalent of what we run since 50 years, that are the exchange of news. We have added to the exchange of traditional TV news, we have added this exchange that is cooperative based, again, There's a fact-checking of user-generated contents. More and more, the news that we have to air on broadcasting are based on material that can be found only on the internet and that are not provided by traditional media actors, not news agencies, not other broadcasters. So the reliability of this is very, very disputable, and it's important for all the newsroom in Europe and in the world to be sure that this material is important, because the moment that the news, fake news, exists into the internet world and is bring into the media world, traditional media world, this has a disruptive effect, because not only consolidate a fake news in the belief of the listeners, readers, etc., but also decredibilize once that is discovered that is not true, decredibilize the traditional media. So for us, it's very, very dangerous, and it is important to tackle it properly. So we have created, on a collaborative base, a network of 450 journalists after less than 1 year of exercise in 28 countries, not only in Europe, but also in other countries where the media system is well developed, like US and Japan. And what they do is that once as they find something on the web that is interesting, then, but they are not sure about the sources, they provide to the network and they ask everybody that could make some work on that, some research, some verification, to share this information. And then at the end of the assessment, that has to be done, as unfortunately, as you know, in very short span of time, this news, if validated, could be used in traditional media. This is a very effective answer. Of course, you cannot tackle all the issues of the world. You cannot only tackle the ones that are immediately at your site. The problem there, again, is, and we have seen this during the election campaign, where the immediately reaction is fundamental. We have seen that this kind of work cannot be done properly without a full cooperation of the social network. Because you don't know when you look at the news if this is the one that is flying and that is going very fast across the social media users, unless that the platform cooperate with you. And then, even if once that you have been told, as it happened, for instance, in France, when we did a cooperative effort with some platforms to work on that, even if you know which one is the news that is to be verified and you discover that it's fake, then the platform needs to do something to avoid that this could spread around. Because, of course, the most incredible news are the ones that are the one that spread the faster. If I say that the donk fly, I will read this news. If you say that the donk is walking on the street, this is not a news. So we need to, the only way to work is if it can done, this work can be done together. The success of this experience of the Eurovision Social Newswire has bring to another thing, that is that some of these tools are open tools. When you want to verify the exact date of a picture, when you want to verify the sources behind it, when you want to verify the location, some tools that are open source can be usually adapted for this kind of verification. And so we are putting online for this community of journalists that participate to the network a certain number of tools with a certain number of tutorials that could help people to do their job at home. Because of course the Eurovision Social Media Newswire is for news that have a relevance beyond the country. A news that could be of interest to be spread and shared around Europe. But if it's a news only of the country, the interest of the others to verify if something is fake in Italy that belongs only to the Italians, there is not a lot of interest. So it's important to empower the journalists in the newsroom, and you know that there is a gap of generation because the old generation of journalists like myself are not used to use this kind of skills and tools. So this, more and more, this tutorial are provided and are quite successful. Then EBU has launched itself internally a quality journalism initiative. That means that we have provided a report because research is the basic for understanding, and this report is called The Perfect Storm. It's a very interesting reading if you have the time, and it's online and available for everybody. The perfect storm, with this term we indicate the fact that there are many factors that, as Rasmus mentioned before, that are happening together. There is the weakening of the traditional media, there is the rise of new media and the people that only get information through the social media, for instance. There is also the pauperization of the journalistic profession. Because when you say poor journalism, it's true, but if a journalist is paid €8 for a news and has to produce 20 news a day, what kind of quality you can expect? So there is a problem basically in the quality of journalism. This doesn't affect mainly the public broadcaster because we have usually journalists under regular contract, but all the rest of the profession is now really affected by this pauperization that of course has consequence on the quality of the journalism. So for us, the quality of journalism is essential, and we are doing seminars in all the countries in the newsroom with the journalists, with the manager of journalists, because most of the time the work is to be done together with the management, and with the IT part, because more and more there are skills that are not usually in the profession that are needed, absolutely needed, if you want to be effective in this world. This we do internally, as I said, with this seminar for all our 72 members around Europe and the Mediterranean borders. But also we do participating to other activities. This is why we co-organize with the Council of Europe the seminar today, because, for instance, we participate to the working group on the algorithms. Many of us today are involved in that. And there is a second working group on quality journalism, so we are proud to be part of these efforts. But also we have been we participate to all the efforts that are going in this direction. For instance, our Director General has participated to the high-level panel expert group of the European Commission. But I don't know if you are aware, at the end of the day, most of the profession that are gathered in the sounding boards, they distantiate themselves from the final conclusion of the working group. Because as you probably are aware, some weeks ago, the final outcome of this expert group was a certain number of self-regulation by some social media platforms that they have to accomplish, and there will be hopefully a verification of the effectiveness of their engagement and the respect of this engagement. But unfortunately, this is why we took distance from this conclusion, is that there is no measurable tool for understanding if this self-verification and self-regulation has been effective. The social media remain the only one that can assess what they have done, and they are not even obliged to disclose their tools. And this is the work that we are doing, for instance, in the algorithm working group. It's impossible that so important decision for citizenship, let's imagine about the elections, are taken based on algorithms that you are not even aware what there is on which principle they work. Just to close, then, two other important things that we are doing. These efforts for the information disorder and quality journalism cannot be divided and split from another thing that is absolutely crucial, the safety of journalists. Because the fake news are a way to kill quality journalism, but there is a most effective way, that is to kill the journalist. Then there is no need for fake news. You kill the journalist, and in some cases, most of the information, most of the investigative journalism has gone. So you cannot split the two jobs. These are two parts of the same activity. You cannot forget the one and doing the other. And the final point is that we participate to a very interesting initiative that is the Journalist Trust Initiative, but I leave the floor to somebody else that can take better this point.
Thank you very much, Giacomo. So, Olaf, this is a perfect tee-up for you to talk about the Reporters Without Borders, your broad work, but also specifically the Journalism Trust indicators.
Yes, thank you very much to EBU and the Council of Europe for having us. And maybe to kick this off and surprise you a little, as a human rights NGO and campaigner, I will talk a lot about money. And as you see, I have adjusted my outfit accordingly. Reporters Without Borders is mainly a human rights NGO. We defend the freedom of information, the freedom of the press and the media. But in doing so, we have, I think, lately discovered the importance of the economic angle of things, also including this debate around online disinformation, for two main reasons. One is we are more and more deeply understanding that in order to sustain independent journalism, you need a healthy media landscape. Or to turn this around, if the media landscape is not healthy and functioning, also in economic terms and sustainable, it's almost impossible to sustain independent journalism. The second reason is that we are observing, I think not very scientifically, but as human beings, that the behavior of humans and also the behavior of companies is mainly driven by benefits and incentives. Maybe also by values, hopefully, but not only, but also by money, to put it straight. So let's follow the money. This was our kind of initial idea behind our initiative. And as you know, probably most of you know Reporters Without Borders about our flagship publication, which happens to be the World Press Freedom Index, which we publish every year in May, which mainly assesses and computes and analyzes, let's say, the traditional threats against journalists, which are mainly physical and legal. So journalists are being hurt, killed, jailed. And to be honest, this is usually very easy to pinpoint because it's pretty much black and white. You usually have an enemy, you have somebody to denounce. However, and this then relates to this economic angle, there seem to be new threats in addition to this. Technological, economic threats to journalism and journalists. We call them invisible prisons. And the problem here is that this is not so easy to pinpoint or analyze. You don't have a clear villain to denounce. It's a pretty messy, I would say, and confusing environment. And in trying to disentangle this, we asked ourselves, what are the main instruments or criteria which define the production and distribution of information these days? And I think we were ending up with two main spheres, let's say. One is a very traditional one, codes of ethics and practice of our profession, which frankly is not rocket science to come down with a list of elements what good journalism is. It goes back to the Munich Charter, and you have all these ethical codes. I think there are 400 plus of them, which are pretty much identical and telling you what the professional norms of journalism are. And then, these days, you have algorithms, which are mainly guiding the distribution of content, also journalistic content. And our main understanding is that these two spheres are totally disconnected. They don't communicate. The ethical norms, and I'm not talking so much about compliance, whether or not they are being observed and upheld, but just the creation and the guarding of these ethical professional norms in journalism are mainly driven by journalists, which is a self-regulatory principle. While the algorithmic distribution of journalism is mainly drawn up, defined, guarded, and run by tech people in the Silicon Valley. And our main objective, let's say, with the Journalism Trust initiative is to connect these two spheres, to translate professional norms of journalism into algorithmic distribution of journalism. which might sound a little technical, but this is how we understand self-regulation in the 21st century. We believe that it should be journalists and not techies to define the criteria for algorithmic distribution of content. And how are we going to do this? We picked a very ancient instrument, which is standard setting. So you can think of ISO, which probably everybody knows from car safety and door handles. But it also reaches out to services quite a bit. So we applied and launched a standardization process under the guidelines of CEN, which is the European subset of ISO, so the European Committee of Standardization, to develop and implement trust indicators for journalism, for mainly not only human but also algorithmic decision making. And this brings me back to the economic angle. Because if you ask yourself, what is the business model of the platforms? It's mainly selling advertising, right? And we believe that in this trust equation, it's not only about consumer citizens on the one hand and media outlets, but it's also to a large extent about advertisers as well, which we believe need to be included not only in this equation in a theoretical sense, but also in terms of projects, regulation, whatever solution we might seek in this debate all around online disinformation. And interestingly, if you talk to advertisers, they are facing the same problems. I mean, of course, there are also outliers in the advertising business that just go for reach no matter what. But the majority, we understand, is trying to protect their brand reputation, which is quite hard online. When you find your latest Mercedes or chocolate bar next to child porn or IS recruitment or hate speech. So they have a vested interest in these trust indicators as well. And this is the main logic we tried to establish. If we can align ad spending with the compliance to ethical professional norms in journalism, it can automatically help to remonetize journalism. So this is more or less what we try to establish. We have, as I said, launched this process with a number of around 70 stakeholders under the guidelines of the European Committee for Standardization. And the final outcome, the standard, including, of course, a public consultation, is bound to come out in about a year from now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olaf. I think we ended on a perfect note there from Tanya's observation about the limitations of one stakeholder responses to, I think, a very eloquent call for a response that builds on the interest of the public, but involves not only public authorities, also advertisers, technology companies, and journalists/news media itself. We should open it up now for questions or comments from the floor. When you raise your hand, please use the mic and identify yourself, and I direct your comment or question at one of the panelists.
Hello, my name is Xavier Brandao. I'm working on a small project, a counter-speech project. So it's a kind of website, a database of misconceptions and prejudices that can be found on the internet on various subjects. And to me, I think the civil society must also have a role to play and be present online and also act as a vector of counter-speech to prejudices. So I wanted to know what is being done to support. I wanted to ask the Council of Europe, what is being done for civil society to support civil society organizations? And especially, I think it's not only regulation or supporting journalism, but it's also proactively going online and occupying the space. Thank you.
I cannot really speak on behalf of the Council of Europe, so I will ask for help a colleague sitting in the audience who is representing the Council of Europe. I'm a member of a committee dealing with artificial intelligence, addressing the possible implications of algorithms. So, but this issue is being highlighted quite a few times by the Council of Europe as well. But I would really like, if possible, Elena, can you answer this question? Okay.
Yes, sure. Thank you. I will take this question. Well, I have to say that the Council of Europe is actually now working as a hub for all sorts of initiatives from all sorts of stakeholders. What we're doing, we're trying to connect business, civil societies, governments, and put them at one table to discuss and develop certain synergies. The report that was mentioned today, the Information Disorder Report, in the end suggests a vast number of conclusions which in particular show how different types of stakeholders can work together. It even has proposals for some specific synergies where civil society could work with the media and where civil society could work with the governments. So I really invite you to find the report. It's available online free of charge, and actually there you will find a list of conclusions. Thank you.
Hi, Julie Pizzetti from the Reuters Institute alongside Rasmus. My question is probably to all of you, so you can decide who wants to take it. But it goes to your point, the colleague from the EBU, really, which is that it's not just a question of dealing with trust and credibility on the side of quality journalism or disinformation in isolation. There's also this question of journalism safety. I'm wondering if you could talk to the intersection of these themes. So we have a situation now where there's mounting evidence of state-sponsored disinformation campaigns targeting journalists and journalism with a view to either through harassment or shutdowns or doxing or other threats. Seeking to actually weaponize disinformation as a means of attacking and undermining journalism. So I'm interested to know how you think we could tackle that intersecting threat.
Olaf, this I think is straight within your purview.
Might sound a little boring, but I cannot just repeat myself. It's the economy, stupid. We find in many, many places that, for example, if you take Mexico, which is the, I think, most dangerous place on earth for journalists apart from Syria, that the safety of journalists there and killings have an economic dimension, because it's not the well-paid, fully employed network correspondent from the capital, but usually the precarious freelance person, local reporter who puts him or herself in harm's way. So there you have an media economy which is thriving, which is growing 4 times faster than the Mexican economy. So it can afford, you know, sensible and safe journalism, and exactly the opposite happens. So this, I think, tells us that it really has a lot to do with the sustainability of our profession. And let's not be mistaken, I think, at a large scale, journalism as a business is failing. And whenever markets are failing, usually I also believe it's an antitrust issue, which, again, I mean, we all, I think, remember the, which was mentioned already, the EU high-level group. The, I think, largest and most powerful weapon of the European Commission, competition, right? Which, as a weapon, as an instrument, was taken off the table from day one of this high-level group, quite surprisingly to me, I must say. And we believe really that it is a question of failing markets and competition as well.
I think that a lot of things can be done, and the first is, again, looking for spreading the information. For instance, I would be delighted if we can, if Yrjö Länsi-Puro, that is here in the room, can tell us a word, because there has been a case that has been neglected by the public opinion in Europe, but it's the first case of a sentence of a court against trolls attacking journalists for intimidating in their investigative journalism, and where the attack that started in the virtual world then arrived into the real world. I don't know if, can I ask Yrjö to share with us?
Yeah, good morning. Yrjö Länsipuro from ISOC Finland. Just briefly, there was a case, as Giacomo said, where there was a court case where a journalist of the Finnish Broadcasting Union, Finnish Broadcasting Company Corporation, had been subjected to a long time persecution by trolls. Wouldn't name them or their provenance, but anyway, a couple of them are Finns, and one was finally convicted of this persecution, and one was convicted to a firm prison term of 1.5 years. The other was given a sort of conditional term 1 year. So I think that that's a good beginning. That the courts are beginning to take these cases seriously. Thank you.
So there's a question here.
Thanks, Chair. Maxim Buykevich is my name, Deputy Director of the Press Information Department of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have actually a couple of questions to you panelists. The first one would be the following. I might probably understand perfectly well why there is this motivation to sort of move away from the fake news notion towards somewhat more probably broad and more generalized notion, which is not as discredited in some sort of mutual confrontation information campaigns as fake news is now. And we basically do support this initiative to try to sort of reach some sort of international understanding at expert level of what disinformation might be. You can call it information disorder, but until there is an international consensus on what basically information disorder, or you can call it whatever you want, might be, the explanation of malinformation, misinformation, disinformation, the way you put it in your book, might not be met favorably from all the sides of, I'd say, Council of Europe space. So my question is, would basically you support some sort of intergovernmental initiative to come up with intergovernmental negotiations or probably expert talks in order to try to reach a general, be it Council of Europe consensus or probably OSCE consensus, or in broader term UN consensus on what this information disorder may be, until once again you have this internationally supported consensus in broader sense. I doubt that current information disorder notion might be implemented within the Council of Europe space as somewhat universally agreed thing. That's one thing. And by the way, we have actually many times come up with this sort of initiative, be it within the Information Committee of the UN organization or at the OSCE level, to launch some sort of intergovernmental talks on this matter. But unfortunately, these proposals so far have not been met with a due degree of enthusiasm, I would say. So once again, my question is whether or not you would support some sort of initiative to gather together governmental experts to try you guys to reach out some sort of compromise, universally acceptable notion of what disinformation might be now. And the second question is about this trust initiative issue. I do believe that probably there is a couple of Russian media outlets participating in this initiative now, and I also know that there have been quite a couple of consultations already within this group. It's also a very good thing to probably communicate trust, journalist trust indicators into what industry really is. I mean, to offer some sort of recommendations to those who are forming internet space now, meaning internet operators like Google, I don't know, any other huge players in the field. But my concern is that once you communicate your understanding on what media can be trusted and what media cannot, the criteria upon which you would determine this issue might be somewhat fluid or probably politically engaged. So could you please dispel my fears on that? I mean, what the criteria would be, which you would probably imply in order to reach that goal? Thank you very much.
I think there are a lot of points there that the Council of Europe is noting down to take forward there. I think Olaf had a quick response on one of the points, and then we'll take a last question.
Well, thank you. First of all, I mean, I'm not speaking for the Council of Europe, but to my knowledge, a lot of these things you are asking for are existing already. I mean, the Council of Europe has already published and passed a recommendation on the safety of journalists, a recommendation on media ownership transparency. It's currently working with an experts committee on quality of journalism environments, which will also be moving towards the recommendations, I think, towards the end of next year. So the instruments are out there. I think it's up to member states to ratify them and take them to national law. On the trust indicators, well, to dispel your concerns, first of all, it's important to say that we are not looking at content, because we believe that any instrument or mechanism that will judge, rate, or have an opinion on content is per se a problem, because it can be easily misused and turned into censorship. So what we are working on is purely on the procedural institutional level. Just to give you one example, identity. More or less disclosure rules for media outlets, which we believe already contribute a lot to trust if media outlets are transparent about who they are. A second drafting committee is working on criteria on journalistic methods, complaint mechanisms and corrections, if they work or not. Again, this is a very technical, instrumental or institutional criteria, which has nothing to do with a piece of content itself, but the workings behind the enabling environment of journalism. So these are the criteria we are looking at. And as standard setting is the opposite of a law, it's a totally voluntary and self-regulatory. Nobody is forced to take on such a standard.
Take a last question here.
Hi. I've tried to take note on some perspectives that haven't been debated for the table, and some of the perspective that we are trying to deal with, think of a set of agendas to deal with the phenomena. The first is that information disorder, fake news, disinformation. We are talking about a dispute on the field of speech. And, well, speech helps us to build the comprehension of the reality. Then, this is the whole issue is a dispute on the very idea of truth. This is important because what we saw in Brazil, in some researches that we've done, is that the idea of fake news is based on the idea of fake news is what the other says. The second is related to the field of psychology. Many researchers are bent over the question of the emptying of the soul. I know that sounds a bit esoteric, but the idea is that we're living in an era of emptiness. So people are desperate to believe in something to give meaning for their lives, and fake news plays an important role in this process. And the third is, I heard a lot about internet has reached the speed that internet has reached on information spreading, but not as much as the unprecedented scale that fake news industry has reached. This is an important issue also. And when it comes to the set of agendas, then I think the first is the field of regulation. We have to think of carefully of the regulation, and a type of regulation that doesn't undermine freedom of expression. Then this is a challenge here. It's very tricky. And the second is the media democratization, and I think that the people, you addressed it very well. But still, we have to look into the field of the code developing. And we have to find ways to deal in forests where the code is debated. The producing of code is debated, like IETF and I3E, and these people are we have difficulty that bring these people to the discussion of political science, psychology, and sciences of culture. And the last one is the technology governance. And we have to open the black boxes of algorithms and personal data and bring this discussion to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In some ways, very appropriate place to end, as this is only the first of many panels at the Internet Governance Forum this year that deals with disinformation and related issues. I think there'll be many opportunities to dive deeper into some of the issues that you raised now. I think we can summarize very quickly here and say it's clear that governments around the world are looking for different approaches in this space. Everyone recognizes this is complex. Everyone recognizes this requires multi-stakeholder responses. Everyone recognizes this requires a variety of different forms of expertise and independent evidence, ideally not evidence provided by self-interested actors with an axe to grind, irrespective of where they come from. And we can also see, if you will, a set of emerging responses that range from an American context where we can say that a combination of a emphasis on the First Amendment combined with a skepticism towards direct government response has left the field of responses largely to private companies, civil society, researchers and nonprofits and the like to respond rather than the government effectively responding. There is even a question about whether the government is willing to investigate alleged crimes undermining the integrity of elections and the like. To a situation in, for example, mainland China, where clearly the government has been very strongly in favor of a very muscular interventionist response with a definition of what the government considers to be examples of rumors and misleading information, and is not shy about imposing obligations on private companies and others to police these things in great detail. And I think we can see governments around the world looking for responses somewhere in between those two, if you will, ends of a spectrum. I think we've had powerful examples of what such responses might look like, ranging from Reporters Without Borders and the work that you guys are doing around security and safety of journalists, but also increasingly around trust. EPU about empowering individual journalists, working with your member organizations to play a positive role in this respect. And then, of course, the work that Tanya outlined at the beginning of just reminding us of the importance of not letting any of these incremental individual responses stand on their own, but the importance of really trying to ensure that we marshal these responses for a joint effort to protect fundamental rights and ensure that citizens have the kind of quality information environment that they deserve. So I look forward to being part of many of these conversations at the rest of the Internet Governance Forum, and I want you to please join me in thanking our panelists today for this first discussion.
Because I am part of the broadcasting world and the broadcasting lives of advertising, I want to inform you that the session in this same room that will follow is about media contents and how to incentivize the production of local contents. It's another session of EBU and WIPO together. Thank you. So, thank you for those that are in the room, attending this second panel of the morning. This is the open forum on local contents, how to incentivize, how to make sure that the local content will have their role in local languages, their role on the internet. This is an open forum that has been co-organized by EBU, by WIPO and UNESCO, and we have some distinguished guests that can go in this hour trying to give us best practices and appropriate solution to this problem. As you know, we are in the UNESCO, that is the house that is trying to define the internet indicators. These indicators that you have seen have as one of the main healthy criteria to define where an internet is properly functioning, the quantity and the quality of local available content and services in local languages all around the world. Because the problem that we are facing today is that the internet is a platform where already existing vehicles can go very fast and can reach everybody, but where it's difficult to have local vehicles that can circulate even inside their own markets. The reason behind we partner in this is because as EBU, the broadcaster, as you know, traditionally they have their own network, they have their own access to the citizens, so they don't pass through intermediaries. And in the broadcasting world, there is a tradition of local production of content that is the main reason for the success of the broadcasters in the relationship with their viewers. Now, with the internet, there is a shift in habits of consumption, and this tradition of the past is challenged because new tools of distribution are coming on. And when it comes to the distribution of the internet on the internet of broadcasting contents, for instance, we have to go through gatekeepers, and these gatekeepers can influence the way the contents are accessed and distributed. So it's important to see how the model of the past that they've worked in other world, like the traditional media, the broadcasting, the printed media, etc., can be the successful one in the past can be exported into the new world. To discuss this, we have a distinguished set of panelists here. I leave them to present themselves, each one, starting from Paolo.
Do I start myself? This is Paolo Lanteri from Copyright Law Division at the World Intellectual Property Organization.
I'm Danielle Clich. I work for UNESCO. I'm in charge of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions Department.
Alain Modo, Vice President of DIFA, which is a distribution company for African content, and Media Consulting Group, which is a consultancy based in Paris, specialized in cinema and television.
My name is Gonzalo Laguado Serpa. I represent Proimágenes Colombia, an organization that promotes the film industry in my country.
Okay, so these are the panelists. The mix is trying to cover a wide range of things, as you can see, and I would like to give the floor first to Danielle, that probably can explain that there is a background needed, that is international treaties. When it comes to the internet, that is something that is going beyond the frontiers. Please.
Thank you, Giacomo, and good morning to everyone. I'm impressed, Giacomo, this is already the second session for today. I know you've already started talking about these issues very early this morning. What I wanted to give is a sort of framework for our discussions today to talk about an international law that was adopted by UNESCO member states in 2005 and which was entered into force in 2007 very quickly after its adoption here, and that's the UNESCO Convention on the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Now, why was this international law adopted? Why was it considered important? Well, at the time, the member states of UNESCO, the governments of UNESCO, said that the right of governments to support local content production were under threat. There were cases that were taken to the WTO court, which said that investments in film production, fixed book prices, cultural policies to support filmmakers or broadcasting programs were anti-competitive and should not exist anymore. So this was the reason for this law, and it states at the very beginning simply that governments have the sovereign right to support their creative sectors. It seems such an obvious idea, but at that time it was really something under threat. Today, 146 governments around the world, including the European Union, which is unusual for European Union itself as a body to ratify an international law like this, have ratified the convention. In 2018, I've left outside for all of you here a copy of the executive summary of a report that we've produced on the impact of this convention. So it was ratified in 2007, and we're already now able to see what type of change that this international law is producing. It's not just a piece of paper. There's an active civil society, there's an active community of professionals working in the creative economy around the world that is using this as an instrument for change. And the global report is showing that, of course, in order to ensure media diversity, in order to ensure media freedom, it requires policies to strengthen domestic production and to achieve a balance between local content and imported content. It also shows that national content quotas of both public and private media have been able to enhance diversity of cultural expressions in at least the 90 countries around the world that have employed these content quotas. Today, we know that we're facing a new environment with this international law, and that is the digital environment, internet governance. We see that the digital revenues in the music market are growing exponentially, and that this is caused by streaming in the recorded music market. As a result of this and other statistics I could cite, but we don't have much time, so I'll leave you to look at the report where there's a lot of statistics. It says that governments, even in the digital environment, should maintain this same right, because this also is not evident. Today, UNESCO is working with different governments to help them to introduce policies and measures that cut across what we call the value chain. So it's not just about investments in creativity, but also investments in production, distribution, and access to diverse cultural content. And this mixed approach, which involves actors from across not only the government, but across the society. It involves the professionals working in the industry talking with the officials making policy to be able to have a successful outcome, which is our goal is to promote diversity of cultural expressions, including in the digital environment. Now, I just wanted to share with you an example of how this can work. So in Colombia, this is one of our countries where we've been working a lot the last years. We saw in 2003 that only 4 films were produced. 4. In that year, there was a new cinema law that was passed, and it took this, what I just talked about, this integrated approach. It introduced not only a law, but a production fund, financial incentives to encourage film distribution, as well as tax incentives to encourage investments in the film industry. A few years ago, in 2016, the number 4 turned into the number 41. So we could see a 10 times increase in the level of films produced in Colombia over that period of time. We also saw there was a doubling of the number of visitors. So there was local consumption that also skyrocketed, which proves or shows that diversity of cultural content, which nowadays also includes local content, is something that is wanted, is a good investment. It's not just there to support principles of diversity, but it can also have important returns. Today, UNESCO is working with a new digital platform in Colombia called the Retina Latina. It has been supported by the fund of the convention, the International Fund for Cultural Diversity, and its goal is to expand this approach to diversity and content production to other Latin American countries by creating a free on-demand streaming system for the distribution of films from Latin America. We're curious, and our colleague here on the panel will tell us about a new orange economy law that was passed just last year, and we're curious to see how this is actually going to impact how this work has been done over the last years to invest in policies, to use international instruments for the benefit of increasing local content production and diversity of cultural expressions. Before I end, because I think I have just 5 minutes, I don't want to talk too much, is to draw your attention to some publications I left outside. One is the summary of the global report, but the other are guidelines that were adopted by the 146 countries I talked to you about earlier about how to promote diversity in the digital environment. And these guidelines include everything, including electronic commerce and the trade of digital cultural products, and how it encourages governments to introduce cultural clauses in their trade agreements to ensure the exchange of such cultural goods and services. The guidelines are outside, and this December, and I invite you all to come back to Paris in December, the week of the 11th of December, where the Intergovernmental Committee, so all the countries that have signed this law, ratified this law, will come to Paris together with over 100 civil society organizations and professional associations to talk about what are the priorities for the implementation of these guidelines. And one of them will obviously be how we can work together to develop and implement innovative policies to support this diversity in local content production. So I look forward to hearing any questions you have, and thank you very much.
Okay, the question we gathered at the end, if you don't mind. So the next is Paolo, that, as you have listened before, is from WIPO. Please.
Yes, good morning, everyone. So the World Intellectual Property Organization, as you may know, is a specialized agency of the United Nations with 191 member states. We are a demand-driven organization, so our activities both on the norm-setting side and on the capacity building and technical assistance side are driven by our countries and our member states. And once more, here we are at the IGF, partnering with EBU, UNESCO, and many other private stakeholders, bringing local content on the agenda, bringing content again on the agenda on the IGF. Since Giacomo forgot to mention, I think it's important to remind ourselves why do we put so much stress on the content. Because like it or not, content is the main driver making people going to the internet on a daily basis, being it a movie, being music, being news, being literature, being news of the day. So we want to remember that to ourselves each time we speak about content at the IGF, because we believe content should be kept at the center of any internet governance policy discussion. Today, we add another layer of discussion, of complexity, because we're going to talk about local content, local in terms of language, local in terms of cultural relevance, and perhaps place of production. This content is on a constantly high demand, because we will always need local content, but on the production side and on the offer side, we face some more challenges. And one of the objectives of this session today is actually looking at what are the challenges faced in local content production and distribution, and what could be a viable solution or initiatives in order to boost that production. WIPO is operating in different ways in this area, but I think I can classify our main activities in two areas. One is creating a level playing field from a regulatory perspective, a norm-setting perspective with our countries. This is broadly intended as international treaties in the field of copyright that we implement and we administer, and at the same time we also facilitate discussion and negotiation on new norms. So what are the main characteristics of the international legal framework, and what is the link with local content? So the international legal framework provides, first of all, economic incentives, some basic economic rights that are considered essential incentives attracting investment, because you can well understand how, for instance, educational publishing or news reporting, leaving aside the audiovisual sector because we have several speakers that will tackle those issues, would require major investment, professionals, technical capacity, a lot of time and a lot of money. We need to provide economic incentives in order to have this content produced. Another element that is often forgotten and oversighted in this forum is that the international legal framework also provides moral rights, recognition, in terms of attribution of being recognized the author of a certain creation. This is actually, in my view, a very important element for local content, and one that plays an important role even in those cases where content is created without any commercial purpose and is often forgotten. Finally, I want to give a sort of initial analysis of what is the impact of copyright protection on access. Access to knowledge is a very popular topic at the IGF and in other fora as well, for very good reason. And there is this sort of mystification saying that copyright protection actually hinders access to knowledge. I think this is not the case for a number of obvious reasons. First of all, people that are devoting their lives in content creation have all the interest in distributing that content and being heard, being watched, being listened by the public. Secondly, we have many examples of viable business models where public can access content that is protected, valuable, for free. This is the example of public broadcasters, where the incomes are generated through advertisement and other business models. Then on the internet, we have a growing number of services where we have access to an unprecedented repertoire of content for a fee, which is not unreasonable, I guess. And on top of that, the system provides for ample flexibility in terms of exercise of economic rights, plus limitation and exceptions that are taking into account the broader interests of societies, such as news reporting, educational purposes, or the interest of people with disabilities. So actually, incentivizing creation of content has a very positive impact on the further access to it. We're not saying that the system is perfect. In fact, our countries are constantly negotiating and discussing possible updates and modification of the legal framework. In this specific context, I can provide two examples. Member states have been discussing for over 20 years now the possibility of updating the protection of broadcasting organization against signal theft and signal piracy. And another very important project that is currently undergoing in Geneva and comes from a proposal from Latin America is a request for a deeper analysis of what works and what doesn't work so well on the internet in terms of copyright. And that proposal goes into the practices about the role of the platforms, what is the the share of the revenues and who keeps what, and many other very thorny issues that I'm sure will going to give us work for the next few years. On the side of the norm setting, WIPO is also deeply engaged in technical assistance and in supporting our countries. Again, on a demand-driven basis, we have been receiving a growing number of requests for assisting countries specifically for boosting local content production. One example, very successful example, was started a few years ago in the context of the CDP, the Committee on Development and Intellectual Property, the so-called Development Agenda, was called Strengthening the Audiovisual Sector in Africa. Some of the partners of that project are present in the room, so perhaps in the Q&A they can make intervention. That was a project very practical, looking at trainings. We were looking at what data were available, what was the feasibility of boosting the awareness of how the system would work. We would look also at management practices. From that original project that was implemented in Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Morocco, and Senegal, we now have a number of new projects that will be discussed next week in Geneva. First, we have a request from Africa, Burkina Faso, to do the same for the music sector. Secondly, we have a broader and much more related to the internet request from Latin America, from Brazil, to dig in what's happening in the audiovisual sector, in the audiovisual platforms in Latin America. What are the movies watched by Latin American customer? Who is producing those movies? And who is keeping the money out of the monetization of those movies? And finally, we have a very interesting project coming from Kenya that is trying to look at how software and mobile application can be boosted and produced locally. It's only partially related, but in fact, through apps, we are distributing a lot of local content as well. So to conclude, I think from observing these factors, on the one hand, the trends in norm setting, on the other hand, the constant request received by member states for technical assistance in this specific field, we can sort of highlight three elements. First of all, there is an appetite and a growing awareness of policymakers of the importance and the strategic importance of local content. Secondly, we have to admit the issue is very complex. There is no one solution. It's not enough to raise the protection or provide the tax incentives to actually boost local content production. And finally, we're not here to say that the copyright system is a panacea or a magic solution, but certainly it's fair to say that it's part of the solution. A sound and balanced system is required and needs to be combined, matched with, coupled with, by other policies, other initiatives, other incentives, like the one we just heard from UNESCO, and that we're going to hear about from the speakers that we brought here, that will share with us what they've done in Africa and Latin America, and what are the results coming out from this endeavor in boosting local content. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paolo. So, to follow up, I think that the best is I give the floor now to Gonzalo Laguado, that is one of these successful examples that we can listen to. It was mentioned either by UNESCO and also from WIPO. So, Gonzalo, can you share with us?
Thank you, Giacomo. Thank you, Paolo. And thank you, Danielle, for your excellent introduction on the Colombian system. Like I said earlier, I represent an organization called Pro Imágenes Colombia. We were created in 1997 by our Culture Act for the specific purpose of nurturing and promoting our film industry in Colombia. So over the course of the past 20 years, we've been setting forth various legislations and policies on our film industry. These instruments, rather than being separate or disjointed, comprise a unified system composed of tax incentives, cash rebates, disbursements for local production, and other elements that interweave and form a single framework that has allowed our industry to flourish. To most of you, I think that Colombian cinema is known for the movie Embrace of the Serpent, which was released in 2015 or 16, but nominated for the 2016 Oscars for the category of Best Foreign Film. Yes. It's interesting because this movie was a beneficiary of one of our funds, which is called the Film Development Fund, created in 2003. Before explaining what the Film Development Fund, the FDF, is, let me share some figures with you that Danielle has already introduced, but still. The FDF so far has disbursed $31 million to local film productions and $12 million to other projects targeting education, research, and distribution. The number of released Colombian feature films has also increased greatly. As Danielle mentioned, we went from 5 feature films in 2003 to 44 in 2017. And the number of admissions for locally produced films has multiplied from 2 million in 2004, maybe, to 4 million in 2017. The screens in theaters for the exhibition of films have tripled as well, from 462 in 2007 to over 1,000 in 2017. So in short, there's more access, there's more production of local content, and there's more delivery of local content because of this. And the way we did this was by eliminating a set of taxes that were levied on cinema, and that had nothing to do with the film industry. And we replaced that with a small parafiscal tax that the FDF collects through Proimágenes. We also created tax incentives for investors, because by investing in a Colombian production or co-production, you can apply for tax deductions for up to 165% of that investment from your income tax. All this to say that by doing this, we made tickets more affordable. We created an autonomous source of financing for local productions, and we attracted investment. The FDF system is meant to be a virtuous circle. Low-cost tickets facilitate access to film culture and increase admissions. By increasing admissions, we create collections for the FDF. The more resources the FDF has, the more financing local productions have, and the more local content there is to distribute. Of course, this progress has also resulted in the creation of many jobs for the film sector. This is where another piece of legislation is important, and that is the 2012 Colombia Filming Act. And this is 9 years before the FDF, mind you, so we had already made great advances in stimulating production and access to local content, so we had other targets in sight, and created another fund, the Colombia Film Fund. This fund operates a bit differently, because rather than dispersing resources to producers, what it does is it uses a cash rebate model. So production companies that film in Colombia are provided with a cash rebate for 40% of the expenses paid for film services, and 20% of expenses for food, hotels, and transportation. The first season of the Netflix series Narcos, which I'm sure most of you know, received a cash rebate from this fund. So the purpose of this fund, the Colombia Film Fund, is to attract foreign productions and to have them invest in our local film service providers, and in that context to boost local employment and to promote our country as a desirable filming location. This purpose, I believe, has also met great success. To make a long story short, I'm going to refer very briefly to the last fund that we created, which is the New Media Fund, which is we partnered with the Ministry of Telecommunications, with the Chamber of Commerce, and with the Canada Media Fund to create a fund that is targeted at audiovisual and cross-media content, specifically designed for digital platforms. That being said, if you have any questions, I'd be glad to elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo. I think that very, very interesting. I think that the third fund you mentioned is exactly the bridge that we were looking for between the old world and the new world, and is exactly in line with the discussion we are having here. Before to give the floor to Alain Modeau, just a word. He was supposed to be here with the Secretary General of the African Broadcasting Union, Grégoire Njaka, but unfortunately he has to be today in Abidjan for an important meeting on sport rights that for him is more urgent than the perspective of the internet in the future. So, but Grégoire Njaka, with the support of EBU and with Alain Modo as main coordinator, we're working on a project to enhance production capacity in the audiovisual and exactly in the internet world for African partners. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Giacomo. Yes, there is a huge need of local content in Africa because for years this continent has been fed with telenovelas, and I believe today that it's time to provide to African viewers and African citizens something different than telenovelas coming even from Colombia or from Venezuela or other Latin countries. When I've been launching DIFA 5 years ago, this was the bet. This was what we wanted to do with an African partner, Jean-Louis Hernancam, who is sitting in this room. And we tried to put together African content coming from any countries from Africa, made by African directors or made by African producers, to promote this content not only in Africa, but outside Africa. Today, DIFA is representing 132 producers and directors from 30 countries of Africa, not only French-speaking, but also from English-speaking territories and even Portuguese territories language. So the market in Africa is really booming. We are expecting more than 1,000 broadcasters by the end of 2020, not only terrestrial, but also satellites. There is a huge number of local broadcasters in different countries who are now existing. This is the case of Ivory Coast, where now there is more than 10 new broadcasters. There is a huge boom of internet platforms like video on demand, subscription video on demand platform, more than 150 platforms in Africa today. And all these platforms, channels or internet platforms, needs local content. In addition to that, there are very few theaters in Africa where films could be released, even if there are a small change today in some African French-speaking territories, thanks to groups like Bolloré, who is investing in new theaters, mainly in capital cities. And there are countries where there are no theaters, or just one in the capital city. So it's very difficult when all these film producers are working today to release their movie and to get a return on their investment. So we are looking to try to establish a new framework where local content providers like independent producers will be able to find first some funds to produce this content, and secondly, to establish new business models where broadcasters, African broadcasters, can reach this premium high-quality content. Because today, in Africa, on French-speaking territories, there are two big broadcasters. One is Canal+, and the second is it's a pay TV, and the second is TV5. And all these two broadcasters are just keeping all the rights, all the premium content that all the local broadcasters, public or private, are not able to get. And this is, of course, pity for the African viewers. So what we try to do today is to answer certain needs to help the production first, and secondly, to help the distribution of this content. So the needs, what we have in mind with EBU and ABU, the African Union of Public Broadcasters, is to put together all these broadcasters around the table to do something which was useful, used to be in years ago, that put together the resources to buy or to pre-finance content. Even a small public TV in a small African country can invest his little money, $100 per hour, for instance, but all together, when they are sitting around the same table, talking with us for the same films, same series, or same programs, these broadcasters could leverage some other funds. These funds could be advertising, because they are representing different territories which are very interesting for advertisers. It could be also money from public foundation, like Bill Gates Foundation, for instance. If you are, I know that there are some series talking about VIH or any other disease who are supported by this kind of foundation and who need to reach the citizens, need to reach the people in their countries. And only the public television are able to cover 100% of these territories. So this new platform called African Hub will be able to provide to investors the territories where they want to reach the audience, will provide to the producers the capacity to raise money not only from the public television but also from public funds like ACP, which is a European fund which is not open today but which will open by the end of the year. It will be also possible to create a sort of basket fund where money from Agence Française du Développement or the Goethe Institute in Germany or other public institutions can invest money, being sure that the investment will be really done in the best way, best quality, transparency, and high quality. So this project is not today established because we are, of course, working on it at this moment. But we have the strong basis of that. We know that many advertising companies are interested because when you come to them and say, oh, I have 10 countries for this series or for this program, they immediately think about their potential market. It's also the same for foundations like UNESCO or all these who are supporting edutainment. They are interested by having the biggest number of territories to this, for these movies. And of course, it's also interesting for these public broadcasters, African public broadcasters, because they will be able to provide to their audience the strong and high quality content that they will not able to have at this moment. So this is very interesting because all this content could be also put on internet. There are, as I said, 150 video on demand platforms on these 54 African countries, and all these internet platforms are looking for content. So it will be another possibility for the producers, independent producers, to make return on their investment. Finally, to join what they have been, what was said before me, we really need also a legal framework because many independent producers in Africa are investing their own money in these movies, and it is very difficult to recoup. And we need to have a strong legal system. We need to have a strong public policy to support this sector, and we need also more cooperation between all these Pan-African bodies who are existing and who are not really involved today, from my view, in supporting the film industry or the content industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan. So, I would have also my presentation, but I will not do because if not, we will not have time for the floor. Now, questions from you for the speakers. I see many persons that are directly involved with these items in their daily work, but they are shy for the moment.
There is a question here.
Okay, there is one that is not shy, please. If not, I will make my presentation and then it's over.
You should do your presentation, though. Hello, everyone. My name is Jorge Vargas, and I head partnerships for emerging markets for the Wikimedia Foundation. The Wikimedia Foundation, it's the nonprofit that supports and operates Wikipedia. And as you may know, as soon as you Google something, usually the first or second result is a Wikipedia link. But unfortunately, and this is why I think this topic is very relevant within the context of internet governance, there's a lot of content that is missing, particularly in local languages, right? So pretty much the job that I do in emerging markets is to find partners that are interested in supporting our mission of finding the sum of all knowledge, but not just all knowledge, but in all languages. Right now, Wikipedia is available in over 300 languages, but usually all of that content is in language or French or Spanish and not in languages that are relevant for many local communities. So within the work that we do, we try to identify partners that want to help not just identify the local content that is missing, but also create it. So my question for you all and for the panel is, how do you find ways to identify what is the local content that is relevant for the people that are interested in? Because oftentimes we fall under a bias where we think that certain content that is relevant for us in the West or for certain specific characteristics of people should be the relevant content for certain people in the field, but unfortunately sometimes that is kind of like a mismatch. So is there any mechanism that you think should be utilized or that you're utilizing to identify what content is relevant for the people in these parts of the world? Thank you.
Okay, if I may try to answer to this, then I give eventually the floor to others. Broadcasting industry is relevant because it's able to provide to local viewers what they are asking for. The more is successful a broadcaster, the more it means that he can intercept and answer to the needs of the viewers and the local population. Of course, Wikipedia, it's in a very specific part of the needs of the population, but of course, I think that looking for what already exists is the best way, because there is the know-how, there is the experience, and there is the expertise. The problem is that people from the broadcasting doesn't feel that they are involved in the internet until now, and people on the internet, they don't look at the broadcasting and traditional media world. I think that the interaction would be the best and the shortest way to cross-fertilize the environment. But any other comments from the panel? No? Okay. Second question?
Well, just one little comment on this question. I think, and what we are seeing in talking to the people in Brazil who are developing internet network communities is not trying to find what is relevant for those communities who are building a network, but try to give them autonomy to decide what is relevant, and this may stimulate a production based on their own references. This is quite important for this important question that a colleague has done. But I'd like to have, I have one comment and one question. Well, in Brazil, we were starting the project of OpenCDN. The idea of OpenCDN is to deliver content via internet exchange points to regions of lower internet activity. Let's say activity is, we are measuring in terms of internet traffic in our internet exchange points and number of ISPs, number of autonomous systems in the specific regions, to stimulate local providers to deliver content. Because the content delivery, it's very costly. It costs us a lot to develop an infrastructure of servers to deliver content. In some regions, it's very important to providing the infrastructure for the content to get there, and then stimulate providers to deliver content and create what would be a competition in this area. Because I mean, there are a lot of objectives that this policy try to address, but one of them is that we believe that it may contribute to the diversity of the content, because if you stimulate the internet providers market in some region, you may find providers that would deliver content in a special segment that are desired by specific groups in that region. But we don't have a study on that. I think we could do a study looking for the impact on the production of the content and not only on the stimulus of the market, of the internet provider, internet service providers market. Well, this is the comment. I mean, the question is...
Very short, because we have to close.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is there any research showing that small content producers are making their projects viable via intellectual property rights? I was curious about this idea that intellectual property may provide for small artists and musicians and writers a way for them to make their project viable.
Yes, I think we can hear directly from a wide variety of people that are directly engaged in production and creation of content. I think if you are asking whether there is a study that shows that directly, probably there are a number of studies on that. I'm happy to discuss, but it's enough really to talk to the people that are involved in that. If you are a small movie producer in a small country in Latin America or in Africa, how would you go about monetizing your upfront investment on the production without the possibility of controlling the exploitation of that creation? There are no real alternatives unless you get funds for the creation from a public source, which is not really a viable solution, a sustainable solution in the medium-long term. If you look at individual first-row creators and performers, perhaps the situation is slightly different, but in terms of authors, their main income comes from the fact they can control their own creation. It's true that in order for them to make money, they will need to transfer it up from, immediately. So often they will not be the copyright owner down the line. So this is the perception that the industry owns copyright, but there is a reason for that. Because as an individual creator, you need to transfer to make money out of your creative effort, and then there is an industry that is well organized to exploit it. On the side of performers, the people are not creating and just interpreting existing creation. Perhaps there are cases where, since the protection of performers is not truly global, and in many cases, perhaps they live out of live performances and one-off monetization of the fixation of their performance. But still, the fixation of the performance is based on related rights. So my answer is that there is different from each right owners, but yes, in terms of practices and licenses, and when you look at the money they are making, it's mostly through licensing of copyright. But perhaps here we have producers, we have many other comments that can say something.
Please. And be short because we have to leave the room quite soon for others.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Enyi. I am here from Lagos and in Nigeria, and work as a producer, raising financing for films and TV and different things. And it's a cross-section of comments that were made today about just different pockets. And it's interesting because in my space where, first of all, I have a country of over 100 million people with maybe, honestly, not 50 cinemas in that space. So there's so much room for expansion. I think that there's a need to rethink the way we go about, one, producing content, who we make it for, and how we're going to exhibit it, and then how we're going to distribute it. I think there has to be a rethinking of how it becomes economical for everyone. We can commoditize and monetize this situation. But if in my country alone, once again, with less than 50 cinemas, it's on record like a picture like an international picture like Black Panther did nearly $3 million in that market alone during the time of its cinema release. So there's definitely a potential there to make product that is interesting and viable, and probably people will come. But to expand out, there's also a need to rethink how we do this expansion, because to retrofit a cinema in my country costs maybe somewhere around $1 million to do. The unit price for someone who's making a certain standard of living cost is not viable for them to pay upwards of $10 or $15 to come watch a picture. So how do we rethink the exhibition situation? How do we make it cheaper to build up and out? And how do we make it affordable for a consumer to come and enjoy and experience the product? And for monetizing from a producer standpoint, if I live in a country, once again, with 40 cinemas, and that number is doubling to 80, it just expands. I don't necessarily have to make any more, or rather, it doesn't have to cost me any more to make the product, but then I expand out with the possibilities of how much I can make from the product. So there's a whole ecosystem that needs to be rethought and not copied, but rethought for that particular environment. And I think it goes for other emerging markets as well.
Thank you very much. I would like to close. There are two questions. They are the last ones, and then we close. Please, very short.
Yes, my name is Wesley Gibbings from the Caribbean. There can be a lengthy preamble to this, but I'll get straight to the point. I see that there might be space for fiscal incentive as an inducement to support the industry, but my question has to do with the other side, which is this notion that one can regulate for positive discrimination with respect to local content. And my question is, how anachronistic is that?
The other question, please.
Forgive me, I was not here from the beginning of the discussion, but and I'm not aware whether you talked about this before or not. But I was really surprised to hear that there is just one way to extract value from content, and that is to sell your content and to have the rights on that. Did I get it right? Because there's a lot of there's a whole lot of economy and a whole, let's say, universe of content which is licensed under Creative Commons, and there are people making money out of licensing their content with Creative Commons, and also there's this movement of free software, which has created a whole new discussion on the prevailing economic model in our era. So I'm not aware whether you discussed about this or not, but this is something really important to consider.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, I'm not sure you were here when I was presenting, but I made a point about the flexibility of the system, and definitely Creative Commons and open source software are a way of exercising economic rights, but are not alternatives to the copyright system, are just a way of exercising economic rights. And we organized a similar session last year at the IGF, and one of the main examples I brought to the fore was actually Wikipedia, which is a great platform enabling access to local content, and I'm fully aware. I come from an organization that actually licenses all its new works with Creative Commons. So absolutely, it's part of the puzzle. In this specific session and towards the end, we were talking about audiovisual productions, which I'm not aware of any viable model of audiovisual production that are based on open licensing, but perhaps I'm wrong, and we were using the examples we have on the panel. But I fully take your point, are very important models, and at least for software development are probably the emerging model, like open licensing, absolutely.
Just few figures to explain. We have been launching last year a movie at the same time on internet with Lagardère Group and in some theaters in Africa. The movie is an animated movie made by an Algerian producer called Tales of Africa. It's a beautiful movie. We have big success, very big success on internet with more than 700,000 views. And for all these views, the producer received $2,000 with 700,000 views. At the same time, the film was released in 8 theaters in major African cities, Western Africa, and we had about 15,000 tickets sold, and the producer received $500 from these theaters. So it means that it's a huge, difficult market for film producers or content producers in Africa. I can add something. For example, the best, in 2017, the best movies in Ivory Coast was called L'Interprète, and it was the biggest hit, and they made more than 20,000 tickets, and the producer won more than 7,000 euros for that. It means, just to conclude, that these figures that without broadcasters, without public money, and without advertising, there is no way to produce local content in Africa. It's not internet that will provide the money for the content.
Danielle, the word of closing, because we have to leave the room.
Sorry. If there was no investment from the public sector, there would be no publishing industry, film industry, music industry. So, I mean, it's quite a big thing. But what you're talking about in terms of figures, and somebody else asked earlier about studies, the problem is that we don't have comprehensive studies to be able to show. There's anecdotes. We've all heard them. They create a lot of fear, they create a lot of anxiety, but what we need really are some hard facts, and we need to be able, if we're going to go forward, to be able to talk seriously about diversity of cultural content, of local cultural content in the internet age. We need really to work together to be able to produce this data in order to inform the new models. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a word to answer your question. No, it's not anachronistic. The problem is the purpose. The fiscal deduction at the moment works for big capital investment, like movie production. When it comes to the internet, we are looking for small sums for small production. So the tax incentive, until now, on my knowledge, we don't have a model that works. But probably this could be invented. I think that all the things evolves if there is a will to evolve in a certain direction. And I think that what we want to discuss today here with this seminar is to say that it's possible to do, and we have to look at the example of the past and to see how they could be modernized to answer to the same needs even in the future through the new platform and the new distribution. I thank you everybody for being here, for being so patient, and I ask if you want to stay, the next panel here is the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Rights and Principles. Thank you very much.
Testing, testing. Can you hear? Can people hear me? Okay, thanks. Bonjour mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Bon, mais je vais parler maintenant en anglais, même si on est à Paris. Bon, welcome everybody and welcome to Paris. This is the session for the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition, and we're here to create a new agenda, an exciting agenda and a timely agenda, which is why we have many speakers who will speak briefly so that we can create a 360-degree agenda that actually integrates understandings of sustainable futures, the internet, human rights, and all that we mean by the environment, our built environment and our natural environment. Because at every point in the timeline of computers, of internet networks, electricity is consumed, precious minerals are mined from the depths of the earth, plastics are engaged, silicon is needed. Networks create energy, they emit heat, they need cooling. And the more we use the cloud, the more we need data centers, and the bigger those data centers are becoming, the more electricity they need, the more heat they produce, and on it goes. So we have here an extraordinary range of speakers and agendas. And we also want to consider not just the natural environment, but also the future of our cities, as they become increasingly networked and increasingly dependent on computing and internet-based networks. So again, electricity is needed, heat is emitted, and at all times we need to consider what about the citizens of our countries and the residents of our cities, the poorest of the poor, who are in need of food and shelter, the richest of the rich. All the promises of broadband and all those things, these imply an environment. They imply the natural environment and the built environment, which is why we're very excited here to talk about human rights, sustainable futures, and anything that we think relates to internet policy making. So my name is Marianne Franklin. I'm co-chair of the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition. Thank you for coming to our meeting this morning. To my right is Minda Moreira, who is the co-chair. She's going to be timekeeper and moderating and keeping us all on track. And each speaker will introduce as we go. We have government, we have activism, we have technical community. So let's see how it goes. We only have an hour. And please, this is a new agenda we are forming. So we are keeping this onto the record. That is our objective today, is to collate and see where the points of commonality are and where there might be divergences. So just think, the very first metal that is taken out of the ground in the Central Republic of the Congo to the very last piece of plastic that might be floating into the Pacific Ocean and finding itself on the beaches of beautiful atolls that are also going underwater because of global warming. So this is a huge set of connections, and human rights are at the heart of all of it. So thank you for coming. We'll now turn to our first speakers. And I think we'll start with Deepti Batur from IT for Change, and she'll say more about her affiliation. Everybody has 3 minutes, And thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I'm Deepthi. I'm a senior research associate with IT for Change. We're a research and advocacy organization based out of Bangalore, India. And our focus has always been at looking at the intersections of technology development and looking at paradigms which focus and come from the global south. So in terms of my take on sustainability, I'm drawing from research that we're currently undertaking. It's a 12 to 14 country research that we're doing across the globe in like various places, global north and south, and we're looking at the rise of digital platforms. So it's a good time to be speaking about this, you know, at the IGF, and we just came out with our mid-project reflections, where we were able to look at what the policy landscape is telling us about the rise of digital platforms, about the rise of the digital economy. So I'm happy to sort of pull from that to talk about our take on sustainability. I think Marianne's opening points were very sort of, they set the stage really well, because I think there is a certain myth about the digital economy, this very pervasive discourse of asset lightness, the idea that, you know, nothing need be owned, but everything is controlled and everything is consolidated. And these many, many invisible layers that are underneath, and especially the highly extractive, the highly disastrous consequences for the environment and the ecology that we fail to see, that are never sort of visibilized, is essentially, I think, a new form of, you know, the whole idea of capitalism has always had the idea of externalities, the consequences of business practices, which are brutal and often end up hurting the most marginalized and the most vulnerable of geographies, communities, and people. With the digital economies, this is getting more and more obfuscated and hidden, especially when we consider this myth of asset lightness, where nobody owns everything. And it's really pervasive because it actually borrows from some very, very positive discourses. The idea of collaborative consumption, the idea of the sharing economy, which actually kind of arose as a response to the 2008 financial crisis, to the idea of really looking at runaway excesses of capitalism and sort of finding a way back, you know, to more sustainable consumption, to more sustainable patterns of consumer behavior, to sort of like sharing what we have, not consuming more than what's needed. And the kernel of that, which is highly admirable and valuable, has today become what we know as the platform economy, what we know as, you know, the whole rise of large technology giants. And this is the default model for the digital paradigm. So these, to me, I think sustainability is not just about environment and ecology, but it ultimately sits on many different layers of policy gaps that we've managed to observe through our research. The fact that there is so much work precarity, the fact that social protections, especially in the global south, are so poor and so unable to respond to the rise of these kinds of movements. The fact that we have data frameworks that are completely caught up in a certain idea about free data flows without really understanding about the need that any future that's sustainable is ultimately any future that is local, has to privilege local innovation, has to forward local innovation. And so that's basically where we're at, and I'll pass the next.
Thank you so much, Deepthi, for keeping to time. Thank you. So we're going from South Asia, and I think it's very suitable that we then move ever so slightly to the South Pacific. So I have great pleasure in introducing Maureen Hilliard from the Cook Island government. So Maureen, the floor is yours for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, environmental issues, of course, are always going to impact on small island states, and it's really important that you know, that we make you know, like a real effort to ensure that the sustainability in respect to our island environments are sort of like maintained. You know, within the Pacific, we've got islands that actually range from 1,500 population to 7 million. So there's actually a wide range of connectivity sort of like issues that need to be dealt with. In relation to the small economies, you've got affordability issues where countries with small populations are having to pay a lot more for their internet than some of the larger islands. Although, for example, Papua New Guinea, which has a 7 million population, also has issues relating to having infrastructure being put up and vandalised by people who are not aware of what the internet is yet. They don't have connectivity, and there are sort of like a lot of cultural issues that need to be dealt with. So this is really important. Don't forget to tell me when to start. With regards to our little island, a population of 14,000 people, we have issues relating to tourism. Tourism is the mainstay of our economy, and so what we've got is the impacts, not only sort of like on with regards to natural, with climate change, but also with human impacts. So the plastics issue was something that was mentioned. But there's also the issue of governments sort of like wanting to expand on the tourism thing and are taking over valuable land, like for wetlands, for forest areas, that we need to sort of like be protecting for the future of our future generations. But this becomes an economic issue. Renewable energy is something that is sort of like quite important in regards to sort of like cutting down on fossil fuels. But at the same time, like I know that in a few years' time we're going to have a whole lot of batteries that are going to be sitting around waiting to be sent somewhere because we can't sustain them on our island. So again, there are issues that we need to be looking at now to actually look at the sustainable future.
Thanks very much, Maureen. If I could just underscore a very important point with tourism, you get uneven levels of access and uneven levels of bandwidth and speed, so that certain sectors of the population or tourism get the level that we're all used to, and the rest of the populace has to put up with no access or no bandwidth. And it's these inequalities that become structural if we do not take into account the implicit right to access and the implicit right to all the other human rights we have, which are now online. So as a means of continuity, I'd like to move, I think, the best next segue, Michael Oja, thank you very much, who in fact is our pioneer in getting this topic onto sort of government forum, internet governance fora. Thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you. That's very kind of you, Mary. I don't know if that's true, but I will just want to quickly just restate kind of why are we talking about this here. A lot of times when I was bringing up the fact that we need to talk more about sustainability, people would say, well, what does it have to do with the internet? Why are we talking about that at the IGF? Well, the fact is, first of all, if anybody has read the IPCC report that just came out, we have about 12 to 13 years to fix our problem with the Earth, and that's really a significant existential problem that we're dealing with now. Sorry to be that guy in the room that's talking about it, but it's something we can't bury our heads in the sand in. Number two is that access to information, access to the internet is such a key human right. But at the same time, we cannot legitimately discuss access unless we talk about sustainability. As Marianne pointed out, there are so many elements to the internet that relates to the environment, to energy, to things like climate change, etc., sustainable consumption, production. In fact, there are so many links within for instance, the SDGs between energy and infrastructure and sustainable consumption and production, but there is not actually any explicit, kind of link within the language of the SDGs themselves that actually pulls together energy and infrastructure, etc. So essentially, it's not mentioned. It's not talked about hardly anywhere. And that to me is a key gap, it's a key problem. And so the fact that, we want to situate sustainability within a human rights lens, I think that's not necessarily just important, that's really something that we should have been doing years ago. Just to give you a little bit of information, ICT electricity use, based on some estimates from about a year or two ago, place ICTs at about 10% of global electricity use. So it's not just, the energy powering our homes, it's also the fact that about 2 to 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions are coming straight from ICTs, and that's only growing. To give you a better, even more, a better landscape of it, basically with the rise of machine-to-machine communication, with the rise of Internet of Things, etc., the amount of data we're producing each year is practically exponential. So the fact is, this is, think about how many people just alone, and me included, watch high-definition video. It takes more and more energy just to power those basic, things that we who have been on the internet continue to use. But especially, it's something to consider whenever we're talking about getting more people online. How are we doing that? Well, thankfully, when we talk about the people that are not connected at the moment, already, as it exists, about 1 billion people in the world still don't have access to reliable energy, much less to the internet, or to mobile connectivity. So these are all interrelated, and I'll just kind of wrap up by saying that the solution to it, the solution to all of this is really, really critical. It's something that involves multi-stakeholder collaboration. We need supply chain overviews. We need to look at how how the recyclability of the materials that we're using, whether it be fiber or even something as something like things like e-waste, etc. These are all things that involve collaboration at every level, private sector, government, and civil society. And it's really important that we, as individuals, as members of civil society, hold both ourselves as well as the wider community accountable, because it's our Earth and we're ruining it.
Thanks so much, Michael. I'm going to bring us to the last of the first round of speakers. I just want to remind everyone that if you have a point to make, a fact to give, a concrete suggestion to offer, we will open it up to the floor shortly, and our speakers will then have another round. Just want to remind you that Article 1 of the Charter of Human Rights and Principles for the Internet stresses that everyone has the right to access to and make use of Internet technologies, I will add. That includes quality of service, that includes freedom of choice of system and software use, that includes ensuring digital inclusion, and also the principles of net neutrality and net equality. So as our cities and our towns become more and more plugged into this large network, and as this large network, as Michael points out, becomes more and more needy of energy and more generous with what it produces as heat, we need to consider the issues of rights, sustainability, and cities. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Roel Ratterink from the city of Amsterdam. So he will talk a little bit about a brand new coalition that our coalition has been very proud to be part of, this new Digital Cities Coalition. So the floor is yours, Roel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Marianne. My name is Roel Ratterink. I'm international advisor for the city of Amsterdam. And as a city, we definitely see all the benefits that digitalization brings, but we also have to voice some concerns about the social and environmental impact, and that we must regulate digitalization as well. Because in the city, all these factors, environmental, social, digital, really come together. We are, of course, the closest democratic institution to citizens, to communities. So we also have to deal with the consequences of digital rights violations, of pollution. And the data centers that were already mentioned, and the data use is going through data centers, which are, for a large part, also located around cities. And of course, we also have certain obligations as cities to manage public space, to set standards for companies, for data centers, for example. We can use our public procurement. When we buy certain services and goods, we can set standards for companies. And of course, we have an obligation to protect vulnerable communities as well. So digital rights are very high on our city agenda as well. Data sovereignty is mentioned explicitly by our city government. Inclusion, digital inclusion is mentioned specifically, open source and open data standards. And digital rights are explicitly mentioned as a form of civil rights by our city government. And I already mentioned the data centers, and we also try to invest in projects to research how we can, limit the impact of data centers. So we are researching possibilities to pump water to the data centers, to use this water for cooling, and to use the heated water to feed it back into the, we call it the heat net, so to say, so to warm houses or industry, etc. We invested in research, setting up international standards for procurement for data centers as well, and value-added plans, which are a way to recalculate the energy use. And the latest move is that in a few days in Barcelona, at the Smart City Conference, we will launch the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights, which is really based on the Coalition for the Charter for Human Rights and Principles for the Internet. It's Barcelona, New York, and Amsterdam, and we're trying to kickstart this movement, and we're trying to make it a worldwide movement under the umbrella of the UN. We would like to have at least 100 cities join us in the first year. The goal is to learn from each other, of course, and to develop actions like the ones I mentioned, but also to set a standard and to make a statement. So the launch will be on Wednesday. And yeah, I think that's the most important thing, to pass on a message that, digitalization is great, the internet is great, it brings many benefits, but we must also be aware of issues like human rights in this context.
Thank you very much. And just to underscore the important move forward in this collaboration is that more people on this planet now live in cities than do not live in cities. So these 3 cities are going to put their best foot forward in terms of these connections. Now I'd like to open it up to the floor. Please, this is an open mic session in many ways, and we're trying to get as many issues onto this first agenda as possible so that in the next outing we can focus. So please, if you take the mic, please say your name and your affiliation. So the floor is up. The floor is all yours. Who would like to make a contribution or comment on any of the comments made so far? Don't be shy. I know it's one of the very first sessions, we're not warmed up yet, but we won't bite. Thank you, Joanna.
Joanna Kulesha, I work at the University of Lodz, and I wear a few other hats, but I'll stick to the university affiliation. I always appreciate sorry, should I introduce myself again? All right, so it's Joanna Kulesha. I work at the university in Lodz, which is in Poland. I always appreciate Michael's environmental take on human rights, and I wanted to dig on that a little bit more. I remember us meeting at various venues, and you mentioned that there are various aspects to the environment and human rights. I was wondering if you might be willing to explore that context, because you just mentioned one of those aspects. I would be happy to hear more about the environmental aspects of human rights, particularly when it comes to the environmental protection, air, etc., etc. I'm happy to specify that question further, but I think you know what I'm linking on. I would be happy for you to elaborate on other issues that are related to environment and human rights. Thank you.
Before Michael elaborates, we'll just gather 1 or 2 more questions or comments. Thank you very much, Joanna.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Yvonne Sleiman from the Ministry of Telecommunications in Lebanon. I have a question. Why we don't put a constitution for human rights in internet? And in this constitution, we mention, in addition of the rights, okay, the limitation and the protection of the human from the internet risks. Thank you.
Okay, we'll consider that very challenging question in a minute. Refer you to the Constitution in so many words that we already have. But 1 more question or comment before Michael responds to Joanna's query. Anybody else? Okay, Michael, would you like to respond? Or anybody else can also respond as well. Which specific rights are being evoked as we speak of sustainability in the environment?
Well, the first thing that comes to my mind, and although this isn't necessarily one that's that's been framed this way, but it's more about the right to a future. I mean, I just turned 30 this year, and something that my partner and I talk about, we talk a lot about whether or not we should have a kid or kids, and I think that I know so many people my age or around my age that are currently having this discussion, like, is it environmentally sound to have a child now? And that to me is something that I don't think any other generation that has ever existed has ever had to consider. Of course, there were safety considerations, for the longest time. I think to myself, what was it like to be a woman that was pregnant in 1939 in Western Europe? I mean, that's probably not exactly the easiest time either. But the fact is, it's like, do we have a human right to our own future, to our own civilization? That's something that I think about way more than I ever wanted to, and that's something that I deal with quite often. Of course, there are the human rights of, do we have the right to live well, to well-being, to exist in cities that aren't crowded, but, that aren't suffocated by dirty air, to drink water that is, not contaminated with pollutants, with plastic, with industrial waste, et cetera, with human waste. These all fit into the wider concept of sustainable development, and whether it's to the growth of humanity or of civilization, or whether it's to ensuring its well-being, this is why it's important to talk about this within the context of the internet and within this community, because everybody has to do their part. The internet, the actors and the stakeholders involved with the internet governance and with internet proliferation, we need to do our part. Obviously, aviation needs to do its part, private sector needs to do its part, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what I would say is we have to look at it holistically, because although, to be frank, if anybody's familiar with the Carbon Futures report, it's essentially it was a report that came out a few years ago saying that, the majority of all greenhouse gas emissions are coming from about 100 companies. Most of those companies have to do with either energy production, clearly, agriculture, or with construction, specifically something like cement, cement mixing, which emits a lot of greenhouse gases. I just want to make this point because I'm sorry, everyone, I get really, passionate about this, and I don't mean to lecture, because I'm assuming that if anybody's in this room, you know of the problem at hand. However, I do have to always kind of remind myself to stay focused on the positives, on the organizations and the initiatives that are working to do this within our own community. There's community networking. I don't know how many people here are familiar with community networks. Community networks, I say over and over again, energy access is something that community networks deal with from the very beginning. Whenever an organization, or whenever these people are going into rural and remote communities and they say, okay, how do we connect them? Well, the first thing that they need to do usually is set up solar panels, because a lot of those individuals don't even necessarily have access to grid power. By reminding ourselves to stay within this holistic framework, underpinned with the idea that we need to respect human rights. Respecting the environment and respecting human rights go hand in hand, because we need the environment a lot more than the environment needs us.
Thanks, Michael. Would anybody else from the panel like to also respond to which specific rights are being evoked? Maureen?
Well, I'd just like to agree. I mean, I think Michael sort of expressed a lot of the issues that the rights that people have need. We should be providing our populations with. I'm just looking at it from the perspective of the Pacific, for example. We've got on our island we have a population of 14,000. I mean, that's sort of like less than some of your little suburbs. But if you took out all the electricity, if you took out and said that, okay, these guys aren't going to have internet anymore, they're not going to have access to the internet. I mean, the uproar. But this is what happens in, this is what is happening in the Pacific, is that there, people there are a lot of islands that, for example, have got fibre cable, and there are still people on those islands that do not have access. But at the same time, you know, like there are, I mentioned the government, the government sort of like priorities. Sometimes the internet is not a priority. Apart from the fact that they use it for everything, that is not an area of investment for a lot of our governments because they've got other interests. And so you know, like when it comes to, like for example, one island, Niue, 1,500 people at that particular point in time. Climate change, a cyclone hit it, it lost everything. Everything on that island sort of like went. It took a long time to deliver services back to normal. When it comes to human rights, for example, this is when, like donors, countries who actually support and want to make sure that the populations actually get back to normality. And there we're starting from basic human rights.
Thank you, Maureen. And as Article 4 of the Charter says, there is a right to development through the internet, which of course is the spirit of the Sustainable Development Goals. And that includes poverty reduction and human development, but also, as we've noted in Article 4B, environmental sustainability, that the internet, however defined internet technology, smart cities, mobile phone masts, must be used in a sustainable way. And this relates to the disposal also of e-waste and to the use of internet technologies for the protection of the environment. So would anyone like to continue, Deputy or Rule, on this theme?
Yeah, I think I'll just sort of briefly build on what Michael said, which I find really interesting, the right to the future, and I think what you said about right to development. I want to come back to the idea of sustainability is not just about, you know, reining in the destruction that we're seeing on various accounts. It's about, like, I think a holistic framework that it's about the fact that if we are wanting to innovate locally, we want to build small systems, we want to build network or economies and sort of outfits that are able to be locally situated, be able to accrue most of the value to the local value chain, to the population, etc. It's not just about sort of reining in the larger excesses that we see, it's also about creating enabling policy environments that will allow startups to sort of do well, that will allow cooperatives to do well, that will allow the principles of the solidarity economy, the social economy to really come forward. It's about the fact that 80% of it's since the 1970s, this is a fact that the McKinsey Institute has found, that startups more and more die. They don't really thrive, they don't really come forward, they just get bought out or they get sold out. I mean, or they get eaten out of competition. That's I think the more prevalent trend that we see. So we need to make space for, I mean, an internet rights approach needs to make space for a right to development that is about like many, many different things. It's about like strengthening a lot of these things, strengthening local worker protection so that precarity is not so awful and like so completely out of control. So it's about like a lot of different things, I would think.
Thanks, Deputy. Rule, did you have any comments? Okay. I just want to extend the apologies of Megan McDermott from the Mozilla Foundation. Due to extenuating circumstances, she's unfortunately unable to make the session. Is there anybody here from the technical or government sector, technical community? Because with the development of smart cities, there's a lot of business to be had, a lot of products to be bought and sold, a lot of techie-based futures. Does anybody would like to comment on some of these issues from a very, give us some concrete, specific examples from the floor? That's my challenge. Mainly because the internet isn't just wishy-washy software and ideas. It's hard, it's tubes and wires and satellites and plastics and concrete. It's a very solid material thing, these networks. So we're not just talking about an ephemeral idea about all being, you know, one world together. Someone had their hand up. Thank you. Please speak directly into the mic, name and affiliation, and thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Kushagra Bhargav from India. I'm representing youth at IGF. So I've been in the technical community for the past 3 years. Currently, I'm in the private sector, but I've been involved in academia and have been working with the Indian government as well in several projects. So my experience with in the technical domain of the internet has been specifically in the domain of online social networks. We had been collecting data, publicly available data, open source data from different social networks. I've been analyzing different kinds of activities that people have been doing, different kind of content that people have been sharing. And as we all know, different big events have been affected by what people have been talking about, right from US presidential elections to Indian prime ministerial elections to Brexit. So this whole concept of fake content or this spread of different kinds of opinions on the internet have been affecting us. Specifically, I would like to talk about one of the works that we did on Twitter. There was this work, so everyone would know the concept of how Twitter works. There's this followers and followee terminology that is there on Twitter. We were analyzing how people leverage this follower count to spread different kinds of fake or genuine information. There's this whole market of this black market which help people manipulate their follower count to increase their social influence. What people do is, I create an account and I change my picture to one of the most popular celebrities of India. I change my name to one of the most popular celebrities. For example, if somebody knows a movie celebrity, like in India, there's this very famous movie celebrity, Amitabh Bachchan. We were trying to analyze his account, and somebody else created this fake account with his name, with his picture, and got around 200,000 followers in a week. And then that person changed his name again, changed his picture again, and tried to spread the different kinds of content. And because 200,000 people are following that person, everyone gets to see that content. And it's very difficult for people to verify that content very quickly unless there's this whole news of that content getting viral, and then people or media checking that facts on ground. It's very difficult to check the facts very quickly. So that news, whatever that account was talking, that news used to get spread to 200,000 followers in just a second. So this is just one of the examples that we were studying. We tried to counter this by using some. So we used some. If more people are from technical background, we tried to detect this behavior using some local neighborhood detection method to analyze what are the anomalies in the network, usually the nodes will form a cluster, but if there's some anomaly, some nodes will not be forming or will not be a part of the cluster. So these are the people who have just created the account or just had got some tremendous amount of increase in the followers in very odd amount of time. So these are some of the things that we explored.
Okay, thank you very much. That's looking at sustainability in the online settings in terms of on a qualitative level. Thank you very much. Are there any, thank you, from the floor.
My name is Atif Khatik. I'm from Pakistan. I work for the Ministry of IT in Pakistan. Before that, I was associated with the academia. I have a background in electrical engineering. When I was in my, working with the research cell that we had in my university, we were working on a small component of smart cities, which was the smart grid systems in Pakistan. And this is a problem that we have had, load shedding and having not enough electricity to go around, and uninterrupted power supply is not a given in Pakistan. For that, there was something that we worked on, and that was a load forecasting model. It was based on AI. Basically, it was based on machine learning, artificial neural networks, that helped us predict the exact amount of electricity that was required for the next year. And the prediction model that we had, that was effective up to around 98-99%. Now that model, since this was like way back in like 2014, when I had not, sold my soul to the devil and joined the bureaucracy, But since then, I have had the opportunity to work with my colleagues back at where we were working, the research cell. It was called CSNR. We have now been using that prediction model to help detect electricity theft in Pakistan. We are using the same model to help find UFG. That's there are spots of gas, of natural gas that that gets lost in the whole supply. There's a whole technical story behind that. But essentially, we have been harnessing and trying to use indigenously developed small projects through funding that the ministry is giving to projects. We have an organization that is helping students come up with ideas. We try to give them a direction. Okay, this is like the major theme that we're working on. We want you to come up with something. And the results have been wonderful. So harnessing the talent that we have in the university, that's been amazing for our government.
Thank you very much. I think in terms of recycling, harnessing small use of water, green forms of energy, I'm sure, Rul, you would have something you'd like to say to that. If we think about a concrete example.
Yeah, actually, I would like to respond to a few things you mentioned. So you mentioned the use of AI and algorithm analysis. And so one of the projects we did in our city is we have a system in our city where any citizen can file a complaint or what do you call it? When there's anything in the public area that might not be right, like a traffic light might not be working, whatever. They send a message to the city government, and before you had to select a certain issue from a drop-down list, etc. And this didn't end up with the right person, this information. And now we're using AI to analyze the complaint. So you just write your complaint and AI analyzes it and sends it to the right person. So it's a really small thing, but I totally agree that AI can definitely be of huge public use. But this is we are really making the first steps, right? This is such a simple thing. So there's this huge unlocked potential. But I also do think that companies have a huge role to play in that, because at this point, we have open source, open data projects. So for example, as a city, we gather some data on air pollution and traffic. And we publish this data online. And it's very good because people can use it to monitor us as a city and ask critical questions. But it's not really of huge social importance at this point. While on the other hand, the things that were mentioned by the sir before, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, they have this huge data sets which can be used, like you did, to analyze psychological, sociological phenomena. So we could even counter, the spread of fake news, hate speech, even terrorism, online spreading of terrorism. We could use that data, but we need, we cannot. The data we gather as public sector is nothing compared to the data that's being gathered by private companies.
I just wanted to also, just to bring an example, just before I arrived here, one of the things that I'm doing in the Cook Islands at the moment is to write an ICT strategy. They didn't have one. And one of the important things is that I went to the ISP to find out sort of like what the status was, especially in regards to mobile technology, and found that the Cook Islands is probably within the Pacific is one of the top social media users. In fact, it was in the top 10 within the Asia Pacific region. And of a population of 15,000 across the whole of the Cook Islands, we had 15,000 social media, 15,000 mobile plans. And that was 3,000 of them were sort of like prepaid and, postpaid, and the 12,000 were prepaid. So it means that, for example, the focus of the ICT strategy is going to be very much focused on mobile use. But the fact that we actually had 100% penetration of, of our population with, obviously the kids who are connected into that population demographic don't count. but maybe they do have them. But we just need to make sure that when we do the strategy, it focuses on getting, using that connectivity that's already there, despite the fact it's fairly expensive. So they're, you know, what's important to them, trying to change their behaviours from perhaps social media to other interests.
Thanks very much. Mobile, social media, mobile phones, the future. Michael.
Thank you. I have just a couple more things to add, and it's actually some responses as well. So the first of all, you know, it was mentioned about the private sector and about collaboration there and about engagement. Absolutely. I mean, already Facebook, Google, Apple, they're investing in renewable energy for their data centers. That's an important, but still only one piece of the pie. There's still very much many other considerations to take into effect. Number two is coming back to this idea of about you know, human rights and how it relates to everything, the right to the future. You know, something that I remembered just a couple minutes ago is that we talk, you know, we think about climate change and rising sea levels. Well, first of all, I mean, the fact that we have a representative from the Cook Islands here, it's really something, because, you know, rising sea levels and climate change are something that, forgive me if I'm wrong, but it's something that you think about every day. And there are already climate refugees from, specifically from, you know, the South Pacific. So, but to talk about how it's related, a study came out earlier this year that just looking at the United States alone, within the next 15 years, 1,101 internet nodes, whether it's data centers or content delivery networks, et cetera, are at risk of being underwater within the next 15 years. So talking about this, how it relates to the internet, it's our infrastructure, it's our bread and butter that we're using to connect people currently. It's absolutely relevant, again. And you know, and really this comes back to the larger issue of solidarity. I mean, how can we talk about human rights and only think about it within a silo? The fact is, human rights are holistic. It's something that we think about from, you know, from start to finish. So I think really emphasizing that aspect of solidarity. And then lastly, something that I was publishing about last year was something I called sustainable access. So it's not just about the sustainable from the environmental side of things, but it's also, it's kind of like, okay, how do we get people on the internet? How do we enable internet connectivity? But how do we keep people on the internet? And how do we enable an environment that is, you know, one that makes people want to stay online? Just yesterday, I saw a Kashmiri activist that's a friend of mine saying that she's giving up Twitter because of the harassment that she faces. You know, people who are not connected, people who are underconnected, digital media literacy skills are absolutely you know, necessary to ensure that they can participate online. Just imagine if you connected to the internet today for the first time. Just you know, all the dangers that exist, all the kinds of you know, information that exists, that's misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, etc. The fact is, you know, these are all connected, and I can't stress that enough. And so, you know, I was trying to tie all these things in together. It's not a one-off solution.
Thanks very much, Michael, and I think your point's very well taken. We're running out of time. So I'm going to ask the panel, and I think the question is, how can we shift the environmental, and here I mean the natural and built environmental burden, as well as the other more social environment. How can we, if we accept that there is a burden, that just the building out, the developing and the extension of all forms of internet connectivity and use have an environmental burden, if that's the consensus, then in so many words, how can we, what are concrete suggestions to take away from this meeting to shift that environmental burden of internet as a development goal, which it is now, so that it can enhance the natural world we're living in, and that it can be an enabler of full inclusion to anything that needs a computer of one sort or another. So how can we shift that burden? What concrete suggestion does the panel have? It can be a small suggestion, something very concrete, and then we'll just have a couple of words before you leave the room. So I'd like to start with Roel. How do we shift that environmental burden to environmental positive?
Yeah, well, we talked about this before, Marianne, and I think you said it right, that new digital developments, whether they're coming from the private sector, from the public sector, whatever, they need to be socially inclusive or environmentally aware by design. So not, have this huge digital explosion and then try to regulate it afterwards. But right now we're in this process and, we can do it now. So I think that will be it.
Oh, sustainable environmental human rights by design. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Raul. Fantastic. Debti, for you.
I think I'll start with a small suggestion because I was listening to some of the points about smart cities, etc. I think the key really is, I think if we get our global data policy frameworks right, I think that's a great building block to sort of like thinking about how the future of the internet can be reshaped, because I think it's very much all about the data. It's about like how we build context-appropriate data frameworks for specific states, for specific development goals, etc., that are bottom-led, that are local-led and locally sort of situated. So,
thank you. And Michael, in one sentence, what's your concrete suggestion to shift the burden? One sentence only.
Just one sentence? Okay. I would say, integrate sustainability into the design of our networks, into the design of our product chains as that relates to technology. And keep talking about this.
Thank you, Michael. Fantastic. And Maureen?
Thank you. I agree with everyone. But I think that we're very lucky where we are because we're starting from scratch. We can actually make sure, hopefully from now, that we actually take into account, environment, human rights, all those things that actually make it a very successful, sustainable future.
So I hope that's enough takeaways for now. I'd like to, just before I finish the session, the Internet Rights and Principles Coalition has a booth this year. We're very excited, complete with balloons and our very own youth representative of the age of 3. So if you go into the middle concourse and go left, and look right, we're there, so please come and join us and chat. The other thing is, please join our mailing list. We have our annual elections. We're looking for committed people who know the charter work, who want to join the steering committee and stand for the steering committee. So all that is happening. We have many, many other sessions. We have one on refugees' rights, which is continuing what we've been doing on Wednesday morning. We're participating in the Dynamic Coalition's main session. What else are we doing, Minda?
The Human Rights, Gender and Youth main session tomorrow at 4:30 as well.
Yes, so the brochures and everything's there. I'd like to thank the fantastic panel and thank you for being here and have a great Internet Governance Forum. And think twice before you start a search, because that uses up like dozens of kettles of boiling water. So maybe try and temper your own access while you're here. I know that's crazy, but you might want to think about lo-fi forms of communication. Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. We'll just wait another couple of more minutes as people are still coming into this session. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your patience. Good morning. My name is Nadia Chahia, and I'm on the steering committee for the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. The Youth Coalition on Internet Governance strives to enable more young people to join the discussion and overcome obstacles they face in doing so, such as the monetary aspects, the experience, the skill set, and also the network-related challenges. We have an open membership, an open mailing list, and open archives for everybody to be involved with. So what we aim to do is to empower youth who want to actively participate in the IGF's intersessional activities and initiatives. We support the IGF, the MAG, and the IGF Secretariat in facilitating the active involvement and engagement of more young people on an equal footing with all other stakeholders in internet governance discussions, negotiations, strategies, and processes. As a dynamic coalition, we gather all these people together to form part of a discussion here within the IGF. So today I am here as your only representative for the Youth Coalition Internet Governance. My fellow colleagues unfortunately had to excuse themselves. They were unable to attend this IGF session, but thankfully I'm joined here today by Sue-Sonja Herring from CDIG and Charalampos Kiritis, who will be presenting the YouthDig messages. So at the end of the Y6 session last year, we asked the question, how can people rise to the occasion to contribute to internet governments, and what a Y6 2018 priority should there be? So what we did in the last year is after the meeting at the IGF, we were invited to meet with the cabinet of Commissioner Maria Gabriel from the European Union to talk about priorities in internet governance and upcoming opportunities for young people in the EU. We discussed with the YC community which particular issues they wanted to see addressed by the Commissioner's cabinet, and we talked about copyright issues, access to the internet, participation in the fake news debate, and how the information disorder is being developed. We talked about safer internet, and also about Eurodig and CDIG participation as main topics. We were involved with the promotion of EU Code Week, so we encouraged stakeholders to host events and promoted the activities that were involved with it. We advised and support youth organizations, companies, and entrepreneurs to manage the activities for this week, and we aided with grant applications and to ensure that people had the funding to be able to do the activities that they wanted to present. Additionally, we encourage young girls and women to participate and thrive with coding and promote the EU Code Week events in general. Additionally, we also represented at international conferences such as YouthDig, Eurodig, CDIG, and at the Council of Europe workshop on youth participation. There are several other groups that were involved. So in the Asia Pacific, the community outreach in APAC to promote youth participation, they had an internet governance boost camp. They had a model ICANN meeting. They organized a youth internet governance camp. And the 9th Asia Pacific Youth Internet Governance Forum and the Hong Kong Youth Internet Governance Forum. Digital Grassroots in Africa, which is a youth-led initiative working with youth to proactively engage them in addressing internet-related issues in their communities, did web literacy for the underrepresented, organized mentorship schemes, and many other things, including youth IGF initiatives in the underrepresented communities, working open and leading open for a healthy internet, and digital rights advocacy in the Global South. That being said, I would like to give the floor to Sue-Sonja Herring to present CDIG and her other activities.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today with us. A brief introduction. I'm the coordinator of Youth IGF Turkey, a member of YCIG, and executive committee member of CDIG, which stands for Southeast European Dialogue on Internet Governance. So briefly, I'd like to read out a few messages from this year's CDIG and also talk about what we did in this year's youth school, which is CDIG's capacity building program towards university and master students, which is youth. So at this year's annual meeting, we had many different sessions on different topics, including digitalization in the region, digital skills, net neutrality, digital rights, cybersecurity, the click economy, data-driven technologies, and internet governance in Southeastern Europe. So there's at least 5-6 messages from each topic. So like I said, I'll only read out the ones from the session, which was on internet governance in the region. So resources, human and financial, are essential for building sustainability into IGF initiatives. And the impact of IGF initiatives is not easy to measure, but there are concrete examples of how the discussions held at IGF meetings had positive impact on organizations and countries. An example was the discussions at the Bosnia and Herzegovina IGF on internet exchange points led to the creation of an internet exchange point in the country. So as you may all know, on the global level, the discussion keeps revolving around what is the impact of the IGF or of the national and regional IGFs. So both in Youth IGF Turkey and in CDIG, we are firm believers that these platforms for open and inclusive dialogue are very valuable, and they do have impact, if not instant impact. And as I said, I'd like to talk about this year's youth school a bit, and there are some members of the CDIG community in here as well, and thank you for joining. We had a full day of debates. Like before the program, we had online meetings and a few webinars, which included introduction to the IG ecosystem and its actors, and during the annual meeting, our activity with the youth school focused on internet business models following the Cambridge Analytica scandal, and we separated our students, our participants, into 2 different groups, and one part presented the internet business side and the other part the user side. And I won't get into too much detail, but as you know, they have clashing priorities and interests, and we task them with coming up with a model that respects user rights and privacy while at the same time still helps maintain a working business model, a profitable business model. All of this can be found online in detail, or you can come up to me and talk to me about it if you're curious to hear more. And soon we will be launching the 2019 Youth School applications, and the applications are open to anyone from the region or residing in the region. And our region consists of 20+ countries, so not just strictly Southeast East Europe. And as closing remarks, we organized Youth IGF Turkey this past Thursday, and our topics included data-based entrepreneurship, networks and security, introduction to internet governance, and other topics, and of course the GDPR and the equivalent of GDPR in Turkey. And in the coming years, I hope to see youth from Turkey in this room as well, but it doesn't seem to be happening just yet. And as YCIG with Nadia and a few other YCIG members, we brought together a working group to increase youth participation at IGF 2018. We started the working group early this past summer, and our aim was to actively lobby for the inclusion of key participants, youth key participants, in specifically youth interest sessions. So we mapped out, I think it's around 10 or 8 sessions that were direct youth or children interest. And then we also send out a call through our membership to find out which youth experts would be attending the IGF in person this year. And then we tried to bring together workshops which didn't have, which were talking about youth but didn't have youth as key participants, and tried to bring them together with youth experts. And we reached out to the session organizing teams, and to be honest, the feedback, the replies weren't that many and weren't that productive, maybe. I don't know what the right word here is. But yeah, in total, we reached out to maybe 8 workshop organizers, and we received replies only from 3 of them. And 2 of them mentioned that youth experts were welcome to attend and join discussions from the floor, which, this is my personal opinion, I find it completely unhelpful because, as you all know, no one needs an invitation to join from the floor workshop. Everyone's open to raise their hand and talk anyway. So that felt as a non-answer. And then towards the end, like in the past few days, we received a few outreach or replies asking if we had very specific suggestions on youth experts, like tailored things such as, do you have an 18-year-old person who works in social media, or between this age range who is not working, who is not a professional, So my main point is, I think we need more of you, and we need more adults to collaborate with us to make youth participation, active, meaningful youth participation at the IGF, a reality and beyond lip service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. I would like now to give the floor to Harris to talk about YouthDig.
So I was a YouthDig participant, both in Tallinn, EuroDig 2017, and also in this year, EuroDig in Georgia, by Council of Europe. So YouthDig messages is messages that saved in the end of the pre-event that is part of EuroDig, the YouthDig. And the messages are drafted by young people that they have their first touch with the internet governance sessions. So this year our messages were split into 5 categories: accessibility, digital literacy, internet that works for everybody, and digital inclusion, also regulation of the internet. So in accessibility, ensuring the equality of participation of young people from different backgrounds, especially underprivileged groups such as, but not limited to, women, minorities, and LGBTIQ+ communities, through funding mechanism by governments and private companies should be increased. Also, ensuring a systematic approach for youth participation in statutory structures of the internet governance stakeholders, such as youth representation and decision-making bodies. In digital literacy, no one should tolerate misinformation nor give ground to those who create and share it. More resources should be allocated to promote critical thinking on information disorder. Also, education is a vital part for increasing digital literacy, so that people can make informed decisions online in order to get most of their time on the internet and stay safe. An internet that works for everybody. Internet can be even more indispensable than ever in everyone's lives in the future. Everybody should have the right to save the future of the internet, and we need to ensure that it remains a global social resource that is open and benefits humanity. In order to achieve this, the development of the internet should be pursued in an inclusive, bottom-up and multi-stakeholder process. Regulation of the internet and data privacy and legal protection against cybercrime. Regulation of the internet involves rules which govern the internet and should be enforced by governments and intermediaries, while also constituting a mechanism which empowers and protects the rights of the end users. Legal protection against cybercrime should be comprehensive. All crimes committed online should be dealt at the same seriousness as those committed offline. Cybercrime should be dealt with tools to pertain the online world. Finally, digital inclusion. In order to foster digital inclusion,
computerware as content and services should be usable and accessible by design on a non-discriminatory basis. Preventive and preactive measures are necessary to better protect vulnerable groups, such as, but not limited again, to child, women, ethnic minorities, and LGBTQI groups. Users should have more proactive call about calling out hate speech and online websites. We need to be more robust in ways to tackle discriminatory and dehumanitarian behaviors.
Thank you very much, Harris. I really appreciate these messages. These messages were made by your colleagues. Your colleagues have come together to meet with other stakeholders from different groups, from different areas, from different perspectives. They come from different academic backgrounds. They come from different socio-economic backgrounds to have open discussions about these. If you have the time, please take the time to read through these messages one more time and come back and join these discussions, just like we'll have here today later, about what you can do for youth participation. How would you like to see youth participation evolve within IGF structures, and what kind of topics should we be talking about? What topics should be on the agenda? What topics can young people be involved in, and should young people be shaping while we're improving and continuing our discussions? So that being said, having looked at the messages from last year, I would like to invite Auke Pauls from Eurodic to come and present the upcoming Eurodic for 2019.
Thank you, Nadia, for giving me the floor. Yeah, so we heard last year Eurodic has been in Tbilisi in Georgia. It was a great success. We had also a youth program prior to Eurodic called YouthDic, with around 30 participants from, I guess, 17 different countries in Europe. But first of all, let me explain what Eurodic is. Eurodic is the European Dialogue on Internet Governance. So actually that's the European version of the IGF. But there are some differences between the IGF and what Eurodic is. Eurodic, the people itself create a workshop. The workshop creation is a bottom-up process. So everyone can join an organizing team and they create a workshop themselves. And we also we also encourage youngsters to join the workshops. So that's why we organize 2 days before Eurodic itself, YouthDic. YouthDic is a youth program for youngsters between 18 and 30 years old from all European countries. And what we do there is we YouthDic or Eurodic or a conference like the IGF can be quite overwhelming for you all. That's what I also personally, my personal feeling was. So that's why at YouthDic we give a quick introduction of the subjects that are being discussed, and also give a quick overview of the program and try to connect with other youngsters and also subject matter experts to connect prior to Eurodic itself. So I invite you all to join, and at this moment the workshop, or we can already submit issues for workshop proposals. I guess it will close this month. End of this month. And after that, the workshops are being created, and there will be a planning meeting on the 15th of January in The Hague. And that will be also the location where EURDIG will be next year in 2019. EURDIG will be in The Hague, the Netherlands, from 19 until the 20th of June. And the application for YouthDig opens around April. So thank you for your attention, and I hope to see you around this week and also later in The Hague. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Auke. And I really hope that if you're organizing something yourself, that you will also come and present that on our mailing list or on our Facebook page. We would love to attend. We would love to send people to come to your events. And as much as we hope that next year we will be able to present some of your topics here at this session, so that we can show how young people are getting involved and what kind of messages we can create together. We want to work on a local level. We want to work with people from all kinds of different backgrounds, not only the people who are capable of managing to get to a particular location, to bringing all these messages from these remote locations or from popular hubs where there are interesting discussions to come together. These events are so incredibly important and incredibly great opportunity to network, to get involved, and to participate in internet governance, that this is a really such a grand chance to do something and to have your voice heard. So I do hope that you will get engaged, and for those who are engaged, come and reach out to us for us to be there with you, to encourage the rest of the community to be there with you, and to see if we can cooperate together and see if there are any synergies together. That being said, normally in this part of the agenda there's an elections update. This year we would have a new steering committee. However, we're still in the middle of the elections. There were no nominations for the African group, so normally we have a steering committee which consists out of 5 individuals, each representing a respective region based on the United Nations regional groupings. So these groups are the African group, the Asia Pacific group, the Eastern European group, the Latin American and Caribbean group, and the Western European and others group. There were no candidates for the African group, nor for the Latin American and Caribbean group. So they extended nominations for a few more days. When there were no further nominations, we went ahead with the elections, and that's where we are at this moment in time. So we hope to be able to announce the new steering committee over the mailing list in the next few days. However, as per our statutes, within the next 2 weeks, we will open nominations, and I hope that you will reach out to your communities and encourage people from the African group and from the Latin American and Caribbean group to nominate themselves, or for you to nominate your friends to get involved, so that we can actually get an active participation from all these different groups together, and that we can shape an IGF agenda and an international agenda that can really support young people and their different communities. So we must move forward, and therefore I would like to have a discussion about how the WISEC community can rise to the occasion to promote meaningful youth participation, to advocate for the rights and opportunities for young people in internet governance, and create an environment in which young people can easier engage in internet governance processes. So to open the discussion, I would like to give the floor to the Council of Europe to give some brief remarks about youth participation.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marius Gita. I work at the Council of Europe. For those of you who are not familiar with what the Council of Europe is the intergovernmental organization on the continent, which has 47 member states, which means that, of course, it serves the interests of the citizens of these 47 member states. You may wonder why the Intergovernmental Organization is present here among the other stakeholders, and the answer is going to be simple, because the organization itself did many things in regard to support of the presence of young people in the internet governance, I would say, but also in the whole larger aspect of what it means participation of young people. You may also wonder why the banner you are having on your left it's widely presented, and the fact also is simple, I would say, because the Council of Europe had run a campaign on the No Hate Speech movement, which was a very successful campaign that we did for a couple of years. The campaign just concluded its activities in the spring this year. The conclusions of the campaign can be found in print because I brought them with me. And this is one of the key activities that we had among the ones that we are working with, because we consider the empowering of young people being an essential element in the participation processes. What we continue to do is the fact that we want to deepen a bit the work that we've been doing, meaning that we want to see exactly how young people can continue their involvement in the internet governance. And in order to do so, I just would like to let you know that we launched the call for authoring a handbook of what does it mean youth participation internet governance. For those that are interested into finding out more information, the call It's Public has just been launched. So those of you who are interested into contributing to such publication, please get involved. Please get in contact with us, with the institution, but also with the colleagues that are around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I lay the question before you. How can we, young participants, the YC community, rise to the occasion to promote youth participation? Where can we advocate for rights and opportunities for young people in internet governance? And how can we create an environment in which young people can easier engage in these processes? The floor is open to you. This is a discussion for you to really share what are your insights, how are things done in your communities, what are the struggles that you meet, and see if anybody else is meeting these same struggles, or perhaps they have overcome those. What kind of things can we do? And as we see here, we're not alone. There are many opportunities available to us for us to actually give a voice, give a say. The Council of Europe here today says, we're reaching out to you. We have a call open. Come and talk to us about what what can be done. The thing is that we can only know about these opportunities as we share it. And therefore, I open this floor to you, and I hope that you will take this opportunity to share this, and then afterwards that we can share this back in our local communities and tell them about all the opportunities that are going to arise, not only at this session here, but during the sessions of the entire Internet Governance Forum. So please, are there any questions, comments, concerns?
Hello, I'm just jumping ahead. I'm Elisabeth Schaumann, here on behalf of the Council of Europe Youth Department, but I'm also co-organizing YouthDig, that has been mentioned many times now, so I won't go into that too much. I just want to point out something that we maybe all don't really want to hear that much, is that there needs to be, in order for us to come here, to be funded, needs to be a conscious effort by various organizations to make that happen. So, for example, Eurodig, in its strategic plannings, really makes an effort to bring in young people, and now in cooperation with the Council of Europe, to fund even more and to facilitate those capacity building moments, but that wouldn't happen just because young people gather. There has to be some form of continuous lobbying, as you point out, which can happen if we continuously work together. I find it a bit troubling that now this has become a very Eurocentric discussion in the room, but I also pointed out there are no candidates for those groups of Latin America and the Caribbean and African countries. And I feel like as much as I love being involved in Europe and will keep being involved in Europe, our bigger question might be how to incorporate those who are not European and don't have those fundings around them that makes it possible for us to show up here.
Thank you very much for your comments. Was there another comment over there? Yes?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, my name is Pradipta. I'm from Indonesia, and I would like to take point on what Sonia mentioned previously on the session that just recently sent requests on specific youth experts. I went to that session this morning, and they didn't have any of youth experts that they mentioned, and the report was not also quite comprehensive because it just shown things that appear on the public very famous, and unfortunately it was also covering western part of the globe as well, so it's only European and American which was represented in the report, so unfortunately it was not really inclusive at the moment. However, I think this also relates to my comment that we as youth at the moment needs to point out what would be our expertise and why do the rest of stakeholders needs us. And we also need to bring them to our to exist, that we exist, that they have to aware that we exist and our voice matters. I actually love what Internet Society has, Internet Society's program with Count My Voice program, where many youth champion in the local area, local level, being shown, being presented of work that they have done with internet and how the internet really matters to youth champion at the local level. This is something very interesting that can be done in future steps, and also approach to relevant stakeholders like government and private business that has the capability, I think, to also impact the policy which should be done in the local level, not only in the regional or international level, because after all, we at the local level are the one who are currently aware with the current situation as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments, questions? Please.
Hi, my name's Ioana. I'm with Media Legal Defense Initiative from England. This is actually my first IGF, so I'm still a bit new to all of this. My question was about trying to foster an interest in internet governance, and especially in terms of partnering with universities and perhaps having some sort of education network, not just in Europe, but worldwide, as we've already mentioned, is quite important. And I was just wondering if you tried this in the past or if there was any possibility for this, because I know my university didn't even have anything in internet law or policy, and it's just been me trying to find organizations such as this to kind of keep developing my interest and my knowledge in it.
Thank you very much for your question. So we as YSIG haven't directly addressed this, but there is I don't know if I would call them an organization, but there is GigaNet. I don't know if you're already familiar with them, but GigaNet is a group of educators, academics, who are involved on internet governance issues, and I think they have their conference the day after the IGF. There are many of them who are walking around here, but if you are interested, I can give you details on how to sign up to their mailing list, and then you can find out about opportunities within the academic sphere on what the academics themselves are doing in terms of organizing themselves, what topics they're talking about, and how they're fostering discussions. And perhaps that might be an opportunity for you to explore on how to engage with universities and setting up an education network.
Sorry, if I could just follow up. Part of my question was more on having YouthDig or you advertise more towards university students in order to garner, more interest and more support from that strata of youth participation as well.
Okay, thank you. For this year's IGF, we launched a Join Us campaign in French to reach out to local French communities to be able to attend here today. We hope to be able to extend that for other opportunities, but we are only as strong as our members are. We hope that for any upcoming initiatives, if people tell us that we can actually promote that in advance and set up campaigns. We have some wonderful designers that are part of the YC community that can make beautiful posters and logos and then can help support in that regard. So thank you very much for your comment, and that's certainly something that we can take on board for 2019 to make sure that these initiatives, whether that's in Europe or also the other regions, are presented and promoted that way. Are there, Sonia, would you like to take the?
Also, I don't know if you were here in the beginning of the session, but like I said, CDIG's youth school is particularly aimed at university students and master's students. And talking about this conversation getting a bit too Eurocentric, I'd like to re-mention Digital Grassroots, which a lot of their members can't be, founding members can't be here today, but they attended last year with the contribution of ISOC and since created a truly international community of young people, which they conducted online trainings and assignments, and they had 3 cohorts, and the third one was entirely in French. And I just wanted to underline their impressive work since they couldn't be here to talk about it themselves.
I believe Auke wanted to make a quick remark, and then we'll go into the back.
Yes, I did. My name is Auke Pals. I'm now speaking on behalf of the Dutch Youth IGF. And what we did in the Netherlands, we had a group of like 100 students, and we discussed issues that we found important. And one of the issues was cybersecurity, and then mainly how to deal with hacking. So one of the issues was responsible disclosure. And we had a whole afternoon discussing about how to deal with hacking as a community. So we invited law enforcement agencies, hackers, and yeah, a whole bunch of people. And we discussed issues around that. But I'm from the Netherlands, and that's my perspective. But I guess we're with quite a few youngsters here in the room. And I'm curious if we got the time to hear a best practice or any other issues that are being discussed in other countries.
Great, thank you very much. I'll take a comment from the back first. No, yes, please.
Hi, my name is Poppy. I'm from South Africa. So in terms of youth participation, I think that we should allow the youth to have a voice. So having more faith in the girl child when it comes to technology. So I believe that the girl child is still overlooked and encouraged to opt for more caring careers, especially in less developed countries. And so we need more and more female youth pioneers in internet governance. Also, just encourage learning in the digital space, especially disadvantaged areas, because I think that that should be a more focal area. Lastly, so this allows young people to develop their thinking capacity and actively seek solutions for the problems that they encounter. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for your comment. Are there any other further comments from the room? Please.
Hi, I'm Ahita. I'm from India, and I'm a Youth at IGF Fellow here. We organized the first Youth IGF India 3 weeks back, and it was a success. And we had 150 participants, and out of which 90% were women. So so I actually wanted to talk about the event, talk about how it went on. So we discussed a lot of issues that are going on in India. We covered the basics of internet governance. We had a multi-stakeholder role play on connecting the next billion. And then we had a panel discussion from various stakeholders, lawyers and technical people on privacies and safeguards in the internet. So since it was the first Youth IGF, we wanted to increase the participation. So we had 150 participants and people from various other IG organizations there to speak, to help. So we faced a couple of challenges because India is culturally very diverse. There are multiple ethnic groups, and I would say there are challenges and there's some restrictions also. And we wanted to make sure that there are a lot of girls involved at our Youth IGF, the first Youth IGF. From your experiences, I would like to know, how do you increase the absorption rate? How do you make sure that people are interested, and how should we go about and from the next year onwards to expand Youth IGF in India? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone want to answer that question? This is your floor, this is your discussion, this is your debate. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Daniel Bilopio from Uganda. I think I like the idea of what AHITA and the Indian team did. I just think that we should kind of adopt the same in different IGF chapters all over the world to see how it goes. So thereby we shall be able to have experiences and share responses that can resonate with what the other colleagues are facing from the different countries. So I think it's a brilliant idea to be able to hold youth IGFs in different chapters, and perhaps actually have youth IGF ISOC chapters, perhaps in various institutions within the different chapters, to see how we can have responses to such things. Yes, thank you.
I think these are both wonderful comments. What I would highly encourage you to do is that in 2019, at some point there's an opportunity to propose topics that you can discuss during an IGF. One of the topics could be how can youth IGFs bring together, and if you two would like to join together, or if you know other youth IGFs that are kind of contributing and you think would also want to be involved, perhaps you can propose the topic to the IGF, and if that gets selected by the MAG, by the body that sets the agenda, then you'll be able to have the discussion and see and bring all these different insights together. And I really hope that if you decide to go ahead with that, or if you need any support with the proposal, we will be here to foster that. And next year, whether, I think that's in Germany, whether if you are able to come, and that we can find ways to ensure that all these different groups can come together and foster this discussion that you would like to raise. Thank you. I saw earlier there was a comment or a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Alex Smith. I'm from the United States, and I also work at Facebook doing social impact work. I had a question similar to one that was asked previously about recruitment. So in North America, it's definitely a little bit more desolate in our representation here, and I was wondering, in regards to university representation and connecting with different organizations that may be interested in fostering youth involvement in forums such as these, what are the best ways to do that?
Does anyone want to share their experiences in regards to this? Please.
Well, hello, my name is Dominic Scherer, and I'm also here on behalf of the Council of Europe. And we have been working in internet governance, as Marius has just said before. And I would say it has been quite successfully when we look at, for example, the No Hate Speech Movement campaign. But I think it's also important to see that there are certain barriers that make it more difficult for young people to effectively be part of this conversation. And if I want to break it down, I think probably there's two that would come to my mind very strongly. One of them is the content that is not very simple and spread across young people, and I think there is really a need to raise awareness first that the topic is relevant to young people, to create interest, but then to also ensure that there's this base knowledge, because otherwise, as Auke said before, the content is very intimidating, so there needs to be a format that also prepares young people to interact, and I think that's where these youth IGFs or youth chapters of local chapters can come in. And I think that's where the second kind of barrier comes in, because these events, they are designed for adults, and it is very important that the process can be made in a format that is also accessible to young people. And With that, I think the youth IGFs can really also play a big role in preparing young people, not only with regards to the content, but also to the process, and accompany them in how can we meaningfully implement these and interact with the chapter on the IGF, so we can have youth experts prepared, and so we can also ask for them with a stronger voice. So if I want to sum it up, it's really being aware, being informed, and shaping the process so it's youth-friendly and encourages youth participation.
Thank you very much for your comment. On my own behalf, from my personal experience, I see the issue kind of as two things. Firstly, when we talk about internet governance, does everybody exactly know what that means? When I started working in internet governance, so I specialize in information warfare, so the whole fake news debate is the thing where you can keep me going on for hours and hours and hours. So when we talk about kind of those type of issues, you don't necessarily realize that you work in internet governance. If you are working in data protection, you don't necessarily know that you're working in internet governance. So when you're reaching out to students and people, sometimes it's more tangible for young people to say, you know, I'm engaged because I work on this topic, rather than, oh, how to get them involved in internet governance. People think internet governance is not really with me. Internet governance could be law or could be policy, which is not necessarily my thing. So for people to then reach out and to talk to you about internet governance, how are we shaping and forming a discussion to include people within the recruitment? So I see that as one of the topics which could be a difficulty in engaging young people. And then the second thing is, in terms of recruitment, is always funding. So when there's only limited funding opportunities, it depends on your community. If you're in a type of community where you're telling all your friends, hey, I got into this opportunity, you should all do it, then you will have massive outreach. And I've seen some incredible applications where you had, from just one school, maybe about 100 or 200 applications for one event. But then there's also people who don't share these kind of initiatives. So it is also part of the communities, whether or not you're willing to share the opportunities that we share among each other. So firstly, you need to share it with us so that we can share it with other people. But then when we do share things with you, it's also your responsible participation that you then share with other people. So it is as much as a responsibility of kind of one area as much as it's a community responsibility. I see that has elicited a lot of discussions, but I'm also conscious that we only have a limited amount of time. So I saw 3-4 hands. Can I ask you to keep your remarks very shortly? We'll just take them one after the other, starting from the right side of the room.
Okay, thank you. Diana, Internet Society IGF Ambassador. And thank you, Sona, for the introduction of Digital Grassroots. Just wanted to add something. More than a month ago, we have launched a petition at change.org. It's called Youth Inclusion in Global Internet Governance. It's an open letter to representatives of national and international internet governance bodies. And we now have almost 400 signatures, and to help us get more, please go to Internet Society booth. They have an iPad there where you can sign directly, or you can go to Digital Grassroots booth and we can guide you with the link and you can help us get more signatures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I remember there was a comment in the back.
Hello, I'm Carson from Tanzania. My remark is I think it's about time that we create general public knowledge that's adopted to the education hierarchy when it comes to internet and internet governance. That we see we have young children, 3-year-olds, who can really interact with whatever online gaming and stuff. So if we can implement some sort of strategy or some sort of a public knowledge in which from a young age people can be trained on the importance of the internet and how they can have the literacy skills, I think in the next generation we can have really competent people and better decision makers, to lead the way.
Wonderful. You wanted to make a brief comment?
Yes. I'm Jennifer from NetVision.Asia. So I'm one of the organizers of NetVision Ambassador Program and YIGF for the youth participation in the Asia Pacific region. So talk about recruitment and everything, youth participation in internet governance. I found struggles too, because Asia Pacific, we have different levels of development, unlike Europe or other regions. Some people concerned about internet access, we other maybe already concerned about net neutrality or the equality on the internet. So like, especially this year, we have the Net Mission Ambassador Program. We make it more regional for Asia. So we hope that like today in here, some other organization, especially from Asia, we can make connections because we really need to get connect with other young people in the region and around the world, so we can actually get engaged and at least like sometimes start with raising their awareness so that we can move working our programs in our regions together, like start from getting connect. So I really hope after these sessions, you guys if you guys have time, can go to the booth. We are from .Asia organization, and we can find me so we can see whether we can work on something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there was one last comment.
I'll just sit here. Sorry. Menno Etema from the Council of Europe, Anti-Discrimination Department, and also involved in the No Hate Speech movement. I think your point was very correctly that I think we need to see that internet governance is much wider than, and it's not only about youth participation, but also youth participation cross-section with other issues. I think the entry point for young people is maybe not necessarily internet governance directly, but for example, concern about gender, or concern about non-discrimination, or concern or about participation in local issues. So I think we also need to really focus on where are young people, what are the themes of young people in general, and what's the intersection with internet. I mean, I was just in a session on gender and internet governance and gender, and there were lots of young people there, actually, young women speaking up about the issues of access and non-participation in society, not having access to the internet because of gender discrimination. And I think there is where youth participation also really comes in, and young women are there, and there's many platforms where young people are speaking. So we need to get those people in these IGFs.
Thank you very much for your comment. Now that we're going to the last few minutes of our session, I would like to make a couple of comments. That firstly, remember that we have our elections, that we are looking still for a member to represent the African group and someone to represent the Latin American and Caribbean group. It's important for us that we can actually reach out to the communities and have someone that understands the atmosphere and the region in which you're working with, so that we can make sure that we provide you with the advice and support that you need and working with the bodies that are associated with it. So as I'm the steering committee member that represents Western Europe and the others group, I enjoy a good working relationship with the Council of Europe. But we also reach out to ASEAN. We also reach out to the African Pacific Caribbean group and the African Union. So these are opportunities that are still open, and we need people to be willing to engage with us, to be able to be that liaison, to allow young people to engage in those into those spheres and areas. One thing that we do with WISIG is we have our own campaign at the end of our DC session, which is the We Missed You session. We take one photo of everybody who attended our session, and we make a beautiful collage out of it, and then we share online that we missed you and we hope to see you at IGF 2019. So I kindly would like to invite all of you to come and join me for this photo, so that we can say, hey everyone, we missed you at IGF 2018 and we hope to see you in 2019. And with that, I would like to close this session. I would like to thank very much everybody here for participating. I would also like to thank the captioner who is live captioning this. And I hope you have a wonderful IGF. I'm here the entire week, so if you have any questions, concerns, if you want to reach out to me on working on projects or any collaborations, or you're looking for partnerships, please do reach out. Whether or not I am your representative for your particular group, we can find opportunities in which we can engage with the entire world. Thank you all so much, and have a good IGF. So if those who are interested in the photo, if you could gather in the right corner so that we can take the photo against that back wall.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Marina Kaljurand. I'm the chair of the Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace, and I think that we are ready to start. We were informed by the organizers that we have to finish by 2:45 in order to get to the main room to listen to President Macron. With my colleagues, I just came from the panel which was organized by the Paris Peace Forum, which was discussing the Paris Call. And it was good to know that today there are 51 countries, 93 civil society organizations, and more than 200 private sector actors who have already endorsed the Paris Call. And I'm really proud that our Commission is among those from civil society, and our Commission was involved in the work. And once again, I'd like to congratulate France on wonderful, wonderful endeavor and for having such a wide support. For me, the Paris Call maybe is a very important document because of the multi-stakeholder model, multi-stakeholder approach. It is advertising, it is paying attention to, and I hope that from a political document, it will soon be a working document, and when we meet a year later, we can have best practices of multi-stakeholder approach and model. And having said that, as you see, we have commissioners at the table, we have our advisors, our supporters in the audience, and I'd like to invite my co-chair, Michael Chertoff, to introduce the work of our commission, and then we go to the norms that we're going to propose. Mike, please.
Thank you, Marina. I'm delighted to be here, and we're delighted to be part of the proceedings here. I thought I'd just give you a little bit of background about the Commission and what we've done and what we propose to talk about today. The Commission was launched in 2017 at the Munich Security Conference, and the idea was to focus on the norms and policies that promote security and stability in cyberspace. So obviously there are a lot of issues to discuss with the internet, but we felt that security and stability of cyberspace as a whole was something that required attentiveness. And part of the design of the Commission was to bring not just government, but private actors and civil society into the dialogue about how to preserve stability. The idea here is that unlike the traditional notion with respect to international norms, that they are largely government-driven, given the nature of cyberspace and given the fact that much of the actual operational activity is in private hands, there has to be a multi-stakeholder approach. It has to be not just government, it has to be the private sector and civil society as well. In composing the Commission, we try to reflect this. The 28 commissioners who've been part of this include people with technical expertise and background, academics, former government officials, the idea being that they would bring a wide variety of perspectives to the challenges that we are addressing. It's been sponsored initially by the Hague Center for Strategic Studies, which, together with the East-West Institute, provided staffing for the Secretariat and for organizing our activities logistically. In addition, to further broaden the inputs from a wider variety of stakeholders, we set up a research group and included sponsors that could be involved in the process of doing research and helping us execute the mission of the Commission. The idea being, again, we want to have the broadest input from around the world. We've met for approximately 4 times a year, and the idea has been to develop and, as we'll describe, lay out proposed norms for state behavior and, frankly, for non-state behavior. And the reason that non-state behavior is important, again, is because so much of what occurs operationally is in private hands. So it's not just a question of a government monopoly on what happens on the internet. Our purpose here today, in part, is to get feedback from you to refine what we have laid out and will describe as the key principles for security and stability, and to talk about what are the things that stakeholders need to do going forward. So we hope this will be a constructive dialogue. We hope you will find our norms to be sensible and compelling, but we also want to hear your feedback. And so with that, let me turn it back to Marina.
Michael, thank you. And now we'll proceed the following way. Today we have the kind of a soft launch of norm package. We call it Singapore because we agreed it more or less in Singapore. We had to do some fine-tuning after Singapore, but we call it a Singapore package. We'll come to that. But to start with, I would like to start with the first norm that we adopted almost a year ago, and which we proposed was the call to protect the public core of the internet. And Wolfgang, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Marina.
I'm sorry. I think that the easiest way is that we introduce the norms, all of them, and then we start discussion, so that we will have time to talk about all norms that are of interest to you. Thank you. Welcome, please.
Thank you, Marina. When we started to work in the Commission, we realized that there is a certain hierarchy in the norms. There are norms which has really a very general and universal value, and there are other norms which have more a specific meaning for a specific sector. And in today's world, I think everything is dependent from the functioning of the internet. So I think our national security is today cybersecurity. Our national economy is a digital economy. And, you know, rights are online and offline more or less the same. And insofar, it was very natural to say, you know, if we want to have a stability in the cyberspace, we have to have a very secure and stable core of the internet. Because if the internet does not function, this undermines the security of everybody, this undermines the economy of all countries. And insofar, to have a norm which protects the public core of the internet is the key element also for all things. We had a long discussion, you know, how we define the public core of the internet. In essence, it's the naming and numbering system, it's the forwarding system, and, you know, the 3 lines of the norm are very simple, which says, you know, state and non-state actors should not conduct or knowingly allow activities that intentionally and substantially damage the general availability or integrity of the public core of the internet, and therefore the stability of cyberspace. And, you know, we include there the routing, domain name system, certificates and trust, and communication cables. So with other words, more or less, this is the protection of the critical resources of the internet, which are managed by ICANN. ICANN has its own security and stability committee, but we have seen in the last couple of years ongoing attacks against the root server system, against other elements of ICANN, and this should be very clearly defined as crime, as a crime against humanity if somebody brings the public core of the internet down. Insofar, you know, this is a very specific norm which should be universally recognized, and not only by states, but also by non-state actors, because a lot of attacks against the systems are coming from non-state actors. Thank you, Marina.
Thank you, Wolfgang. And maybe I just add one thing, that it's a living document. When we published it, we had definition where we said that elements of the public core include, inter alia, internet routing, the domain name system, certificates and trust, and communication cables. After Bill and Olaf had very extensive consultations with the IT community, we developed that definition further so that in the handout you can see the definition of the public core as we see today. And again, I'd like to stress all these are living documents. So we're looking for your feedback and are very happy to hear about your opinions. Having said that, I'll pass floor to Marietia and we'll talk about electoral systems norms.
Thank you so much, Marina, and I add my appreciation for everyone who's here, and it's also really nice to have such a huge delegation of us from the Council on the podium. I guess it's the best way to stand between you and Macron, but we'll let you go in time. In my daily life, I'm a member of the European Parliament, and so the whole right to vote for people as a universal human right, voting by secret ballot, and according to his or her wish of electing a government by universal suffrage is, I think, a very, very important human right. And I'm sure you've noticed heated debate recently about various elements of the integrity of democracy in elections, including disinformation, which is getting a lot of headlines and discussion on social media. But what we've tried to do is really look at the sort of deeper layer of electoral integrity in the context of our looking for suggesting norms that multiple stakeholders can get behind. Because we come from a point in time where the risk of fragmentation and conflict and disintegration of the global open internet is very significant, but where norms, where multiple stakeholders can gravitate around are really missing, even though the rights that are at stake and the principles that are at stake are so significant. So in order to look at the other dimension, the more technologically driven dimension of the electoral process, we are suggesting a norm that says, and it's projected right there, state and non-state actors should not pursue, support, or allow cyber operations intended to disrupt the technical infrastructure essential to elections, referenda, and plebiscites. And this, on the one hand, builds on this universal human right to elect. On the other hand, it builds on the core principle of the UN Charter, Article 2.4, the principle of non-interference. And we're basically extending that to the electoral infrastructure. So we've really tried to anchor this norm, as we do with all norms, in agreed, universally adopted principles, so that we're not suggesting something that's sort of out there, but that we're bringing it close to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and in this case, the UN Charter. So I hope that's clear. Happy to answer more questions, but I know you'll be hearing a lot more from my colleagues, so I'll leave it at this. Thanks.
Thank you, Marietje. Perhaps needless to say how proud we are that the norm was also reflected in the Paris Code.
Yes, exactly.
And having said that, now we are moving to the package that we are happy to introduce today. The packages are in the room, and you can receive them from our secretariat, the Singapore norm package. And first I'd like to give floor to Bill to introduce the norm to avoid tampering.
Yeah. So Scott Charney of Microsoft was the principal author of this one, and so I'm afraid I'm not as well prepared to discuss it as he would have been, but I will do my best. So this one is, as opposed to our main norm, which is about actions against the core of the internet, this one is looking at the indirect effects of actions taken against products. So when someone attacks a router in the internet or attacks a domain name in the internet, that's a direct attack, and it's a very easily visible one. When someone compromises a router by diverting it while it's being shipped to its customer and installing wiretap gear, or they compromise the encryption protocols that are used for management communication with that equipment, these are indirect attacks that set up later damage. And, sorry, let me just, is this better? Sorry about that. So this is an indirect attack that sets up later attacks. It's often used, military people will talk about it as pre-positioning an attack. So there are many obvious problems with people doing this. It's a compromise, and rarely is the person who puts the compromise in place the first or the only one to abuse it. So that's the first big problem. The other one is that it destroys the trust between the people who use these products to build the internet and the vendors that they depend upon to build the products. If they can't trust that the thing that they get from the vendor has not been tampered with, isn't compromised, one of the foundational building blocks is gone. And in an industry where we have to continue doubling in size every 10.5 months, the supply chain has to move very quickly. It's large and it moves quickly. When we can't trust it, there's no clear answer, no clear solution. So that's what this norm is really aimed at. It's at the kinds of governmental attacks that undermine the products that we build the internet from, both hardware and software. Thanks. More questions later, I guess.
Thank you, Bill. And from here, we're moving to norm against commandeering of ICT devices into botnets. And Olaf, please.
So the way that this norm came about was a discussion around IoT. That's at least how it started. We are shipping product into the homes, and even if they might not have been tampered with or tainted in the production chain, they might still contain bugs which are exploitable. And having millions and millions of devices in our environment, in our personal life, or in our cities, in our schools, in our homes, with those vulnerabilities, and seeing those turned into and weaponized is a concern. So that was sort of the inspiration for this norm. Now, it is unrealistic, unfortunately, to say this should never be done. Nobody should ever hack an IoT device and not use it for any nefarious purposes, because frankly, state actors sometimes depend on ICTs to create attacks, and saying you're not allowed to do that will not get the buy-in from the people that we actually want to buy in of, states, for instance. So we were very careful to look for language that says, which indicates proportionality. And if you look at the text more or less in the description text, we talk about en masse. And we believe that botnets are exactly the type of thing that we want to avoid, that indicate that en masse feature of the attack, and the type of attack that will create instability for not just the place where the attack is launched, not the individual, say, home or environment where the botnet is created, but for the larger internet. Commandeering is another word of art in this context. Commandeering is actually using the device without the knowledge of the user and for the nefarious purposes. So that's what led us to create this norm, as state and non-state actors should not commandeer other ICT resources, so very broad, not only IoT, for use as botnets, things at scale, or for similar purposes, because botnets are not the only type of attacks which are at scale. And we wanted to keep this open-ended in that sense.
Thank you, Olaf. And now we're going to two norms that will be introduced by Chris. First, a norm for states to create vulnerability equities processes, and norm to reduce and mitigate significant vulnerabilities.
Thank you, Marina.
Please.
So this norm is meant to address something where we've already seen some good activity. The basic issue is that governments, through a number of different means, may come into possession of unknown, publicly known vulnerabilities. And those vulnerabilities can be used for a number of purposes, including for law enforcement, intelligence, and other purposes. But they also, it might be much more important to disclose those vulnerabilities, because that would lead to greater security of the overall ecosystem. And that's a balance that as you're looking at these, I don't expect governments to release every vulnerability they find because they need them for law enforcement and other purposes, and they'd argue, I think, and there's a fair argument that that also enhances stability when they can use them to go after online criminal groups and others. However, we think that you need to go through that balance, and that balance can't just be the people who are the law enforcement and intelligence people. It has to include all the different stakeholders in governments, which include, among others, the people who do other aspects of internet policy, who do commercial policy, et cetera. Now, the United States came up with the vulnerabilities equities process a couple of years ago, and they've refined it again in the last year, which is tries to create a transparent process. It's never going to be transparent about the individual decisions, but it's transparent in terms of who participates and what the procedures are, and expressly made, I think this was a huge move, that the default presumption would be disclosure, and that's what our norm does too. It says states should create procedurally transparent frameworks to assess whether and when to disclose not publicly known vulnerabilities or flaws they are aware of in information systems and technologies. And importantly, the default presumption should be in favor of disclosure. So this recognizes that some will be withheld, but that default of disclosure for network security and other privacy and other purposes is important. We've seen another number of other governments begin to also look at this. I think Canada, the UK, and others around the world. That's a good thing. We don't expect every government to have the same vulnerabilities equities process, but have it spread so this is a best practice, I think helps the overall stability of the internet in toto. So that's the purpose of that one. Next. Now, this norm, the norm to reduce and mitigate significant vulnerabilities, we've had some discussion about norms of restraint for different actors, including the one that dealt with a norm of restraint, essentially that actors should not do anything that would essentially affect the supply chain and the manufacture of devices that would undercut the stability in a substantial way of the internet. This is almost a companion piece. This is, look, there is the affirmative putting into products vulnerabilities, but there's also, and I think we're all recognizing this or cognizant of this, there's lots of vulnerabilities in those products now, and they're not necessarily there intentionally. They're there for lots of different reasons. They're there because of the code is being very complex. It's difficult to get them all out. And what we're trying to do through this norm is say, look, everyone has a responsibility, including the developers of products and services on which the stability of cyberspace depends, to take action to prioritize security and to make sure to the maximum extent possible that those vulnerabilities are not there. That would too contribute to the overall stability of cyberspace. So this one reads, developers and producers of products and services on which the stability of cyberspace depends should prioritize security and stability, take reasonable steps to ensure that their products or services are free from significant vulnerabilities, and take measures to timely mitigate vulnerabilities that are later discovered, and be transparent about their process. Before I get to the rest of that norm, let me just point out a couple of things. One, it's a expectation they'll both take action to make sure the vulnerabilities are not there, but because we know that maybe they're anyway, that when they discover them, they take quick action to solve them. And they take those reasonable steps to do that. So those things together are important. And then when they do disclose that, or when they work with other stakeholders, they do it in a transparent way. And then the last part of this norm is that all actors, not just manufacturers and producers, but all actors have a duty to share information on vulnerabilities in order to help prevent and mitigate malicious cyber activity more generally. So those coupled together, I think, helps create a more secure ecosystem and preventing vulnerabilities being out there. The vulnerabilities equities process deals with disclosing them, and some of our other norms deal with other aspects of it. As a package, they hang together.
Thank you, Chris. And to continue, Henriette will introduce the norm on basic cyber hygiene as foundational defense. Henriette, please.
Thanks, Marina. This norm was developed or led, development was led by Commissioner Jane Hall-Lute, and I'll attempt to present it. You can see how we work as a commission. The idea is that defense is vital, and that digital security, digital safety, and cyber hygiene is a very important component of defense. As a commission, we see security as a continuous process with responsibilities distributed among all actors and mechanisms. And we also feel that automated reporting and information sharing on digital security, digital safety, and the use of it is very important. So essentially what this norm is advocating for is widespread adoption of cyber hygiene or digital safety or security, whatever language you use, measures at an institutional level, and also widespread capacity building to enable more safe, secure use at end user level and also at an institutional level. It's not intended to make individuals responsible for their own security. I think it shouldn't be read that cybersecurity is your responsibility as an individual user, but it's saying that there is a relationship. There is a relationship between the end user level, the institutional level, and ensuring that there are sufficient measures in place to protect users from malicious attacks, from malware, from viruses, and from violation of their secure communications.
And to conclude the introductory section, I'm really happy to give floor to Frederic. Frederic, it's so good to be in Paris again. And please, the norm against offensive cyber operations by non-state actors.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here too. So this is a norm to prevent non-state actors to engage in cyber operations, but also to have state actors prevent and respond to such activities if they occur. Before I present the norm, I'd like to thank Aude Géry and François Delrue who helped drafting this norm, and they're outside the commission, but they were precious. So, of course, cyber operations, because of their speed and ubiquity, very often pose difficulties to the state's judicial system and international law enforcement operations. But despite that, state sovereignty remains the cornerstone of the international system of peace and security. And as a corollary to their sovereignty, states have rights and they have a monopoly on the legitimate use of force, which is strictly bound by international law. But they have also duties and responsibilities, particularly the principle of due diligence, meaning that states are obliged not to knowingly allow their territories to be used for acts that are contrary to the rights of other states. And these two principles really guided the elaboration of these norms. So why did we do this norm? Because there are some non-state actors, and mainly private companies, that do advocate for the right to conduct offensive cyber operations across national borders. And sometimes they claim that it's in self-defense or that states don't have the capacity to adequately protect them against cyber threats. Sometimes they refer to these practices as active cyber defense because they consider that they conduct them for defensive purpose, so that includes, but it's not limited to, hackback. And we find also that some states are unable to control, or they just decide to ignore these practices. And even though in most states those practices would be unlawful, if not criminalized, there are other states that appear to be neither prohibiting them or neither explicitly authorizing them. So. And we've also seen that a few states have proposed legislation to allow offensive operations by non-state actors in their domestic legislation. So we believe that these practices are likely to undermine the security and the stability of cyberspace, and they can provoke serious disruption and damages. They can also trigger very complex international legal disputes and potentially conflict escalation. So we think that if states were to authorize explicitly the conduct of offensive cyber operations by non-state actors, it would set a very dangerous precedent and in many cases would breach international law. So we believe that offensive measures should be reserved solely to states. And that international law also establishes a very strict and exclusive framework for international responses to hostile acts, and that applies to cyber operations as well. Now, of course, you might have states who might decide occasionally to involve non-state actors, and ask them to act on their behalf, but in that cases, they must be considered as their agents, and therefore they're considered an extension of the state. And in addition, we think that states must act both domestically and internationally to prevent offensive cyber operations by non-state actors. So to be clear, states should prohibit such conducts in their domestic legislation, meaning that if a state grants such possibilities to a non-state actor, then it may lead to a violation of its international obligations, particularly the principle of due diligence. And therefore, in such a situation, the state could be considered responsible for allowing the conduct of offensive operations by non-state actors. And states also have to enforce this norm, meaning to respond, and that could be, for example, to sanction domestic non-state actors that conduct offensive cyber operations, but they also need to cooperate internationally to investigate these events.
Thank you, Frederic. So those are the 8 norms that we are proposing for consideration. 6 in the Singapore, so-called Singapore package, and 2 from before, Public Core of Internet and Electoral Systems. We're sometimes accused of being a norms factory. Maybe we can agree to some extent, but what our Commission has tried to do, we have tried to see what are the real problems in real life that we have to address when we see that states at the moment are not discussing very much the questions of substance. States are discussing their resolutions and what should be the next way forward in the United Nations. Whether GG or open-ended working group, today we know that both, but how are they going to work, what will be there? So I think that in that situation, multi-stakeholders and our Commission has a unique role. We're not going to replace anybody in the first committee or in other organizations, but we can contribute to the discussion and we can keep the discussion going on and hope to continue it also in other forums. Are we going to do any additional norms? Well, I can't say 100% no, because Chris hates that, but let's be honest and open among friends. Because we are discussing also artificial intelligence. So maybe one of the norms we might propose might be artificial intelligence, but that will be somewhere next year. And then it's 9. Maybe we should consider 10. It's a nice number. So, but let's say that majority of norm making has been done. So this is an outreach event, and before I open it to the public, I have already a couple of persons who have registered. And please, catch my eye so that I can give floor to others. And first, I'd like to introduce Mr. Olivier Crepin-Leblond, Chair of European at-Large Organization of ICANN.
Right in front. Thank you very much. Is this working?
I knew it.
Oh, you have to speak very, very closely. Yes, thank you very much for the floor. I'm going to be very brief because I'd like to actually hear from all the people around the room. I'd like to hear, I really need to speak straight into it, goodness. I'd like to speak to all the, I'd like to hear more about all the people around the room who have watched the presentation of these norms. I'm quite excited about this. I'm quite excited for a couple of reasons. The first one being that if you're going to address a topic, you first have to address a norm that is the sort of the standard, box standard of what should be around, what the best practice is when it comes down to this topic. Evolving a lot in ICANN, many of the times in working groups, the first thing we're being told is, okay, define this term, define that term, and if there's no definition for it, then you really don't know what you're talking about, or at least in legal terms, it starts to make it a little bit difficult. So I'm quite happy to see that now you are addressing, I would say, various different component aspects of the internet, from the core of the internet itself, but also down to cybersecurity, to all the cyber warfare and all the topics that we keep on hearing about, but there's no real definition from them as such. I can't see a world policeman dealing with enforcing these norms. But that being said, this is the internet. This is where name and shame actually works, where you can communicate anyone that doesn't actually adhere to these things. And you can evaluate and you can go further once you've got it defined. And the fact that you've defined it is already the first step in being able to actually say, wait a minute, you are not adhering to this, you're not following this. What are you doing? So I'm thrilled about this. I think it's just the beginning. I hope that you're going to continue, perhaps not even adding more norms, but then thinking about what you're going to do next after that. And the very fact that we're discussing this here, the group of us here, and there's so many people in the room and so on, is a good start. And I'll just let others speak after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Olaf has a two-finger.
Yeah, the way that I like to think about this is that we put down a vision, a place to end up with. I do think that you say the internet is a place of name and shame. I do not know whether that is sufficient for transparency is important in this aspect. When we want to keep people accountable, states specifically, name and shame might not be the only instrument in the toolbox. As a commission, we have identified, I think that's fair to say, that this is an issue that we need to further discuss. What are the accountability? What are the transparency mechanisms that are available specifically to states that allow responding without further escalation? Henriette?
Sorry, my two fingers here. Well, firstly, we really do want feedback, and it's amazing to see all these people, the ICANN board members, people from the technical community, civil society, government, so we want you to comment. I just want to say that the public core norm is different, I think, from the other norms, and I think you should keep that in mind when you respond. And the public core norm is not just about the behavior that we're trying to advocate for. It also implies an understanding of the internet and of the core of the internet being a public, common resource that we have to have stewardship over. And I think, therefore, it's very important to think of that norm as being more than just a norm. It's actually suggesting a way for us as an internet governance community to think about this core, common part of the internet. So just wanted to emphasize that.
Thank you, Henrietta. I know everyone wants to say already something. So, but we came here to listen, yeah? So let's go back. Let's go back to the audience. Let's listen to the interventions. And after that, everybody will have a chance to reflect on what has been said. And I'll go to the second speaker, also from ICANN, Sarah Deutsch, board member of ICANN, please.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm very pleased to be able to join you today on behalf of ICANN and share a few high-level thoughts and congratulate you on very interesting and valuable discussions thus far. I think it's very important for the Commission to hear from a wide array of different stakeholders. And as you know, ICANN is just one of many different actors who make up the Internet governance space. Although, like others, we are potentially affected by the Commission's work. So just as you raised, we were very interested to read about the publication of the public core norm. When it was first published in 2017, and then some of my colleagues in the room here actually were able to participate in the September meeting you had in Singapore. So the definition of public core in the draft of earlier this year included the operation of the domain name system, and it included registries and name servers and processes such as DNSSEC. As you know, all these operations are squarely within ICANN's remit, so we are very interested and want to engage in discussions as this moves forward. ICANN, as I'm sure you can appreciate, is a multi-stakeholder organization, and so we value the work and we note that this work has been based on inputs from a wide variety of stakeholders as well, so we feel that also reflects a multi-stakeholder model, and that this kind of deliberation on governance of cyberspace really makes sense rather than a narrower multilateral approach. And in our highly connected world, having that multilateral approach is really a more sensible solution than mandating a single group of stakeholders to figure out how governance should evolve. So the evolution of the proposed norm on the public core is also relevant to the current discussions that some of you may be aware of at ICANN about the effects of GDPR on ICANN, including the WHOIS services. And WHOIS services, because of GDPR, have changed as a result of European legislation. So the reason why I'm raising this is, ICANN has taken its own work to assess where the legislative initiatives are headed and policies and whether national, regional, or global models will affect the stability, security, and the interoperability of the domain name system. You may find yourself thinking about this issue as well. And as we found with GDPR, even well-intentioned laws and regulations can have unintended consequences. So that's why we're flagging that. And in this case, because of the redaction of personal data from the WHOIS system. In the same vein, we were recently involved in current deliberations taking place at the ITU Plenipotentiary in Dubai, where proposals are also being debated that could affect ICANN's mission. So just to sum up, we look forward to further dialogue along these lines today and our continued involvement in the important work of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And as you know, one of the commissioners is Vice President Scott Ciani from Microsoft. And we have always felt support of Microsoft, not pushing, but very nice, soft support. And I'm really happy to give floor to Jan, our good friend. And
thanks very much, Marina. And on behalf of Microsoft, let me congratulate the Commission on adopting the Singapore Norms package. I think we have witnessed an evolution in the Commission's work and deliverables over the last year and a half. And from our perspective, we have been an early supporter and tried to be supportive of the work of the Commission because, frankly, it is a very important set of inputs that you're able to generate. What I would say is, we live in a world where not only do we see over 350,000 new types of malware being generated every day, we're also in a world where we have over 30 governments that have developed offensive capabilities in cyberspace. And so getting to a place where we have robust governance and robust rules that govern the behavior of those nations as well as private sector actors in this space is really important to us and I think increasingly to our industry. And what I would say is that one of the things that would be terrific to see is that the great content that you all are generating finds its way eventually into other fora and other processes such as, for example, the Paris call that President Macron will formally unveil in just about an hour that does reflect already a couple of the norms that you all developed. And it's great to see the connection there and the impact, frankly, of the work of the Commission. But I would encourage the Commission to also maybe think about other fora and other processes that you can also guide, as you mentioned, not in a competitive manner, but thinking about the content and the work that's generated here to help steer processes like the newly emerging group of government experts at the UN, like the work in the G7 and the G20. So there's a lot of runway, I think, for the work of the Commission to really have an impact over time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jan. And I'd like to give floor to another good friend of our Commission, Jean, please, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Marina. Merci beaucoup à tous. Je sais qu'il n'y a pas de traduction, donc je vais parler en anglais, même si nous sommes à l'UNESCO et que la francophonie est un axe important d'effort de cette organisation. So France is a very important supporter of the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace since the beginning, and I would like to really thank you and congratulate you on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with regards to the great work that you've done and on the Singapore Norms package that's released today. Obviously, we've been following very closely all the work done by the Commission over the last almost 2 years now, and we're very glad to see that a lot of the hope that we had put in this Commission are starting to bear fruit, because we're really looking at you as a way to develop norms that were not necessarily easily formulated by state only in state negotiations. So we thought that this commission was a good complementary way to develop also new ideas and make other voices heard at the international level. And I think that's really what you managed to do with this great group of commissioners coming from different strands of life and former experiences, with former people from government, people from the technical community, people from civil society at large, and you managed to make those different voices heard and create a package of norms that is quite balanced, because it addresses both the responsibility of state and non-state actors, and as well as some of also every individual citizens and the technical community as such. So this is a very important work, and we wish to reiterate our support. Our support both to the method that you're following, this multi-stakeholder approach, and also on the principles that lead the content of these norms. As you are well aware, and as has been reflected in previous speakers, the French president will formally launch the Paris Call for Trust and Security in Cyberspace this afternoon. And I think that indeed this initiative is very complementary to yours. And a lot of your ideas have infused within our text, that is also your text, because you've really contributed to improving it with a lot of different stakeholders, including Microsoft and a lot of people and entities and countries represented in this room. And I want to really thank all the stakeholders that have been involved in this initiative to improve and to give more visibility to this text. That it is our hope will give a new visibility to this topic, and will create some momentum to advance on a number of those topics that haven't been dealt with enough at a high political level. So now these norms, they need to live, they need to be accepted, they need to be respected, they need to be owned by each and every actor that is involved in them. And we are really looking forward for the next trend of work of the Commission, looking at the future and how we can articulate these norms with more general governance mechanism and enforcement mechanism to make sure the norms are well diffused and owned and respected by each actor. Thank you very much.
Jean, thank you very much. And now I open the floor, and I have gentlemen here, and gentlemen there, and gentlemen there. Yes, please. And could you please also introduce yourself?
Pindawang, Hong Kong. Thank you very much for this presentation. An observation and a question, if I may. First of all, the observation with respect to the presentation of the norms. I thought it was very clever that the way that you presented them, in the sense that, you know, you'll recall the internet is made up of layers of protocols. So that the way that you've, in some sense, layered your norms, so that the ones that are lower that relate to the physical or hardware side obviously has ramifications above. I think that's a very clever way of sort of presenting these norms so that it's digestible to all of us. The question I have is really beyond the layering of norms that reflects the layering of protocols, is really the question of incentives. So what is the incentives for countries or actors in this space to incentivize to conform to these norms, and in the events that there are breach, that those are recognized and that the feedback mechanisms are in place for the stability of the ecosystems? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Gentleman over there, please.
Thank you. Josh Gold with both the Canadian and Estonian Internet Societies. It seems like these norms transcend the so-called free internet versus cyber sovereignty debate, focusing on things that are in the interest of all, regardless of politics. While developing these, did you run into any liberal versus illiberal problems? I understand that the point was to be apolitical, but were there any attempts to build norms that you ultimately could not agree upon? Thanks.
Thank you. Gentleman next to you, please, and then we go.
Yeah, my name is Siva Subramanian. I'm from Internet Society India Chennai chapter. On the call to protect the public core of the internet, the focus is probably on protecting the technical core of the internet and the infrastructure. And isn't it more important also to protect the core values, the way the internet works and what makes the internet what it is? And so that shouldn't that also be included as part of the pursuit of protecting the core of the internet? Not only the technical core, but also the values of the core values of the internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. There are a couple of others. We have 3 questions, and 3 will come in the next round. Let's go. Who would like to take the questions? Who would like to start with? Incentives for countries to confirm. How difficult it is to develop the norms, I can tell you, very difficult. We are having negotiations face-to-face. We're having online discussions for months, and not everybody is happy with the text. I can tell you that. But at some point, we just have to finish elaborating, and at some point, we have to introduce something, and that's why we're open for comments. And the protection of core values. So, who would like to start? Incentives. Wolfgang, please.
One question back, why IFCs adopted by the IETF are respected by everybody? Because it's in the interest of everybody. That means if somebody ignores an IFC, so it works against him or herself. And I think this is the trick of the norms, that we try to formulate the norms, that it's in the interest of everybody to respect the norm. Otherwise, it would, the person or the state or the non-state actor would punish him or herself. You know, that's the hope. Reality is different. You have always bad guys. Insofar, you know what Olivier said, you know, how to police this. It needs a system, probably an organized system of naming and shaming, and to reduce the number of bad guys. You cannot exclude them, it will continue, so it's a permanent struggle. But the main incentive is really the universal nature of the norms.
Yeah, and I build on that and say that, you know, first a question from the gentleman from ICANN, or the observation. We still have to get people to accept these norms, right? And it's the same for the norms that came out of the group of governmental experts in the UN. These are not universally accepted, so there's a lot of work to do, and this goes to Jan's point, making sure that we embed these in other frameworks, that we talk to other stakeholders, that this is acceptable to various government groups too. That goes to the incentive point, and it's interesting that you're not going to get governments or other parties to agree to norms that they're not in their best interest in the long term. So how do we create incentives to not disrupt, but incentives to cooperate in cyberspace to help reach that equilibrium? They have to be in their best interest, but then it also goes to something that we said, that we need an accountability framework, and that's a hard issue too. Naming and shaming, in my view, there are some parties that can't be named and shamed, so you have to look at the full tools, how you do that. So, and the last thing, just to your point about do we avoid questions about you know, differences in opinions on things? Well, no, but I think a lot of these things do transcend that. And of course, we do keep the core values, to the last gentleman's point, in mind as we look at all of these things. We all look at the core values. That's not stability per se, but it's something that informs our work just more generally.
Thank you for the questions. I think, you know, the notion of the heated discussions that we're having really also says something about how serious we are about being multi-stakeholder, because we, among ourselves, are kind of like a summary, like a mini ecosystem of different stakeholders. Not everyone, of course, but I think those discussions already balance out some of the very different starting points and interests that are also to be found globally in society. So I was just thinking, maybe we shouldn't try to be a norms factory, but sometimes does feel like a sweatshop, the way we're working. And as such, we have permanent links with other initiatives in society, with you know, legislation, with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, with corporate interests, with global variation in perspective. I mean, when you sit in Asia, you may have a different view of the world than when you sit in a developing country in Africa, for example, or when you sit in the heart of Europe. I mean, it's a global internet, and we want to keep it that way, and I think that that is a core value that we share, to keep the internet open. And that may sound super obvious for this audience, but of course, you all are not our primary audience necessarily. It's also a matter of linking the technological communities and the more, you know, security-oriented national security, national policy, political audiences out there who may not be thinking about the importance of the open internet every day, who may not be from, you know, Canada or Estonia, to name two interestingly combined examples. But it's difficult sometimes, and if we cannot articulate, for example, liberal democratic values as the inspiration, sometimes we indeed, as Wolfgang said, come to a common denominator. And that's why you'll also see that the norms are, I think they are formulated in a minimalistic way, but every word has been thought about. I think it's important that you all feel how much work goes into compressing a lot of thinking and research that comes and people that share their expertise before us as a commission, and then sort of boil it down literally to a number of sentences with the hope that that indeed is an entry point for multiple stakeholders. And again, we don't claim to have the perfect answers, but we aim to create gravity around which people can come together, and the norm then starts to live a life of its own, gets reflected in legislation globally, or gets referenced by academics, or is a space where civil society can rally around and say, hey, we want to support this norm and we actually think this is worth pushing for, and we're going to hold to account people who don't respect this norm. And that's when you get gravity of people clustering around an idea, essentially, and that's what we hope to do.
So these two questions are actually interconnected more than you might think. There's been a lot of use of the word factory, the notion of authorship, and I think that if I felt like I had authored anything here, I would feel that I had failed. I feel like when we are doing our job correctly, we are anthropologists. We are documenting the shared understanding of most of the world, right? The documents that we're writing down are the least common denominator that just about everybody can completely agree to, right? Not everybody, because that's what failed in the UN, right? When everybody can be there and veto, then you don't actually come to agreement, at least not in the current environment. So since Chris hates it when I use the United States as an example of a miscreant, I'll pick on some of the internet's friends to address why this is important with regard to enforcement. We don't have enforcement of a norm because the norm is just a documented understanding of what most people agree to. It's not a treaty, right? So another example, not in the internet space, is whaling. The enforcement of whaling is that anytime Japan, Iceland, or Norway are trying to get anything else done, it's a little bit more expensive for them diplomatically, because people will say, oh, sure, international banking, this and that, but what about those whales, right? So ideally, we would get to the point where these norms are documenting an important enough understanding of how the world needs to work that anytime the US, Russia, or China tried to do anything, everybody else would say, yeah, well, sure, but what about the internet? So that's where we hope that things will wind up. We hope that these documents are clear enough that most of the world can look at them and recognize their own interests represented in these words and say, yeah, that's us.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and be short. You asked the question, why is the underlying values of the core not documented? And I was like, yeah, why didn't we do that? Or did we actually do that? So I quickly looked up, and if you look at the public core of the Internet document, its first paragraph says, the Internet has changed the world, fueling political, economic, and social growth. More generally, cyberspace promotes communication, commerce, education, human rights, and livelihood on every level. To continue this progress, we believe that the stability of cyberspace is essential for the good of humanity now and to the future. Those are the abilities that the Internet brings. We have not documented as such what are the values or what is that openness and permissionless innovation and so on that at the Internet Society we always talk about. That's not what we documented. What we did document was the positive attributes that the Internet brings to humanity. And I think that is something where everybody can get behind. Was that 30 seconds?
45. Yeah, not really. We have 9 minutes. We have 4 interventions, and then I'll ask commissioners very briefly to reflect on them. Gentlemen, gentlemen, lady, lady. Gender balance.
Thank you. My name is Hans Klein. I'm on the faculty of Georgia Tech and currently on the faculty of Princeton University. So I'm kind of coming up to speed on the work that you have been doing for a while, so my question may be a little bit basic. And I think the work you're doing is terrific and very important. But I'm having trouble seeing the forest for the trees. I see the norms. Each one makes sense. I'm having difficulty seeing sort of clusters of them. So I'm wondering, are there, I'm seeing a consensus, but are there some overarching philosophical differences out there? Are there some big philosophical differences that you had to navigate that would help me understand the terrain in which you're operating? I know that, for instance, the GGE, there was a divergence. I guess I heard the position of Cuba and others. There was a split there. I talked to Veni Markovsky was telling me today about the Russian and the U.S. introduction of various proposals in the context of the United Nations. So I'm wondering, can you tell me a little bit about some of the big pictures, constellations, philosophical differences that are perhaps overarching the many specific norms that you've presented here? And kind of related to that, is your commission, would you say that you're a globally representative group, or maybe I see more, is this a consensus among folks in the West, and is there an East-West split, and maybe you have one perspective on that? I don't see anybody from China, for instance. So if you'd help me on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman over there, please.
Good afternoon, Paul Wilson from APNEC. I was in Wuhan last week at the World Internet Conference, and the reference in Norm 7 to sovereignty sort of reminded me of the repeated use of the word cyber sovereignty in that context, which has been discussed for some years now. As a member of the high-level advisory committee, I was given the chance to sort of look at the next draft Wuhan Outlook, and it was suggested there that cyber sovereignty is a concept that has been accepted by numerous countries. And I actually questioned that, and I felt that cyber sovereignty within this document really was ill-defined, and we really couldn't say that a concept that had just been referenced, albeit so many times, was well accepted. And I sort of tried to suggest that maybe we were still exploring cyber sovereignty. That was about as much as I could do in that context. But my sort of suggestion here or question is whether that term itself could be used, occupied in the work that you're doing, to try and actually find some closer agreement or some stated definition somewhere of what cyber sovereignty might actually mean in a useful way. Because I really think that's been given a huge amount of importance in Wuhan, and it's sort of being left to be sort of referenced and used in a way that I think we could probably help to give it some more clarity. Thanks.
Thank you. Lady over there and lady over there.
Thank you. My name is Melinda Clem. I'm with Affilius. My question is about the interaction of the norms, and if you've My question is about the interaction of the norms, and if you've identified any sort of play in terms of how specific recommendations might be prioritized. So, by example, well into the future, if we've made enough progress mitigating significant vulnerabilities and protecting the public core of the internet, might that lead to a recommendation of moving more infrastructure and systems in our electoral process online?
Thank you. And unfortunately, that's the last question because we can't go into Macron's presentation, President Macron's presentation. Please.
Annette Mühlberg from EURALO and the trade union Verdi. Thank you for this really important initiative, and I like the spirit to reduce the number of bad guys, but at the same time, I don't really believe that we will fully fulfill this aim. So I'm wondering if one part of this declaration should not also be something, where are the limits of IT? For the public value and the public core infrastructures, I think we should discuss if electoral infrastructure is really useful infrastructure, or this should be just stay analog. I would prefer that. We should also discuss critical infrastructure like water supply and things like this. Should there be something like an analog backup structure, at least so that we get along at least for some hours or hopefully days? We have to think about a good combination, and this might sometimes not be in the interest of IT companies, but it should be certainly in the interest of states to really discuss this, and I think it should be part of the norm discussion. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'll start with the answers and then I'll look at my colleagues. First of all, big picture, there is a huge ideological division. I was twice in the panel of the UN experts, and the ideological division is there. Countries who see the benefits, see also challenges and benefits, like-minded countries. On the other side, countries who see the use of ICT as a way of interfering into the domestic affairs, starting colored revolutions, brainwashing their citizens. The ideological division is there. That's the real situation in the United Nations, and result of that ideological division are those two resolutions that were passed last Thursday, Friday in the United Nations. Are we geographically representative? I would say yes, because we have commissioners from Berkeley to Beijing, from Tallinn to Johannesburg. So yes, we are. We are a political organization. That's why we're not discussing information operations. We're not discussing democratic elections. We're not discussing state sovereignty. We're not discussing political questions. We are a political institution. Which norms will be prioritized? It depends on you. We are proposing, and now it very much depends on those who will either support, make amendments, recommendations. It's now up to international community, everybody, governments, industry, civil society, academia, IT institutions, startups, whoever, to support us. And then we can see which norms are gathering more attention and which norms will be more important than the other ones. And as to the limits of discussions, happy to discuss water supplies, but our mandate is we're a Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace, and we are operating in the field of peace and security and cyberspace. So that's our mandate. And now, colleagues, please, who would like to jump in? We have 2 minutes. Henriette?
I'll jump in quickly. Just responding to Hans. I think for us as a commission, one of the challenges is, do we develop norms that are very aspirational? I mean, none of us want the internet to be used in any way to create harm, for attack. So that was, or do we develop norms that respond to reality, that acknowledges that in fact states are developing cyber attack capacities, and how do we have norms that actually can operate in the real world situation, as well as still make a significant value statement about the importance of not harming the internet, particularly the public. So I think that's one of our big picture concerns that we have to navigate. I think similarly the notion of sovereignty, and I think Paul's right that needs to be discussed more. And then finally, I think one of our big picture issues as well, and I think that's what makes us different from many other initiatives like the recommendations from the GGE, is we are addressing state and non-state actors. And you'll see that some of our norms only address states, some address non-state, some address state and non-state. That's different, I think. That's a different way of thinking about norms. But at a big picture level, that's also quite challenging.
Yeah, go ahead, Frederick.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to come back to the whole sovereignty issue because I think of course, states have very different perspectives on what sovereignty means in the digital space, and there are many challenges to state sovereignty and to the ability to exercise sovereign powers in the digital space. And of course, the question is more acute for states who feel threatened by in their ability to maintain the stability of their regime than in states that have a supremacy over various dimensions of cyberspace. Now, with regards to your commission, I think we recognize that international law applies to cyberspace and that our system our international system of peace and security is still based on the principle of state sovereignty. So it's really with regards with states' rights and duties that we use the term sovereignty, and a lot of our norms are grounded in the principles of of international law. And just to go back, the person is gone. Oh, no, you're here. The overarching differences, I think, and that's what I wanted to answer to the first questions. I think it's more the overarching agreement that we really work for the stability of cyberspace, and we discussed whether we're defending the public core as an infrastructure or the core values, but in the end what we want to defend is the ability to do whatever we do that relies on cyberspace and on what the internet provides to us. And whatever we want to call it, it's what we want is to preserve enough stability so that we can continue to develop our activities over the internet.
So very quickly, we're not trying to boil the ocean. There's lots of other activities, lots of other initiatives out there dealing with lots of different parts of cyberspace. We are trying to focus on the stability issue and bring new voices to that debate. And the second thing I'd say is, I don't dislike the norms. I'm happy with the norms, but the norms are only part of the larger framework. So our work is going to be turning to some of those recommendations, those principles, that framework. We look forward to your input in that, and I'll stop there.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It was very useful. You will receive the norms. Please be in touch with us. And I think after this warm-up, we are ready to listen to President of France. Thank you.
C'est bon? Ladies and gentlemen, please can you be seated because the ceremony is about to start. S'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, est-ce que vous pouvez vous installer? Les officiels vont arriver et la cérémonie va bientôt commencer. Je vous remercie.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please be seated? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please be seated? We're about to start. Thank you very much. Well, thank you.
Pour les francophones, ça voulait dire merci de vous installer, car la cérémonie va commencer incessamment. Merci.
Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Monsieur le Président de la République française, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un très grand plaisir, et il y a, je crois, beaucoup de sens à vous accueillir aujourd'hui à l'UNESCO pour ce forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Je voudrais remercier le Secrétaire général et le Président de la République française pour leur présence aujourd'hui, qui montre à la fois leur engagement sur les questions qui sont les questions de notre présent et de notre futur, et aussi un engagement fort pour le multilatéralisme, qui a été le sens des derniers événements organisés par la France à Paris, et notamment du Forum pour la paix qui s'est ouvert hier. Parce que les défis du monde en train d'advenir, profondément bouleversés par la révolution du numérique, des données, des algorithmes, de l'intelligence artificielle, sont des défis qui ne peuvent attendre, et ce sont des défis qui engagent la communauté internationale tout entière, parce que nous savons qu'aucun État ne peut les résoudre seul, et qu'aucun État ne peut les résoudre sans l'apport de la société civile, du secteur privé, des chercheurs, du monde scientifique. Il y a des bénéfices immenses qui peuvent être tirés de la révolution numérique pour notre agenda commun, qui est l'agenda 2030. On le voit déjà dans de nombreux domaines, et dans le domaine qui est celui de l'UNESCO, notamment de l'éducation, de la protection du patrimoine ou bien encore de la surveillance des océans, pour ne citer que. Ces bénéfices sont déjà là. Mais il y a aussi des défis sur lesquels nous devons travailler ensemble, et notamment qui touchent au mandat de l'UNESCO et aux valeurs universelles que nous devons protéger, que nous devons défendre dans ce monde du numérique qui n'est pas un autre monde, mais qui est bien notre monde. Défi d'abord d'un Internet universel, parce que la connectivité est encore très inégalement répartie. 4 personnes sur 5 ont accès à Internet dans les pays développés, mais 2 sur 5 dans les autres pays. Inégalité sociale aussi, inégalité de genre entre les hommes et les femmes, qui s'accentue dans le monde numérique plutôt qu'elle ne se résorbe. Inégalité de langue aussi, avec l'importance derrière la langue de la pensée. Défi ensuite de l'expression dans le domaine de l'espace numérique. Je pense évidemment au harcèlement en ligne, qui touche notamment les enfants à l'école et qui est là aussi un phénomène mondial. La diffusion des idéologies meurtrières, des messages de haine qui se répètent et qui s'amplifient sur les réseaux. Sur tous ces sujets, il y a urgence à penser, à agir, à encadrer et aussi à former, à éduquer. L'expression dans l'espace numérique, c'est aussi celle du monde de la création, des auteurs, des artistes, de tous ceux dont la créativité peut se déployer en ligne, mais qui doivent aussi être rémunérés pour ce travail, si l'on veut que la création continue à vivre. Défi enfin de penser l'humanisme dans ces bouleversements technologiques. C'est toute la question de l'éthique qui est au cœur du mandat de l'UNESCO, et je pense notamment au chantier de l'éthique de l'intelligence artificielle, qui se pose à nous tous, qui pose la question des principes humanistes que nous voulons garder dans ce monde de demain, et qui nécessite une conversation mondiale à laquelle l'UNESCO va évidemment participer, soutenir, avec l'ensemble du système des Nations Unies et avec l'ensemble de tous ceux qui veulent bien y participer, bien sûr les États membres, mais aussi, encore une fois, les anthropologues, les chercheurs, les philosophes, les artistes, qui ont beaucoup à nous dire pour cette conversation commune. Alors merci à vous, merci à tous de cette présence, merci de votre confiance. Cette maison a été créée pour abriter et nourrir la réflexion sur le monde que nous bâtissons, et je ne doute pas que ce sera encore le cas grâce à ce forum et grâce aux nombreuses occasions que nous aurons encore de nous réunir. Je vous remercie de votre attention et je vous demande d'accueillir le secrétaire général des Nations Unies.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui à Paris, en France, où la créativité et le génie humain ont toujours prospéré. C'est ici même, en 1805, que le télégraphe mécanique a été utilisé pour la première fois. Et dans les années 70, le Minitel, invention française, a accompagné les débuts de l'Internet. Grâce à son datagramme, Louis Pouzin a rendu possible la commutation par paquet et par la suite l'Internet. Et c'est ici en France qu'ont été jetées plusieurs des fonctions et des fondations de l'ère numérique. Le président Macron s'inscrit dans cette riche tradition en traçant lui aussi de nouvelles voies. Et je tiens à le remercier de nous accueillir aujourd'hui et en particulier de faire se rencontrer ainsi de façon inédite l'histoire, la technologie et la philosophie. C'est en connaissant l'histoire que nous pouvons nous projeter dans l'avenir. L'heure est venue de réfléchir aux moyens de mettre les technologies et leur formidable pouvoir émancipateur au service des valeurs fondamentales de l'humanité. Le dialogue national qui s'ouvre en France aborde des questions déterminantes pour notre avenir numérique. Dans les amphithéâtres et les cafés parisiens, philosophes et écrivains réfléchissent depuis des siècles à l'impact de la technologie sur la condition humaine. Cette quête de la sagesse et de l'innovation nous amène aujourd'hui à l'UNESCO, qui a l'amabilité et la générosité de nous inviter, et dont les murs résonnent chaque jour des débats sur l'éthique, l'intelligence artificielle et la connaissance numérique. Et je vous félicite d'ailleurs de votre initiative en matière d'éthique et intelligence artificielle. C'est là, à la confluence du passé et du futur, qui s'ouvre aujourd'hui le 13e forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the IGF has made a long journey since the World Summit on the Information Society in 2005 in Tunisia. At the time, Facebook was welcoming its first followers, and the first tweet had not yet been sent. In 13 short years, the digital world has changed profoundly. New pathways of opportunity have opened. Digital solutions are transforming lives and can turbocharge our work to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But alongside the tremendous benefits that it can bring, new issues have emerged around cybersecurity, data and artificial intelligence. We see the Internet being used as a platform for hate speech, for repression, censorship and control. We need look no further than the headlines to see how the Internet and social media can be used to divide and even radicalize people, feeding distrust, reinforcing tribalism and breeding hatred. Over time, new fora were established to discuss these and other issues, and the IGF must consider how it will adapt. Today, one of our most important questions is how do we keep the IGF relevant? The good news is that France, this year's host, and Germany, next year's host, are investing a lot of time, energy and planning into the IGF. And I'm particularly pleased to learn that the UN High-Level Panel on Digital Cooperation, which I launched in July, is working closely with the IGF. These discussions will reflect on the ways that digital cooperation can be improved. As you discuss how to enhance the relevance of the IGF, I would like to make a few suggestions that I've also proposed to the high-level panel. First, we must be more than multi-stakeholder. We must also be multidisciplinary. Cooperation among actors in the digital space has not kept pace with new technologies. Digital technologies are transversal, yet discussions are still siloed. For example, data is addressed across policy spaces from technology, economic, human rights, standardization and jurisdiction viewpoints. The more silos there are, the higher is the risk for conflicting and suboptimal policies for industries, for governments and for users. When you discuss data and artificial intelligence, you might want to invite philosophers to consider ethics. You might want to bring in anthropologists and other specialists who are not typically included in technological gatherings. When you discuss social media, you need to include political and social scientists. We need the wide range of expertise, experience and ideas to strike the right policy balances. For example, to find the right interplay between protection of privacy and security. Second, we need to create shared language and references. I ask you, as I ask the panel, to inspire new thinking and language on digital cooperation. Create shared references, propose new approaches, and look for possible ways to reframe existing problems, be them in trade, security, or human rights. We need to make sure that the most competent fora are dealing with the most consequential questions and that they can benefit from cross-cutting resources. The answers to these questions should wave stories of digital cooperation from around the world into a global narrative. Third, you will need a dedicated effort to include and amplify the weak and the missing voices. A great strength of the IGF is its multi-stakeholder approach, but I urge your digital discussions to move beyond the so-called usual suspects. Digital growth affects everyone, and traditionally unheard and marginalized voices should be more visibly involved in the IGF's work. Reach out to local communities that have many fascinating stories and insights on leveraging digital technology for business and inclusion. Get stories from people with disabilities, who are among the most creative users of digital technology. And spare no effort to bring in the voices of women who have been underrepresented, both at the design and end-use level, and subject to deep gender gaps in access to digital technologies. Actively seek out networks of the elderly, who are increasingly active users of digital and robotics technology. For youth, the digital economy is transforming the labour market, creating new jobs while simultaneously destroying old ones. How do we support a culture and education system that encourages lifelong learning? And do not forget that more than half of the world's population still does not have meaningful access to the internet. How can the IGF help to bridge this digital divide both between and within countries? I encourage you to reach out to governments, in particular from developing countries. Let us listen to their concerns and their ideas on how the IGF can be more important and productive for them. Do they suggest more discussion on internet public policy issues? Or can the IGF provide help to governments and the private sector in dealing with pressing issues on data, security and infrastructure? Lastly, and most importantly, we need to make sure that these discussions and these fora have greater impact. New technologies are transforming every aspect of our lives. Our understanding of the transformations and the disruption they cause is inadequate. Technology should empower, not overpower us. And as with past transformative inventions, we need to set policies that contain unintended consequences or malicious use. Discussions on internet governance cannot just remain discussions. Policy, and where relevant normative frameworks, must be developed to ensure impact. We cannot leave our fate in the digital era to the invisible hand of market forces. But classical forms of regulation do not apply to many of these new generation of challenges. Non-traditional, multilateral and multi-stakeholder cooperation will be crucial, including governments, the private sector, research centres and civil society. And the IGF needs to reflect on how it can have greater impact in internet governance. Over the next 3 days, I encourage you to focus especially on innovative solutions that can increase trust on the internet. There are many digital risks, but some of them could be turned into digital opportunities. You have the support of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs and from a wide community of regional and national IGFs. You also have support from your multi-stakeholder advisory group. I want to congratulate you on having full gender parity on the MAG this year and for the diverse age and geographic representation you have been able to achieve. The World Summit on the Information Society provisions that establish the IGF provide us with enough space to improve current mechanisms. It is important to gather and consider the proposals that have been advanced about strengthening the IGF. In addition, discussions with the high-level panel on digital cooperation can generate new ideas. Make the most of this unique opportunity. When it comes to governance, we must be as creative, as bold as those who first built the Internet. You can count on my support in this journey towards a prosperous, safe and fair digital future. And most of all, know that you are making a difference. And I wish you a very successful Internet Governance Forum. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, cher Antonio, à la fois pour votre discours, votre accueil en ces lieux, mais aussi les paroles que vous avez prononcées hier au Forum de Paris pour la paix, où d'ailleurs ces sujets de réflexion étaient au cœur de votre intervention. Merci, Madame la Directrice générale de l'UNESCO. Monsieur le Président du Libéria, cher George Weah, merci pour votre présence parmi nous. Et Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Mesdames, Messieurs, chers amis, je crois que c'est la première fois que je suis parmi vous officiellement comme président de la République française et que j'ai l'honneur de m'exprimer ici au sein des Nations Unies et dans le même temps en plein Paris. Alors, laissez-moi d'abord vous dire le plaisir qui est le mien d'être parmi vous à l'UNESCO, qui est un instrument unique de notre coopération multilatérale en matière de protection du patrimoine culturel, l'Agence mondiale de l'éducation et de la science, une plateforme internationale de promotion du plurilinguisme, vous l'avez rappelé, mais aussi un centre de diffusion de l'innovation et des savoirs numériques. Dans les temps que nous vivons, nous avons besoin de cette conscience des Nations Unies qu'est l'UNESCO, pour citer une auguste parole, et je crois que nous avons besoin que l'UNESCO puisse convaincre de plus en plus de pays ou de rester ou de se joindre à cette initiative. Elle me paraît indispensable. Donc je suis encore plus heureux d'être parmi vous. Et vous prouvez cette vocation de l'UNESCO en accueillant aujourd'hui cet événement et ce forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Cela fait 30 ans seulement qui se sont écoulés depuis la naissance du World Wide Web, et à peine 50 ans depuis le premier message échangé entre deux ordinateurs ouvrant les prémices de l'Internet. Et aujourd'hui, en 2018, c'est la moitié de l'humanité qui est connectée. Mais ce que nous sommes en train de vivre, c'est aussi une formidable accélération de ce mouvement, et nous l'évoquions tout à l'heure ensemble avec quelques-uns d'entre vous. Les quelques dernières années ont été marquées par une accélération absolument formidable de ce mouvement. On compare souvent l'avènement d'Internet avec l'invention de l'imprimerie au milieu du XVe siècle. C'est vrai, parce que les pionniers, à l'époque, dont vous êtes aujourd'hui, ont permis une diffusion extraordinaire du savoir au plus grand nombre. Mais le bouleversement induit par Internet est à la fois plus rapide, plus vaste. L'évoquions, les 2 dernières années, c'est 90% des données que nous avons créées depuis le début de l'humanité. Donc il y a un changement d'échelle dans tous les domaines. Mais c'est en même temps, depuis quelques décennies, une transformation de la manière dont les hommes s'informent, échangent des idées, créent. C'est une transformation profonde de nos manières de produire, de consommer, de faire, de gouverner. Internet a rendu chaque existence plus intense en donnant l'impression que chaque être humain pouvait vivre 1000 vies en une. Et donc, plus qu'un changement technologique, c'est une révolution culturelle, sociale, philosophique qui s'est immiscée dans chaque strate de l'activité humaine. Et cette révolution est d'ailleurs toujours en cours. Chaque jour, la liste des évolutions s'allonge, avec l'intelligence artificielle que vous venez d'évoquer l'un et l'autre, avec l'Internet des objets et plusieurs autres encore, qui nous laissent envisager d'immenses progrès en matière de santé, de sécurité, de culture ou d'éducation. Et c'est au fond une constellation profondément nouvelle qui émerge depuis quelques années devant nous, avec des opportunités immenses, une accélération des progrès de l'humanité et des défis à chaque fois nouveaux sur les conséquences que cela emporte dans notre vie quotidienne comme dans la défense de notre espace commun. Ainsi, au moment d'ouvrir ce 13e forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet, qui s'inscrit aux côtés du Paris Peace Forum et du sommet des GovTech, je pense qu'il est important de dire combien nous vivons en effet ce moment important, ce moment de charnière. Je veux ici dire, au nom de la France et en présence du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Antonio Guterres, que la communauté que vous formez et qui permet à Internet de fonctionner est dans ce temps-là, pour toutes les raisons que je viens d'évoquer et que je vais développer, éminemment important. Aujourd'hui à Paris se tient ce qu'on a voulu appeler en bon français la Paris Digital Week, c'est-à-dire cette semaine où il y a à la fois le Forum de la paix de Paris, le sommet des GovTech et le Forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Et ceci s'ajoutant au rassemblement de plus de 80 de chefs d'État et de gouvernement d'une centaine de délégations pour l'armistice il y a 100 ans. Et cela montre à quel point ces sujets sont liés les uns aux autres et à quel point nous devons aujourd'hui, éminemment ensemble, y réfléchir et agir. D'abord, vous dire qu'à mes yeux, aujourd'hui, Internet est une évidence menacée. D'abord, comme auraient dit certains, Internet, ça marche, et c'est là. Et en dépit des incidents cyber qui émaillent régulièrement les bulletins d'information, nous faisons tous une confiance presque aveugle à nos outils numériques du quotidien. Et pour les plus jeunes générations, Internet est devenu une évidence absolue. Elles en oublieraient presque que cette invention ait pu un jour ne pas exister. Et vous êtes plusieurs au quotidien à améliorer chaque jour l'usage ou à en déployer l'usage partout sur nos territoires ou à travers le monde. Nos entreprises, nos administrations oublieraient aussi presque que ce réseau de réseaux auquel nous tenons tous peut parfois être menacé. Et je veux commencer la réflexion partagée et mon propos par cela. Cette évidence, pour tout le monde ici dans cette salle, est aujourd'hui éminemment menacée. D'abord menacée dans sa structure elle-même. Parce que si le cyberespace se réduisait brutalement à un simple lieu de conflictualité, il cesserait vite d'exister comme un ensemble cohérent pour se fracturer en plaques nationales ou continentales. Et c'est un risque qui est à l'œuvre, si nous n'arrivons pas à trouver les bonnes formes de régulation, les bonnes formes d'espace collectif. Parce que les faiblesses et les failles du système ne sont à ce jour contenues que par les moyens considérables déployés par les États, les stratégies de défense face aux cyberattaques, qu'elles soient d'origine d'ailleurs étatique ou criminelle. Mais il arrivera un moment, si nous n'arrivons pas justement à assurer la stabilité, la confiance, la sécurité de ce système, où il se fracturera et où des comportements pas forcément non coopératifs, mais de sécurité de nos espaces, reverront le jour et fractureront quelque chose qui est d'abord né d'une initiative de la société civile et du privé, mais dont les implications pour le fonctionnement de nos services publics est telle qu'il amènera à une fragmentation si nous ne savons pas en assurer la sécurité. Nous l'évoquions tout à l'heure, la nature des cyberattaques que nous subissons aujourd'hui fait qu'on peut mettre à mal le fonctionnement de services de sécurité stratégiques, de la santé de tous nos concitoyens, du fonctionnement d'à peu près tous les hôpitaux des pays qui sont ici représentés. Et donc, si nous ne sommes pas à chaque instant totalement sûrs du système, eh bien, le système se fragmentera pour redessiner des espaces de certitude en son sein dans lesquels nous pouvons assurer ces services. Ensuite, le réseau est menacé dans ses contenus ainsi que dans les services qu'il procure. Parce que la liste des pathologies du net s'allonge de jour en jour. Parce que le terreau sur lequel ont germé les printemps démocratiques, les mobilisations pour le climat, pour les droits des femmes, nourrit du même engrais le développement des organisations criminelles et la propagande du terrorisme. Et aujourd'hui, soyons lucides. Nous parlons davantage de l'Internet en parlant de ces menaces que nous ne voyons des révolutions démocratiques formidables se propager par celui-ci. Il y a 10 ans, il y a eu des révolutions démocratiques extraordinaires. Et les réseaux ont été cet hyperespace de la place Tahrir et d'autant d'autres lieux de mobilisation de la liberté mondiale. Aujourd'hui, quand je regarde nos démocraties, Internet est beaucoup mieux utilisé par les extrêmes, par les discours de haine ou par la propagation des contenus terroristes que par beaucoup d'autres. C'est une réalité. On doit la regarder en face. Et aujourd'hui, les interstices, d'ailleurs, nos propres faiblesses, sont utilisés beaucoup mieux que nous-mêmes par les régimes autoritaires qui utilisent ces leviers pour pénétrer dans nos démocraties, essayer de les affaiblir quand ils les ferment chez eux. Et c'est une réalité. Et c'est une réalité qui oblige aussi à différencier le discours sur l'Internet et à être lucide, volontariste mais lucide. On ne peut pas simplement dire on est les défenseurs d'une liberté absolue partout parce que les contenus sont forcément bons et les services reconnus par tous. Ça n'est plus vrai. Nos gouvernements, nos populations ne vont pas pouvoir tolérer encore longtemps les torrents de haine que déversent en ligne des auteurs protégés par un anonymat devenu problématique. Et nous sommes en cette fin d'année 2018 à un tournant. Non seulement Internet est menacé, mais Internet commence à être décrit lui-même par certains comme une menace singulièrement dans les sociétés démocratiques. Et il faut faire attention à une coagulation possible entre les discours de régimes autoritaires qui ont toujours vu Internet par essence comme une menace, parce que c'était une façon d'ouvrir nos sociétés civiles, et les anticorps démocratiques qui sont en train de voir, parce que cet espace n'est pas dûment régulé, Internet comme ce qui est utilisé dans nos démocraties par les régimes autoritaires pour le déstabiliser. Cette défiance, elle est aussi multipliée par le fait que toutes ces transitions, et vous l'avez parfaitement évoqué, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, à l'instant, ont bousculé nos sociétés et font que notre réflexion sur Internet doit aussi nous conduire à réfléchir sur les opportunités que cela permet de créer, sur les nouvelles formes d'emploi, la capacité justement à créer de l'inclusion dans nos sociétés, là où la défiance se nourrit, des exclusions dans l'accès à l'Internet, qu'il s'agisse des savoirs, des réseaux ou de celles et ceux qui restent en marge de cette avancée. Le réseau, enfin, est menacé dans ses idéaux et ses valeurs. Parce que la tentation existe, via la remise en cause du principe de neutralité du net, d'introduire un biais dans l'accessibilité des contenus par les utilisateurs. Parce que les plateformes géantes risquent de ne plus être de simples gateways ou passerelles, mais des gatekeepers ou gardes-triage, contrôlant à leur profit les données personnelles de leurs membres ou les contenus qu'elles mettent en avant. Et au fond, sur ce sujet, pour moi, nous sommes face à 2 risques symétriques. L'idée que le concept de neutralité du net soit la fin de la pensée. Comme je viens de l'évoquer, la neutralité du net est un concept extrêmement important et vous avez contribué à toujours le garder, parce que c'est l'idée que certains acteurs ne puissent pas capturer en quelque sorte l'accès et avec lui des éléments essentiels de survie et de déploiement du réseau. Mais la neutralité, ça n'est pas l'universalisme. Et c'est là où je veux faire ici ce distinguo, et il faut poursuivre la réflexion commune. Mais nous avons créé entre les États et les gouvernements, progressivement depuis un siècle, des principes qui sont tenus, protégés par les Nations Unies, qui est l'idée de dire qu'on a des valeurs, une hiérarchie entre ces valeurs, mais que, malgré tout, il y a des valeurs universelles qui s'imposent aux autres. La neutralité n'assure pas cela. Et ce serait faux de le dire. Parce que la neutralité du net permet aussi à des acteurs qui ne partagent aucune de nos valeurs initiales de se propager. Et de l'autre côté, le risque symétrique serait qu'au nom de la protection de certaines valeurs, on puisse fermer l'accès à Internet. Et c'est ce que permet de protéger la neutralité. Et donc il nous faut construire cet espace nouveau, c'est-à-dire un Internet libre, ouvert et sûr, auquel je crois profondément, qui permette l'accès de chacun, mais qui nous permettent aussi, dans cet espace, de faire respecter nos valeurs, qui permettent, dans cet espace, de faire respecter nos idéaux. Et je crois qu'une des erreurs que nous sommes en train de commettre, ce serait au nom de la neutralité, de céder à une forme d'indifférenciation dans les contenus. Ce serait au nom de la neutralité de renoncer à l'universalisme des valeurs que nous portons depuis le début et qui ont fait ces lieux. Et je crois que c'est une limite conceptuelle que nous n'avons pas intégrée dans notre réflexion collective à ce stade et qui a fait qu'au nom de la liberté, on a laissé avancer à visage découvert tant d'ennemis de la liberté. On les a laissés rentrer dans tous nos systèmes en faisant croire qu'ils avaient les mêmes droits que les autres, alors qu'ils foulaient aux pieds tout ce qui nous a rassemblés et tout ce qui a permis à l'Internet de se déployer. Tout ça conduit, à mes yeux, à une responsabilité croissante des acteurs et à une régulation du net. Ce sont toutes ces menaces d'aujourd'hui, mesdames, messieurs, qui motivent précisément pour cela ma présence devant vous aujourd'hui. Parce que je crois très profondément qu'il y a urgence. Urgence à ce que nous, acteurs multiples du fonctionnement de l'Internet, prenions en main ces sujets en acceptant toutes nos responsabilités à cet égard. Et c'est dans cette perspective que j'ai proposé que votre session annuelle se donne comme thème l'Internet de la confiance, avec cet objectif que nous partageons, d'ancrer fermement la confiance dans l'Internet. Confiance dans la protection de la vie privée, confiance dans la légalité et la qualité des contenus, confiance dans le réseau lui-même. Vous le savez, la France et l'Europe portent depuis plusieurs années le projet de réguler davantage les activités conduites sur le réseau. Usant ce verbe « réguler », j'entends déjà monter les murmures des approbateurs. Mais la saine défiance entretenue par les entreprises et les sociétés civiles à l'égard des gouvernements ne doit pas nous empêcher de poursuivre un intérêt commun. D'abord, je veux dire ici qu'il y a une forme d'injustice dans cette défiance. Tous les gouvernements ne se valent pas. Il y a des gouvernements démocratiques, il y a des gouvernements non démocratiques. Il y a dans certains des gouvernements de la démocratie libérale qui se déploie, il y a des démocraties illibérales et il y a des non-démocraties. Et on ne doit pas être dans la relation avec les gouvernements non plus dans une forme d'indifférenciation. Ensuite, pour les raisons que je viens d'évoquer, je crois profondément qu'il faut réguler. C'est la condition pour que vive l'Internet libre, ouvert et sûr, tel que l'ont vu ses pères fondateurs. Et la France est d'ailleurs le premier État signataire du contrat pour sauver Internet, lancé par Tim Berners-Lee pour sauver cette vision originelle. C'est aussi la condition pour que des gouvernements démocratiquement élus et respectant l'état de droit puissent protéger leur population. Et je le dis souvent, si nous ne régulons pas l'Internet, le risque, c'est de bousculer les fondements de la démocratie. Si nous ne régulons pas les relations à la donnée, les droits qu'ont nos concitoyens sur leurs propres données, l'accès, le partage de celles-ci, quel est le sens dans ces cas-là de gouvernements démocratiquement élus ? Mais qui peut mieux que ces gouvernements dire quel serait alors le droit? Ça veut dire qu'implicitement, on accepte que des acteurs, parce qu'ils sont économiquement dominants, ou qu'un système qui n'a jamais été discuté démocratiquement, serait mieux en droit qu'un gouvernement vis-à-vis de ses propres citoyens, et peut-être de ses seuls citoyens, de dire quelle est la bonne relation à ces données. Ça veut dire que quelque part, la notion de responsabilité à l'égard des citoyens s'en devient elle-même ravinée. C'est aussi pour cela que je crois que nous devons sortir de la fausse alternative qui s'offre aujourd'hui à nous et qui voudrait que n'existe que deux modèles. Celui d'un côté d'une complète autogestion, sans gouvernance, et celui d'un Internet cloisonné et entièrement surveillé par des États forts et autoritaires. Pour être très politiquement non correct, on voit deux types d'Internet qui émergent. Je le disais tout à l'heure, il y a une forme d'Internet californien et il y a un Internet chinois. C'est les deux, c'est l'alternative dominante. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a un Internet tiré par des acteurs privés, forts, dominants mondiaux, qui ont été des formidables acteurs de cette diffusion, qui ont des qualités formidables et avec lesquelles nous travaillons, mais enfin qui ne sont pas démocratiquement élus et auxquels je n'ai pas envie de remettre personnellement la totalité de mes décisions, et je n'ai pas fait ce pacte avec mes concitoyens. Ça, c'est le système de l'autogestion, mais il n'a pas vraiment sa gouvernance et il n'est pas démocratique. Et de l'autre côté, je vois un système où les États ont un rôle fort, mais c'est l'Internet à la chinoise. Et c'est un Internet où le gouvernement tire les innovations, le contrôle, où les grands acteurs de l'intelligence artificielle sont tenus par le gouvernement, et il a énormément de... J'ai beaucoup de respect pour ce modèle. Beaucoup de respect, on travaille avec la Chine, on fait beaucoup de choses avec la Chine, mais nous n'avons pas les mêmes préférences démocratiques. Nous n'avons pas les mêmes référence culturelle sur tous les sujets. Nous n'avons pas le même lien aux libertés individuelles. C'est une réalité. Et donc, cet Internet-là, l'État a su trouver sa place, mais elle est hégémonique. Il nous faut donc construire, par la régulation, cette voie nouvelle où les États, avec les acteurs de l'Internet, les sociétés civiles, l'ensemble des acteurs, arrivent à bien réguler. Et vous avez un intérêt objectif à vous investir rapidement sur ce sujet, parce qu'il y aura inévitablement à l'avenir davantage de régulation, et que vous serez les premiers à faire les frais de règles mal élaborées, et que mon souhait constant, c'est ce que nous avons fait en mai dernier à Paris, à travers notre initiative Tech for Good, c'est de construire justement cette régulation coopérative, en commun. Ce qu'il nous faut faire, c'est apprendre à réguler ensemble. C'est actant du fait que l'ensemble des acteurs de l'Internet, société civile, acteurs privés, ONG, intellectuels, journalistes, gouvernements, sont les codépositaires de cet intérêt commun qui doit nous conduire justement à agir de concert. Et ça n'est pas un hasard si la notion de commun a connu un tel succès à l'ère numérique. Le web, la profondeur de données et de connaissances hébergées par Internet, les services essentiels auxquels il donne accès sont des trésors collectifs qu'il nous faut gérer ensemble pour pouvoir justement les transmettre aux générations futures. Et c'est donc bien ici qu'il nous faut inventer un nouveau multilatéralisme adapté à la réalité de l'espace numérique tout en étant efficace. C'est pourquoi je suis venu vous proposer aujourd'hui une nouvelle méthode collégiale. Le Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet existe depuis maintenant 12 ans. La qualité des échanges qui s'y nouent est partout reconnue. Mais ce forum doit désormais produire autre chose que des débats, des réflexions. Il doit se réformer, devenir une instance de propositions concrètes. Et moi, je soutiendrai fortement toutes les initiatives allant en ce sens. C'est pourquoi la France, avec l'aide du pays hôte qui l'a précédé, la Suisse, et dans la perspective du forum qui se réunira à Berlin en 2019, souhaite justement promouvoir ce mouvement de réforme. Dès cette année, et dans l'esprit de l'expérience menée l'an dernier à Genève, nous rassemblerons les principales conclusions des débats. Mais il vous reviendra, pour la suite, de définir des modalités de production, de recommandations en matière de politique publique. C'est d'ailleurs ce à quoi vous invitez le mandat du Forum dès sa création en 2005. Je serai également très favorable, c'est une suggestion, à ce que le Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet soit désormais directement rattaché au secrétaire général des Nations Unies et qu'il dispose d'un secrétariat général dédié. Cher Antonio Guterres, je m'en remets à vous sur ces différents points, mais je sais votre engagement sur ce sujet. Je vous propose par ailleurs que nous commencions à nous interroger sans attendre sur ce que pourrait être une feuille de route commune, sur laquelle je serai attentif à vos recommandations et qui pourrait être une boussole pour vos travaux de ces 2 prochains jours. Plusieurs sujets sont à cet égard pour la France des priorités absolues, sur lesquels un travail de réflexion inédit, animé par le secrétaire d'État au numérique, est en cours. Et je veux en détailler quelques-unes. Premièrement, la protection des citoyens autour de 2 grands sujets. La protection des données et la régulation des contenus. Nous avons déjà en Europe commencé à travailler main dans la main, Madame la Commissaire. Le sujet crucial de la protection des données, avec l'adoption du règlement général sur la protection des données, est la meilleure preuve que la régulation, loin de brider l'innovation, crée au contraire la confiance des utilisateurs dont les entreprises ont tant besoin. Et cette régulation a émergé au moment où, par-delà l'océan, d'autres scandales émergeaient qui montraient la sensibilité, l'importance de ce sujet de l'accès aux données. Ce règlement est à cet égard en passe de devenir un standard mondial, mais l'édifice n'est pas achevé en cette matière, même en Europe, et nous devons aller plus loin. Je pense par exemple à l'idée d'instaurer un cadre européen commun pour les actions de groupe en matière de violation du droit des données personnelles, permettant à tous les usagers européens d'obtenir réparation selon un cadre harmonisé. Je pense également au besoin de développer de nouvelles solutions pour faire de la portabilité des données plus qu'une idée ou un droit théorique, mais une vraie possibilité pratique. Ces solutions, ce sont vous, entreprises, ONG ou codeurs passionnés qui allez les produire. Ces standards internationaux sont ceux que vous devriez à l'avenir pouvoir proposer dans cette enceinte, notamment en matière de régulation de contenus illicites ou indésirables, qui est la prochaine frontière. Il s'agit évidemment d'un ensemble complexe dans lequel il faut distinguer deux blocs. Le premier concerne la lutte contre les contenus objectivement et gravement illégaux, le terrorisme, la pédopornographie, pour lesquels des obligations de résultats ambitieux doivent être mises en place. Et le second rassemble les contenus dont le caractère illicite est soumis à une interprétation, souvent d'ailleurs différente d'un pays à l'autre. Les contenus haineux, la diffamation, le harcèlement, et pour lesquels les instruments et les circuits de décision ne peuvent pas être les mêmes. D'une part parce que l'intelligence artificielle, qui est mûre pour reconnaître une vidéo terroriste ou une image pédopornographique, n'est pas encore assez fine pour distinguer l'ironie, la parodie, ou au contraire, reconnaître un sous-entendu abject sous un discours policé. D'autre part parce que ces qualifications fines devront souvent revenir à une autorité publique ou un juge, sauf à laisser les grandes plateformes la responsabilité de fixer elles-mêmes la doctrine sur ce qui relève de la haine ou, à contrario, de la liberté d'expression. Et si la société civile veut jouer un rôle de vigilance, d'alerte et de contre-pouvoir face aux États et face à ces entreprises, c'est là qu'elle peut et doit intervenir. Néanmoins, nous avons d'ores et déjà fait des progrès importants et nous devons continuer en la matière. Des progrès importants ont été accomplis sur les contenus gravement illégaux, notamment en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme. L'an dernier, avec nos partenaires de l'Union européenne, nous avons engagé des discussions directes avec les opérateurs de l'Internet, regroupés au sein du Forum mondial de l'Internet contre le terrorisme. Nous l'avons fait dès la réunion de septembre à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies. D'importants investissements que je salue ont été consentis pour développer la détection automatique et améliorer la modération des contenus. Mais cette approche fondée sur le volontariat a évidemment ses limites. Les progrès sont disparates et il y a un effet de report vers les plateformes les moins outillées. Je crois que nous sommes prêts à légiférer sur ce point. Pour sa part, l'Europe, Monsieur le Commissaire, fixera un cadre clair s'imposant à toutes les entreprises. La Commission européenne a présenté en septembre dernier un projet de règlement européen. Je le soutiens pleinement. J'espère son adoption rapide avant les élections européennes. Mais c'est à vous qu'il appartiendra d'encourager et de proposer des règles claires au-delà du continent européen. L'anonymat que procure Internet doit continuer à permettre la liberté d'expression, là où celle-ci est parfois étouffée. Mais il ne doit pas permettre à des criminels ou des terroristes d'échapper aux poursuites. Il nous faudra donc trouver les voies d'une coopération judiciaire efficace pour lever cet anonymat et rechercher des preuves électroniques lorsqu'elles existent. L'Europe et les États-Unis devront notamment trouver le chemin d'un accord de coopération judiciaire tel que permis par le Cloud Act, qui soit respectueux de l'application des droits respectifs des ressortissants américains et européens sur leurs données. S'agissant des contenus dont le caractère illicite est soumis à interprétation, nous devons également, de façon urgente, trouver les moyens d'une lutte efficace, en commençant par les contenus haineux. Cette exigence est encore renforcée après les propos abjects que nous avons vus sur les réseaux sociaux, qui ont précédé et accompagné les drames récents aux États-Unis. Ceux qui ont conçu Internet et ont toujours porté des valeurs d'ouverture, de partage, de fraternité, n'ont jamais voulu cela. Il en sera de même pour moi, du cyberharcèlement, notamment des plus jeunes. Je le disais, d'évidence, nous ne pouvons pas avoir le même type de régulation que sur le terrorisme. Sur le terrorisme, nous allons légiférer au niveau européen. Je souhaite qu'on puisse se doter d'une vraie législation internationale, de véhicules de coopération, et que nous renforcions les choses. Sur les propos haineux, sur le cyberharcèlement, il nous faut faire beaucoup plus en matière de coopération entre États et avec les acteurs privés. Mais les ravages de ce qui est en train de se passer sont là, en particulier dans notre jeunesse. Le cyberbullying est une réalité qui conduit à des suicides que nous voyons chaque jour se multiplier. En ces matières, l'Europe devra faire évoluer son cadre légal pour sortir du système binaire des statuts d'éditeurs et d'hébergeurs. Les très grandes plateformes qui à la fois organisent et analysent les contenus pour leur exploitation publicitaire ne peuvent pas être exonérées de toute responsabilité. Je l'ai déjà dit, quand il y a des contenus haineux, je souhaite qu'il y ait une responsabilité de ces plateformes. Elles doivent assumer des obligations renforcées, le cas échéant par la mise en place d'un statut intermédiaire d'accélérateur de contenu. Mais quand il s'agit de contenus racistes ou antisémites, il doit y avoir une responsabilité et on doit pouvoir légiférer. Mais là encore, la réglementation européenne ou nationale sur laquelle nous nous sommes engagés à avancer en 2019 doit être co-construite pour être juste et efficace. C'est pourquoi la France lancera, avec Facebook, une expérimentation de terrain inédite durant le premier semestre 2019. Facebook accueillera prochainement une délégation de régulateurs français qui auront pour mission, avec les experts de la plateforme, d'élaborer des propositions conjointes, précises et concrètes sur la lutte contre les contenus haineux ou offensants. C'est une première. Elle illustre, à mes yeux, cette méthode de coopération que j'évoquais tout à l'heure. Je me réjouis ici de cette démarche expérimentale très innovante qui permettra de réfléchir très concrètement aux meilleures voies pour garantir que les grandes plateformes appliquent un haut niveau d'exigence et de qualité dans la modération des contenus qu'elles hébergent. Et c'est cette méthode que je souhaite que nous puissions propager, diffuser. C'est une expérimentation, mais c'est une première étape à mes yeux importante. Enfin, la protection des citoyens en démocratie passe par l'accès à une information de qualité. Internet constitue un formidable vecteur d'accès au savoir, mais le paradoxe, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, il est devenu l'espace privilégié de la désinformation, de la rumeur, avec le risque que demain, l'évolution technologique ne rende indétectable une image truquée ou une vidéo tronquée. Il m'a été donné de voir, là où je suis, les nouveaux mécanismes, grâce à l'intelligence artificielle, qui permettent de totalement falsifier un discours ou ce qui apparaît aujourd'hui comme une trace de prononcé. Et donc il nous faut des tiers de confiance. Il nous faut travailler ensemble sur le statut de la preuve, du fait, de la vérité dans Internet. Et il nous faut consolider les tiers de confiance démocratiques que sont en particulier les journalistes. C'est à tel point qu'aujourd'hui, si nous voulons restaurer cette confiance, nous devons prendre des décisions bien plus radicales que celles prises jusqu'alors. L'ONG Reporters sans frontières a présenté une déclaration internationale pour l'information et la démocratie, qui est le fruit du travail d'experts d'une vingtaine de pays qui posent des principes pour garantir, face aux menaces que nous connaissons, un espace public propice à la démocratie et aux droits de l'homme. Cette initiative a été présentée hier au Forum de Paris pour la paix et soutenue par plusieurs chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Je la soutiens pleinement et je pense qu'elle est indispensable. La France a commencé à prendre des mesures, justement pour lutter contre les fake news, tout particulièrement lors des campagnes électorales. Et je vous invite, vous tous, à soutenir de manière très concrète ces initiatives. Et là aussi, ne nous trompons pas de bataille. Ceux qui ne se battent pas pour l'intégrité des campagnes électorales dans les démocraties aident les régimes autoritaires et tous ceux qui veulent les affaiblir à fausser la sincérité et la loyauté de ces campagnes. Ceux qui ne se battent pas pour que l'information ait un véritable statut, que les journalistes aient un véritable statut, une déontologie qu'ils portent eux-mêmes et qui n'est pas à définir par les gouvernements, se trompent profondément parce qu'ils finissent par tomber, là encore, dans un relativisme contemporain qui pourrait paraître être à la mode s'il n'était aujourd'hui le principal cheval de Troie de ceux qui veulent tuer la démocratie. Toutes les informations ne se valent pas. Il y a des informations qui sont vraies et fausses. Tous les commentaires se valent à considérer qu'ils se basent sur des informations justes. C'est le principe même de la démocratie. Et hier, en soutenant votre initiative, cher Christophe Deloire, je rappelais Hannah Arendt, qui avait exactement les mêmes propos lorsqu'elle luttait contre le totalitarisme. Il y a une forme de totalitarisme contemporain qui renaît, se nourrissant de l'obscurantisme religieux ou se nourrissant justement de nouvelles formes de nationalisme dur qui utilisent notre propre faiblesse, qui utilisent tous nos canaux de transmission, mais qui utilisent notre relativisme le fait que quelque part nous sommes en train de mettre un genou à terre sur l'universalisme de nos valeurs, et qui est le fait que nous sommes quelque part en train de mettre un genou à terre sur le rapport à la vérité. Et donc sur ce sujet, il nous faut être intraitables, et c'est pourquoi je vous invite, vous les membres de cette communauté si attachés à la liberté d'expression sur Internet, à vous impliquer dans ce projet et à inventer collectivement les contours d'un droit à l'information de qualité, et donc aussi à l'émergence de tiers de confiance dans ce cadre. La deuxième priorité que nous devons poursuivre, c'est la confiance, la stabilité, la sécurité du cyberespace. C'est le meilleur moyen d'éviter sa fragmentation, tel que je l'évoquais tout à l'heure. S'il est devenu un lieu de conflictualité, c'est bien parce que des acteurs malveillants, publics comme privés, s'affrontent en exploitant les vulnérabilités des produits et services numériques. Notre réponse ne doit pas se limiter à la défense. Elle doit aussi être celle du droit et de la coopération. Il nous faut travailler ensemble à l'approfondissement des règles régissant les rapports entre États et acteurs non étatiques dans l'espace cyber. C'est dans cette perspective que la France a décidé de soutenir l'appel de Paris pour la confiance et la sécurité dans le cyberespace, lancé à l'occasion du Forum de Paris pour la paix et du Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet. Ce texte constitue la toute première déclaration engageant dans le même temps États, organisations internationales, ONG et entreprises, municipalités et acteurs locaux à travailler ensemble en faveur de l'application du droit international dans le cyberespace, de la protection des droits en ligne, de la lutte contre les actions déstabilisantes ou encore de la sécurité des produits numériques. Cet appel a été rejoint aujourd'hui même par plus de 370 États, organisations de la société civile et entreprises. Et sans doute cette liste est-elle en train encore de s'accroître en ce moment même. Il reprend les acquis de près d'une décennie de travail des enceintes multilatérales et multi-acteurs sur ce sujet. Et je suis convaincu que la plupart d'entre vous pouvez y souscrire. Je vous encourage à y adhérer et à le diffuser. Mais le véritable défi, ce sera de le mettre en œuvre. Je propose, en accord avec le secrétaire général, de confier au Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet la mission d'en suivre l'évolution, d'enregistrer les soutiens exprimés et de travailler à identifier les initiatives et mesures de coopération nécessaires pour atteindre les objectifs qu'il nous fixe. C'est maintenant le temps de cette mise en œuvre qui s'ouvre et c'est un combat indispensable. Enfin, la troisième priorité pour le futur d'Internet, c'est la préservation des potentialités de création, d'invention et de développement économique du réseau. Et je le dis ici parce que c'est à mes yeux tout à la fois l'ADN d'Internet et de l'UNESCO. L'ADN d'Internet, ce qui rend ce réseau unique, c'est cette capacité à permettre à chaque talent, quels que soient ses moyens, la langue dans laquelle il s'exprime, de rencontrer une audience universelle. Et c'est aussi le caractère unique, profondément transformant de cette innovation. Et c'est pourquoi, je le redis ici à l'UNESCO, où cette question prend un tour tout particulier, il nous faut agir dans l'espace numérique pour préserver la diversité culturelle. Nous sommes en train d'adopter une directive européenne essentielle qui permettra un juste partage de la valeur des biens culturels. Et là aussi, c'est un combat que la France mènera dans toutes les enceintes et qui est indispensable. Et là aussi, parce qu'il y a une forme de transformation, en quelque sorte, de l'idéologie collective. Bien, pendant des années, quand on a aimé Internet, on a aimé l'ouverture. Pour ma part, je continue à l'aimer et à la défendre. Mais en aimant l'ouverture, on a en quelque sorte plaidé pour l'indifférenciation. On s'est dit, le principal combat, c'est d'ouvrir et les contenus n'ont plus d'importance. Et le combat que nous avons en Europe aujourd'hui, nous ne devons pas le perdre. Le combat pour un marché unique du numérique, c'est évidemment de lever toutes les frontières qu'il y a entre les 28 aujourd'hui États membres, peut-être demain les 27. Mais c'est au-delà de cela, s'assurer qu'on a une régulation commune pour permettre la création, les contenus et la reconnaissance des droits d'auteur dans cet espace. Et c'est la même chose au niveau international. Je sais bien que beaucoup d'entre vous se sont battus contre les droits d'auteur, ou la reconnaissance du fait qu'il pouvait y avoir une valeur qui était reconnue. Mais si aujourd'hui nous ne nous battons pas pour cela, nous reconnaissons le fait qu'il n'y a qu'un droit d'auteur, celui qui diffuse, qui n'est pas un auteur, qui est un diffuseur. Il nous faut aujourd'hui regarder ensemble cet espace. Il y a un arbitrage de la répartition de la création de valeur entre celui qui crée et celui qui diffuse. C'est une réalité. La répartition des bénéfices dans la chaîne de valeur doit être préservée dans le monde des services numériques entre grandes plateformes et start-up, entre entreprises et travailleurs indépendants, entre hébergeurs et producteurs de contenu. Mais si nous ne nous battons pas pour les créateurs, d'abord nous ne reconnaissons pas les différences qu'il y a entre ces derniers et nous ne protégerons jamais la diversité culturelle comme il le faut. Et donc moi je souhaite que dans cet espace d'Internet on reconnaisse que ce que fait un journaliste a une valeur et donc un prix, que ce que crée quelqu'un dans un pays du monde, si c'est diffusé et aimé, ça ne doit pas simplement rapporter à celui qui le diffuse, mais aussi à celui qui l'a créé. Sinon, on ne lui permettra pas de créer d'autres choses. C'est une règle de base, mais aujourd'hui, nous ne la protégeons pas correctement. Et je revendique le fait que se battre pour les auteurs, que se battre pour le copyright, non, ça n'est pas ringard et non, ça n'est pas contre Internet. C'est même tout l'inverse. C'est même la possibilité d'avoir de nouvelles personnes, de nouveaux talents, des femmes et des hommes qui ne céderont pas à l'hégémonie qui s'installe aujourd'hui aussi dans Internet, comme dans tout moment du monde, des formes d'hégémonie s'installent. C'est ce qui permettra de maintenir, préserver, assurer la diffusion permanente, justement, de cette créativité. C'est la raison pour laquelle j'ai proposé la création d'un observatoire des plateformes au niveau européen et la mise en place d'une véritable régulation platform to business en complément du droit de la concurrence qu'il faut préserver et qui doit occuper une place plus grande encore dans la régulation numérique, mais qui doit lui-même évoluer pour mieux capter les spécificités de cette nouvelle économie. Là aussi, nous ferons des propositions complémentaires sur ce thème en vue du renouvellement des institutions européennes. Se battre pour cette diversité culturelle et les potentialités de création d'Internet, c'est se battre aussi pour l'éducation. C'est notre combat à tous, peut-être le plus important. Se battre pour éduquer les plus jeunes à apprendre, d'abord avoir l'éducation de base pour se protéger de certaines choses, mais aussi être une conscience éclairée à l'ère du numérique. Se battre pour avoir accès au code, se battre ensuite pour que chacun soit formé à avoir accès aux nouvelles formes d'emploi de l'Internet. Le combat pour l'éducation, l'investissement dans l'éducation, des gouvernements, des organisations internationales, de tous les acteurs étatiques et non étatiques, est fondamental pour l'inclusion, la confiance et le développement. C'est la seule chose qui permettra de créer véritablement ensemble ces lumières de l'Internet auxquelles nous devons aspirer et éviter que l'Internet ne tombe dans un obscurantisme contemporain et ne soit bousculé par ses propres peurs. Préserver la capacité d'innovation du réseau, c'est aussi développer une approche équilibrée de la question fiscale pour que les nouveaux entrants ne soient pas pénalisés vis-à-vis des acteurs installés, pour que les insiders ne ferment pas les portes aux outsiders. Et c'est aussi un combat que la France mène au niveau européen, mais que nous devons avoir au niveau international. Aujourd'hui, la taxation dans le numérique n'est pas une taxation équitable. Aujourd'hui, tout le travail qui a été fait, en particulier grâce à l'OCDE, qui a permis de taxer de manière plus juste, pour éviter qu'en quelque sorte, nos peuples soient les seuls à contribuer, que les classes moyennes de tous les peuples ainsi constitués soient les seuls à participer à l'effort, est indispensable aussi dans le numérique. Sinon, l'acceptabilité des grands acteurs numériques se réduira progressivement, et sinon l'émergence de nouveaux acteurs ne sera pas possible, qui eux payent tous les impôts dans leur pays, mais seront toujours victimes d'une concurrence déloyale de grands acteurs qui arrivent à optimiser leur situation et à ne payer presque rien. C'est pourquoi nous poursuivrons des efforts au niveau européen pour avoir une taxe numérique, et c'est pourquoi je souhaite que nous puissions accélérer les travaux au sein de l'OCDE en la matière. Sur ce sujet aussi, nous avons besoin d'imagination collective pour permettre non seulement d'avoir une juste taxation dans nos sociétés, mais pour éviter l'effet de domination et d'hégémonie de quelques acteurs qui accumulent tous les avantages et aujourd'hui n'ont pas une juste taxation. et permettre ce qui est l'ADN même d'Internet, l'innovation permanente et donc l'émergence de nouveaux acteurs. Et là, c'est un juste droit de la concurrence et une juste taxation qui le permettront. Nous devons enfin, évidemment, pour cela, poursuivre les investissements et la coopération en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Nous le faisons au niveau national, nous allons le renforcer au niveau franco-allemand et au niveau européen, ce qui sont des investissements pour permettre justement la création, mais aussi un travail cohérent pour aller plus loin en la matière. La France prendra sa part. Durant la présidence française du G7 en 2019, sur l'intelligence artificielle, je porterai, dans la continuité du travail mené ces derniers mois avec nos partenaires canadiens et suite à l'engagement que j'ai pris avec le Premier ministre Justin Trudeau, le projet de création d'un équivalent du désormais célèbre GIEC pour l'intelligence artificielle. Mais en disant cela, je veux partager avec vous l'ambition que nous devons avoir en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Nous devons investir davantage en la matière en Europe. Nous ne représentons aujourd'hui que 10% de l'investissement mondial. C'est ridicule. Et donc c'est au niveau des gouvernements comme des entreprises, et nous allons continuer à le faire au niveau franco-allemand et au niveau européen. Nous devons aussi, au niveau international, avoir cette initiative forte et concrétiser ce que nous avons entamé avec le Canada et quelques autres partenaires de création de ce GIEC. Ce GIEC, pour ma part, il doit avoir un spectre large. Il doit travailler avec, évidemment, la société civile, les meilleurs scientifiques, tous les innovateurs ici présents. Il doit s'appuyer pleinement sur l'OCDE pour mieux suivre ses travaux, et en particulier en matière d'innovation. Et il doit pleinement s'appuyer sur l'UNESCO en matière d'éthique, tout particulièrement, parce qu'il n'y aura pas de développement de l'intelligence artificielle. Et pour moi, il n'y aura pas un véritable GIEC de l'intelligence artificielle s'il n'y a pas une réflexion qui inclut la dimension éthique. Et donc, cette structure que nous devons inventer, elle doit justement nous permettre de réfléchir sur les enjeux éthiques, techniques, scientifiques de cette révolution qui dépasse les seuls États, en s'appuyant pleinement sur les organisations internationales que sont l'OCDE et l'UNESCO. J'inviterai donc, dans le cadre du G7 en France, les grands penseurs et spécialistes de l'intelligence artificielle à se réunir à la fin du premier semestre 2019 pour jeter les bases de ce réseau scientifique. Là encore, ces débats devront déboucher sur des solutions et nous pourrons faire le point sur tout cela dans un an au Paris Peace Forum 2019 et au Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet de Berlin en 2019. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers amis, Kofi Annan, un des prédécesseurs d'Antonio Guterres, dont nous pleurons la récente disparition, avait eu il y a quelques années cette remarque visionnaire. Pour gérer la présence d'Internet dans nos vies, disait-il, nous devons être au moins aussi créatifs que ceux qui l'ont inventé. C'est le vœu que je formule pour nous aujourd'hui. Nous avons besoin de poursuivre la créativité technologique, mais nous avons besoin de créativité éthique, diplomatique, politique, sociétale. Et ce n'est pas un hasard si nous nous réunissons à Paris ce 12 novembre, un jour après le centenaire de l'armistice de 1918. En 1918 s'ouvrait, en même temps que l'armistice, la conférence pour la paix, qui dura plusieurs années, par un travail inédit où nos prédécesseurs ont conduit, là aussi, une véritable innovation. Ils ont innové alors parce qu'il fallait inventer des nouvelles formes de coopération internationale entre États, parce qu'ils venaient de découvrir la Première Guerre mondiale et la conséquence d'une non-coopération entre les nations. La Société des Nations allait être créée avant d'échouer devant les crises économiques, morales, la fracturation du monde, mais elle portait les prémices des Nations Unies. Il nous faut aujourd'hui, dans le contexte que j'évoquais, inventer, innover cette nouvelle coopération multilatérale qui implique non seulement, cette fois-ci, les États, mais l'ensemble des acteurs que vous représentez. C'est tout ce que je nous souhaite, c'est tout ce sur quoi je veux que nous avancions ensemble. Ces défis font peser sur la communauté de l'Internet, sur vous, des responsabilités immenses, sur nous aussi. C'est pourquoi je ne doute pas que, portés par le formidable élan des pères fondateurs, nous saurons, ensemble, les assumer et les relever. Je vous remercie. Bon travail. Merci à vous. Merci à vous. Merci, bon travail. Bon travail à vous.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, there are two high-level panels that will follow the speech of the President. Very interesting panels, so for those of you who want to continue discussing IGF matters, please stay in the room. The first panel, moderated by Ambassador Martino, is going to start in a few seconds and will be followed by a second one. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons continuer la session d'ouverture avec les panels de haut niveau. Le premier panel de haut niveau modéré par l'ambassadeur Martino, on va commencer dans quelques instants. Je serai donc reconnaissant de vous installer pour que nous puissions continuer cette session de haut niveau. Merci beaucoup.